Trying to just go into the poppy, or what's the play? Killing closer? I think that makes sense. Vi got ulted out though. Ooh, nice from Jackie's. They overcommitted too hard on the Sejuani. What LTA needed to do is he needed to buffer his R. He needed to R somebody just so he doesn't get yeeted out of the fight. Unlucky. The live view still not fixed? What do you mean? This is the live view. It's fixed. This is premium stream watching right here. Tell me this is not like the perfect stream setup for live viewing. Jackie's just good. Oh yeah, he's definitely good. Okay, Giant X with the studio. Yeah, that's what they do for all their games in Spain. Jizuke told me about it. They just bring fans. Like, there's just fans that go to the Giant X headquarters. They have like a stage to play. The game is showing in the stream. Come on, bro. Let me live. Honestly, this is perfect. It's like the good old days where I used to just have my chat up and a timer before I had the like whole live view site. I mean, I still have the live view site. I mean, we can still use it. Yeah. It's good stuff. Oh, is Noah getting caught? No, he's not. He's buffering. He's very Korean. Damn, wasn't fast enough by Jojo there. Wasn't fast enough by Jojo. Super's in trouble. Oh, Lot got him. Lot got him. Mad Koi. They're kind of choking it. Oh, Noah is so Korean. Wow. Mad Koi was in much better position, and then they just completely choked it. They griefed the game. Stayed in enemy jungle was not good. Super. Super. Getting caught. Super. Into the game. Super. Happy Kyoto got another chance. That team was so dog shit. Yeah, I mean, that TL team, I think one thing to consider is when you look at that TL team, how many players on that team are actually still good right now? You know, that I think that's something to consider. Like some of the like those players like retired, and like that was a team that didn't have the highest mechanical ceiling ever. Jojo just didn't get his combo off. If they got the combo off, they'd probably just kill Noah. And now with this push with GA and Baron, not necessarily, but it should be over. Yeah, I mean they should just win the game slowly, but I don't think they need to win right now. They're not on a huge timer. They should just try to like snowball this into like 4 or 5k gold lead and then win the game from there. I don't know what El Yoya is doing, but this is like not the play, I don't think. Maybe it is. There's no follow up on this. Yeah, this is not the play. I mean, there are GAs, but yeah, it's not good. Well, that was a very wasted Otacon. That was the opposite of trying to get a 3k 4k gold advantage. That's just running it down. I'm on the LTA stream North. What do you mean, bro? What? LTA North stream? What? Nice. I'm on the LTA North stream. Oh my god, it's streamception. Okay, cool. I feel exposed. I feel like they're watching us. What do we do? Everyone act normal. Act normal. Stop acting like yourselves. Stealing my content. That's what they're doing. Yep, true. Stealing my content. Do I drunk, Dom? No, I don't. I don't drunk. Are you mean am I drunk right now or do I drink in general? Jackie's ended up living. Kind of clean. Would have been really big if he died, to be honest. 2 minutes, 40 seconds until Mad Koi Soul. Every game in LEC has been so long today. Why is this Lion Gaming roster actually not that bad? I mean, yeah, why not? Why wouldn't? Why would they be bad? Two of the biggest orgs of LLA. Those teams were not like horrific. That fucking. I mean, you remember that team beat us. Parts of that team beat our ass. Is what it is, man. Yeah, we kind of got clapped. It's fine. People all pauses too long. Yeah, they're just doing intros and stuff. I don't mind watching the like doing some live viewing in between though. I think it's pretty cool. Was it C9 that was looking at signing Saint over the offseason? Yeah, I think that was the report. Was that they were looking at signing Saint. They decided to go with Loki instead. A lot of Korean challengers mids in LTA North now. Think about all the Korean challengers mids. You got Quad and Quid. You have Saint. You have Loki. Who else? And then there's APA, there's Abadage, there's I'm drawing a blank. Oh, there's Kana. Yeah, so there's 5. There's 5 LCK Academy mids. Yeah, that was the guy I was missing. All right, let's watch this one fight and then we'll come back. Let's see. This is going to be a game decider. Dragons in 4 seconds. JoJo's going down mid. I mean, JoJo's kind of just doing his own thing. He can do whatever he wants here. Okay, got a couple flashes with that wall. No Bramble, but it should be okay. Baron is up. Mad can go to this line brush, draw them in. He made it really obvious. He should have just hit the ward and then started hitting it. They're trying to send it on Noah. I don't know how I feel about it. I think they just play in the pocket here and they're fine. Oh my god, he flashes to the Poppy ult. JoJo, no! Why do they go so hard on a guy that has Zanyas? That seems like so noob, no? All right, let's go back to this. But wait, why did they go so hard on a guy that has Zanyas? Like, Jackie's has Zhonya's and they full sent on him with like Vialt, Flash, Talia W. Like, it just seems so strange. All right, let's watch this draft. Okay. Back to this.
Mas é possível, né? É possível. Vamos ficar de olho.
All right, so we have Varus, Kalista, Ezreal picked, Corki picked. Ashe is just going through this draft, so we have to think about that for the next game. We have a Gnar pick. Ooh, Soul for Mad Koi. Pretty nice.
A gente já conhece o banimento em cima da Orianna por parte da Leviatan, mostrando bastante preocupação a Leviatan com essas duas seleções, né? Tanto na Orianna quanto a do Nock. E agora é a vez da VK.
All right, we have Mbessa out, Orianna out. I feel like Victor would be pretty good ban for red side team. I can see a Victor.
Bem-vindo aqui à nossa transmissão, meu camarada.
Mais uma semana aí, né? Tamo de volta, tamo junto.
It would make sense to me.
Vamos ver qual vai ser esse último banimento.
You just don't want them to play a control mage mid when they have two tanks top. Could ban a Zero as well, depending on Kissy's champion pool. I would assume that Vivo Keat is pretty big favorites in this match. He goes Silas. There are good Silas ults. I can see it. There are pretty good Silas ults.
Talvez agora o foco também pra rota do meio, né? Eles já tiraram a Aurora, tem o Gnar. Core que a gente já tá vendo, né? Essa tendência de rota inferior. Vamos ver qual vai ser essa última escolha de banimento. Os suportes estão bem abertos ainda, né? Nenhum dos dois times tem e também não foram banidos.
Tem Victor aí também como seleção forte pra parte central.
Nautilus would be a pretty decent pick for Leviatan.
Foi focado nos suportes da
I mean, there's Leona up that probably Vivo Keat is going to take if it's up.
Olha só, a Leviatan.
They could take Braum, but I think that they'll take Leona here.
A Kai'Sa é
Kai'Sa Braum is not even that good of a lane. So maybe it'll be like Kai'Sa Nautilus and
é o campeão mais utilizado dele
Leona Victor,
jogos,
something like this. Be the last picks.
Não jogou tanto assim no ano passado com essa Kai'Sa, mas jogou 9 vezes e foram 8 vitórias.
Aí, moleque, é bom com o boneco. Faz essa escolha, tem a volta agora do time da Cade. Eles estão mostrando um Alistar e fecharam.
Alistar blind?
Então, fecham esse Alistar. A gente fica na dúvida então.
Alistar blind. I mean, here I would send Maokai support, to be honest.
Ele vai pegar, se ele vai ficar com esse CZ mesmo, se ele vai trazer alguma outra coisa.
I'll send Maokai support and I would probably pick like Lilia or something. And I think you have like Thanos draft. I think you Giga Smurfed it at that point. That would probably be the smartest thing if you could do it. Yeah, I like how this guy's name is Scary in all caps. Got a base.
Taxa de vitórias e na rota inferior também não chega a 50%. Então é um campeão que não tá sendo muito fácil de adaptar e de fazer de fato vencer nos palcos. Imagino que nos treinos, até internacionalmente falando, deve estar indo bem. E tá aí o Victor que o Colossus já tinha mencionado. Tem o Alistar também.
Yeah, I think Victor Leona would have been better. They go Victor Alistar. Don't we just go Lilia here and flex the Maokai support? I feel like that's so good.
Não, o Rakan faz mais
I feel like not flexing Maokai support is a big miss here. Missed opportunity when they draft like this. They're going to draft triple melee with no like very easy targeted CC, and you can just draft a Lilia and you're completely smurfing on them, I think. Alright, is Mad Koi winning?
O Prodelta gosta muito desses picks mais agressivos, que ele pode ir criar a jogada, pode criar as oportunidades, tem bastante a cara dele. E assim, se eu falei que a VKS fez essa composição parruda que aguenta, a Leviatan fez uma composição também agressiva, cara.
Eu posso estar colocando o carro na frente dos bois aqui, mas vou falar mesmo assim. Esse Rakan é o campeão mais vitorioso e mais escolhido do Trimby. E já vai estar banido também pro resto da série. Então não fica só pra esse jogo. Já no nosso modo Fearless, é um campeão que não vai ter mais acesso aí ao seu principal campeão, o Trimby.
Aí, bom comentário, interessante.
Obrigado, eu achei que ia passar meio batido aí, gente. Obrigado.
Achei que foi muito bom, porque eu acho que essas são estratégias do próprio Fearless Draft, né? Às vezes você tem algumas opções. E você faz esse tipo de escolha focado pra atrapalhar o adversário também, tá valendo?
Ponto positivo, tá vendo? Fiscal de comentário às vezes faz bom, pô. Tá bom.
Então, às vezes a gente acha que tá falando uma coisa que ninguém vai achar interessante e tá lá, né?
É isso. Foi legal, foi legal. Tá garantido aí mais uma semana já.
Had a rough go of it, bro. Had a rough go of it last couple days.
Próximo jogo você fala a mesma coisa. Pô, tá
É isso. É pra relembrar, às vezes a pessoa...
BKS?
Não, tá certo, tá correto.
Verse?
Ó, tá tudo certo. A gente vai focar agora nesses...
What is Leviatan's, what's Leviatan's characters again? Is it LVT? I'm going LVT, bro. Fuck it. That's probably it.
Que a gente tem na temporada desse League of Legends, né? Que muita coisa mudou. Então a gente vai apresentando pra galera.
Wait, can they hear audio on the LTA North stream, or is it just
também já tá falando de mudanças, lembrando
video?
Que o campeonato, esse nosso primeiro split, MD3, Fearless Draft,
Lev.
o tempo inteiro.
LEV.
Os picks que forem selecionados nessa primeira partida não podem mais ser selecionados o resto da série.
E pode ter coisa que às vezes a galera...
Face of LTA North, yeah, something like that, bro. From the face of LTA North.
Vamos jogar amanhã, né? Esses times vão jogar amanhã, a gente no formato agora é melhor de 3, então tem times pra estrear amanhã.
Really mad Koi don't have a way to lose this game from this state.
Já tá na sua tela e você vai acompanhando com essa imagem maravilhosa.
All right,
da nossa
let's
LTA
focus.
Sul, o confronto que
From
se
Pro
inicia
Delta, I thought he
agora.
was Senna for a second.
Contra
I don't know, he looked like a Senna to
já
me in the
na
bush for a
Arena dos
second.
Campeões pra gente ver. Pro Delta tá de cara com o Trim, já recebeu o cartão de visita ali. Tem que vazar, pica-mula, o Rio da Cade.
Oh, it's Pro Delta. Where did he play before? I remember this guy.
A seleção do emote da Cade já devidamente
He was on Vivo Keyed last year. Oh shit, it's a grudge match. It's a grudge match, guys. Pro Delta verse
indo lá pra parte superior do mapa. Vamos acompanhar como
his former team. Trimby took his job.
A versão tá mais de boa agora, né? Os times estão conseguindo performar.
Pro Delta had beef with Crowny. Wait, actually?
Suporte chegando para ajudar o top.
It's pretty funny then.
Fica até engraçado. Vamos ver como é que vai se levar esse jogo.
Nice. I was talking about Jackie's being genetically engineered in a lab on the LTA North official co-stream. Nice. Well played to me.
Vou fazer o seguinte, Fogueta.
Good choice of a featured streamer, I guess. Hey, they knew what they were getting into. Most normal Dom conversation.
A chegada do Morteus e do Xe, que passaram o ano passado.
Smiley, yeah, he got benched.
Você acompanhou isso muito de perto.
But there was some way that, like, I don't know if he actually got benched or what they said. They had a different way that they posed it, but it seemed like that was the gist of it, was that he got benched.
Como a gente já veio de campeonato que a gente jogou por muito tempo Fearless Draft, então era muito mais fácil a gente conseguir se adaptar a certas situações, a gente saber que temos que jogar com certos campeões e tiveram muitos campeões que até que o pessoal viu, a gente flexava muito, então o pessoal fica um pouco mais de olho.
All right,
então,
so
com certeza os dois vindo não ajudaram.
talk through this game. So generally when you have a lane swap like this, it's going to favor the team that has Cassante, because Cassante is kind of undiveable. So Leviatan knows this. So instead of trying to dive the Cassante, they're just going to let Kaisa get solo experience here, and they're going to have Rakan cover the dive so that Gnar is able to farm, because Gnar is very diveable. There's some strategies that you can do with Gnar where you like try to get Gnar mega and then TP him in, and sometimes he can live, but most of the time you'd rather just hold. And honestly, this is a strategy that I think is pretty decent in general for when you're playing with Kaisa, because your Kaisa getting solo experience is generally pretty nice. Like you get solo experience on the Kaisa here, and then you're gonna be 6 when the enemy AD carry is level 5, and you might be able to just full send on them afterwards. So generally it is a good strategy, all things considered.
Ele continuar colocando presença, né? Fazendo esse corpo aqui para permitir com que o Gnar consiga também alguns last hits. E a gente tem um jogo, né? A gente vem falando sobre essas mudanças de temporada. Um jogo muito mais movimentado. Essas inversões já estavam movimentando mais o early game. Cuidado.
Olha a briga.
Yeah, and Kaisa is actually not bad 1v1 versus tank. Like some champions can really get pummeled here. Champions like Ashe, for example, not that strong at doing this type of strategy, but I generally think that like Kaisa, Ezreal, these types of champions that can abuse their level 6 timer are pretty nice, and that have some form of mobility. It makes it a lot easier to play the game. So Bob is going decent. So they both recall. Now they're going to have a decision to make. Do they want to match the lanes from here,
Mais um detalhe que é legal falar pra galera.
Yes, they do want to match lanes from here. So small experience advantage for CO here.
O campeonato tá rolando.
CO, I guess.
Que você tá jogando League of Legends aí na sua casa. Então você vê um campeão que tá muito forte, que tá muito bem, pode usar ele aí que tá valendo, tá no mesmo patch.
Isso aí aí se não der certo, já sabe.
Or Delta realizes he has time, he has a timer, he can go mid.
Perfeito. Eu ia falar
You do this, man, you'll piss off every single mid laner. This is how you piss off mid laners right here. You just go mid as a support. 100% chance enemy mid will start flaming as support.
Pro Delta vai se movimentando, tem uma sentinela.
Pro Delta in a warded bush, probably okay. Scary, all caps. Trimby feels like he's gotta do something. He's gotta get his get back for his mid laner.
Fazendo uma movimentação muito intensa. Tivemos 5 minutos, já nasceu o primeiro objetivo, o dragão tá disponível, mas aparentemente a galera não vai pra lá, provavelmente as lavas.
The game is actually looking pretty nice for Leviatan. They played the early game exactly how they wanted. Now they're matching lanes in pretty positive situation. Nar wants to be laning versus Cassante around these levels. Once he gets a few points in, or like once he gets, you know, higher level, it gets better. More points in Q. Once he starts getting points in Hyper as well, becomes much better on the bot side. On the top side, they will have this timer. They are trying to like get Seo a level 6 timer. The good thing is that a lot of times here, what you can do is you can push this next wave and you can hit level 6 on this next wave, which gives you the opportunity to contest grubs with the level 680 carry. And the level disadvantage that you've now placed on the bot side doesn't really affect anything. It's not that easy for Nar to find a timer. So you see Seo is trying to hit level 6. And Vivo Key knows that he is about to hit level 6, so they're okay just taking one grub, which is actually pretty good. It's the correct thing to do. Take one grub and peace out. Don't allow them to get the feat, but then more importantly, just deny the 6 grubs. Generally, I think that feats of strength are pretty unimportant. I don't really see the reason why it's that good. Buying tier 3 boots is incorrect in a lot of situations, so yeah, I don't care too much about that. It's mainly just that the objectives are good in and of itself, so there it is.
Essa dupla aqui no topo e não vai tendo tanta facilidade, mas é uma composição, acho que principalmente esse Estral que precisa, é começo de jogo um pouquinho mais lento, né? Precisa de tempo, precisa dessa lágrima, exatamente. E aí
Narcosante still bot lane.
Não é só o Ezreal, o próprio Victor. Depende de tempo também. Então, assim, para VKS não tá nada fora.
It's just pretty much impossible for Cassante to use his strength versus Nar in the lane without any type of help. Up to the Nar to like mess up at that point.
Vão escalar, também depende.
Cody's chilling, Cody's farming.
E até mesmo com o cork aí do Code na parte central. Então,
everything looks really stable right now.
Não se estranhe, depois a gente vê
probably going to be a relatively slow game. Two ends up going for first Drake. A lot of times you'll see your bot lane swap around this time, and they'll just play for a Drake. Whoever has pushed top will just crash one wave, base, and play on bot side. A lot of what's important about like AD carry in these matchups is understanding when the enemy like wants to base, like what type of items the Ezreal needs versus what type of items you need. Nar might end up TPing top. We'll see. Oh, he's just gonna walk. You try to just base on a wave where they have to base at the same time and they're on awkward item buy.
Dá a entender que o Xante do Boal vai fazer com algum tipo de conteste, talvez checar ali. Então o Scary vai meio que debaixo dos bigodes garantir.
Hey, Maokai gets the Drake.
O primeiro terço dessa
so 2 grubs and Drake for Leviatan. Pretty nice overall. Nice going bot. I think it's standard. I would have really liked that Maokai support angle though, because I feel like when you play versus Alistar, it's very hard for Alistar to win the lane. Most of the time, Alistar is just used as a neutralizer. Play it into Rel, you play it into Leona, and every time they engage, you just headbutt them back, Q them, whatever, walk away from the trade, and you just exist, and then you're strong later on once you hit level 6. But I think if a team ever takes Alistar, the reason they're taking it is because they know, or they think that Maokai is jungle, But I think that Maokai's bad lane phase, you can get away with it here when you've flexed it into the Alistar.
Olha ele aí, ó. É ele, que Sante. Agora o Desames.
Lane gank.
Ele tá
Lane is warded though. No cleanse on Seo though.
Prodelta vai recuando, mas tem a chegada também.
Kirby's level 6, Rakanna's not level 6 yet. He'll get it off this cannon. Oh, never mind. Super close. Okay, now he's got it.
O Cell, o Prodelta e o próprio Scary estão muito pra trás.
Huge.
Porque eles forçarem também isso. Assim, deixa a VKS vir. Se tá do interesse deles agredir, deixa chegar. Tá perto da torre.
I mean, they don't really need to be around bot side right now. Like,
na parte central,
no action can occur if neither team wants action to occur.
Já tinha conseguido também uma
A lot of times you're just going to just full clear up.
Pouquinho em pouquinho aí eles vão conquistando essas vantagens.
I would think that Leviatan wants a decently slow game. Both teams are probably okay with this slow game. Both teams scale pretty well, have front line. Leviatan scaling advantage. I will say that, like, Ezreal has pretty good poke, probably the best poke in this game. Or he has less rockets than before. ISO W's can be annoying, but that's more of like a 4-item thing. So on 2 items, it should be pretty easy for VKS to control space.
De olho quem que vai dar esse primeiro passo à frente, e aí sim, né, as composições chegando. Porque a gente falou da VKS demorando, mas tem Cork, tem Kai'Sa.
Sim,
a Leviatan
here we go.
também não é uma composição early game, né?
Sim, sim.
Pode ser agora a primeira briga mais intensa, hein? Se bem que o time da Cade fez o aronguejo e meio que recuou, vazou dali. O Zotiv tá na parte inferior do mapa pra garantir esse demônio. Mais uma barricada pra ele. A segunda que ele consegue pegar.
He's chilling.
Aqui já começa a
500 gold lead now.
Tá bem prejudicada. Leviatan vai subindo. Eles podem tentar fazer essas larvas também. E fica
Rubs
essa
up.
dúvida de quem é que vai puxar o gatilho primeiro.
I don't really feel like Vivo Key can fight this that easily. Static shift completed on Kai'Sa. No Triforce on Ezreal.
Mas eles não forçam a mão também.
Maokai is going the Leandre's build. I don't really love the Leandre's build on Maokai, to be honest. Especially when you're like solo tank in a game like this. Let's see how they play it. I mean, Blackfire Torch is completed, so there's always that. Gets hit. But he still has flash though. Malco came in. Yeah, I mean, it's so winning. So incredibly winning for Leviatan. Oh, Trimby missed the flash Q in the middle of the fight. Oh no. A tragedy. Oh my god. Oh, it's sad. What a tragedy in the middle of the fight. Trimby, no. Don't introduce yourself to Brazil like this, brother. That's tough. It's just a fight that I don't even think they should be taking in the first place, though, all things considered.
Vai voltar o teleporte por aqui, vai chegar de volta o Cold. Vai cobrar, vai cobrar.
No flash on this guy. Oh, he's dead. Oh, damn. Big win for Leviatan. Now they got control of this game now. That right there is why it's not an OEC. Come on, that's disrespectful, bro. Don't disrespect him. This first game, okay? This angle just, yeah, just didn't work. Cody had flash this whole time. He just held his flash. Walked it out. Buffer on the W. Look at the Q flash. Oh! He just headbutts the Corki around. Hell yeah.
E aí vai ficando cada vez mais difícil. O Boal, ele ter continuado indo pra frente, achei que talvez era hora de recuar, porque essa era a terceira eliminação pro time da
Now you have to show
que garante aí
Seal.
das proezas de força das eliminações. E as Vastilarvas sobrando ali
Look,
também.
Trimby, I saw it, bro.
Então,
I saw it. I saw the Q flash. It did not connect.
Pro time da Leviatan.
E mais uma parada que eu achei interessante também do Zotiv, que ele entrou com o Mega Nar usando o ult e ele segurou o W, porque ele sabia que não precisava do W para finalizar quem tinha sido jogado na parede. E aí na sequência ele conseguiu stun em mais 2 jogadores, isso deu um pouquinho de vantagem para Leviatan.
We'll see if Vivo Key downgraded. I don't know much about this Kissy guy. I don't know much about the top laner, and I felt like Gigo was really good last year. Like most times when I watched him, I felt like he was giving them a pretty big advantage top lane, so pretty unsure, bro. Pretty unsure. Not the forbidden Paris Alistar combo. Oh my god, Paris Alistar. Bro, this guy was so hyped up for me. Everyone told me this Paris guy was the next Mickey X.
Pra poder sair, tinha 2 jogadores em cima dele, mas a torre pode cair lá no bot, hein? E caindo essa torre aí, a galera da Leviatan que tinha feito os 3 primeiros abates, já garante a proeza.
Já fecha as proezas, já tem a bota, o primeiro upgradezinho da bota ali já garantido, vai abrindo uma vantagem. São 3.000 de vantagem, irmão.
É muita vantagem.
14 minutos de jogo, 3.000 é expressivo.
Leviatan is gonna get a free Drake here.
Falou sobre o scaling também, né, que tem a composição da
I
Leviatan.
don't think VKS couldn't fight that first one. I doubt they want to fight now. Doesn't really matter that Corki's not on Triforce yet. I just don't see how they can get position. Alistar has no flash as well. Sejuani has no flash. It's so hard for them to get a fight.
Já vai se criando aqui o covil do Atacan na parte superior do mapa, que tá sendo, né, a maioria dos jogos, até porque toda hora inverte, fica tendo briga lá em cima, não tem jeito esse Atacan indo lá pra parte de cima.
As larvas chamam muita briga, né? Os times vão disputando ali e muitos jogos se decidem nesse esquema. O Scary tá aí com o nosso dragãozinho.
Got 2 Drakes.
O segundo dragão que ele vai
3
fazer
grubs.
praticamente sozinho aí pelo
3K gold lead with the Corki scaling team and Kaisa.
Sua diferença de ouro subiu muito de uma hora pra outra.
Like maybe just over, bro. It maybe is over.
Continua nesse ritmo.
Ele já conseguiu esses.
And that's their upgraded boots as well.
É uma alma do
Well, actually, I mean, they already had upgraded boots from the turret, but yeah.
Se Maokai vai ser
They won that objective too, I guess.
Se eles conseguirem a alma. De novo, VKS, eu sinto que eles vieram meio frio. Eles estão meio frios pra esse primeiro jogo, viu?
Apesar de tudo, né, tiveram first pick, e assim, série de Fearless Draft é complicado. Você vai ter que adaptar tudo pro jogo 2, vai ter que tomar uma
The same thing about
Tem
Zuelas.
bastante coisa aqui na nossa HUD também, né, na parte superior.
Well, I think
A gente já tem o
like
Arauto aqui no
the
canto
LFL
superior esquerdo da sua tela, que
players
nasceu
generally
do
get so much
Atacan,
hype coming into
lá
the
do outro lado.
LEC.
A gente tem o timer também do dragão, que já mencionaram aqui, né, esse dragão do
RS beat them.
chegando. E a luta
Let's not
vai
talk about that, bro.
continuar nesse lado de cima
I'll
do
talk
mapa.
about the ready
Vai
sack.
continuar porque tem um arauto por ali, mas eles estão de olho no céu. Querem pegar ele que tá sozinho no meio do mapa. São 3 jogadores do arcade para tentar uma recuperação, para tentar uma volta, mas não conseguem encaixar nada. Uma lente, tá? A visão do Decisive, do Trimby, que vão se reposicionando.
But he having a good game here? Yep, he is. Looks cold, bro. I like him holding flash in the top plate, not flashing the Sejuani ult, knowing he's safe.
De frente de Samus, o Morteus vai fazendo
Respect.
chover esse poke ali no meio do caminho. Fica na indecisão. Eu tava de olho nos ótimos.
It is a game where it's like pretty hard for Sejuani to engage like that. No one can really follow him.
Então ele tá meio que vindo andando.
If Sejuani has to Q ult, or even Q flash and ult after, who's going to be able to follow it on his team? He has a victory as an Ezreal.
Rápida assim nesse momento, né?
Alistar, Cassante, they just need to play in the pocket. They need to get onto their own vision, get to the objective first, and just poke, control space. It's not easy to do. It's like Vivo Kid's gonna fight this. And we'll see how it goes. Drake's already gone, or the Herald's already gone, I should say. Alistar literally lost all of his health. Trimby ulted at like 1 HP. I mean, this is just a straight up 4v5. Gnar is just not here. It's a straight up 4v5 without the Gnar, and they lost it. Damn, they got clapped. I mean, they couldn't fight that, bro. Such a ridiculous time to fight. Feels like they're like tilted or something. There's no reason you would ever fight this, to be honest. Like, this is not an objective that loses you the game, and you just chose to get like 5-0 ace here. Well, that was tough. GG Classic Trimby. I mean, yeah, he ulted at like 300 HP or something. Really, really low when he ulted.
De 6 para 7 mil.
E não vai ter muito jeito de virar não pro time da VKS, viu? O jogo dificultou demais agora. Eles começaram a luta de certa forma com uma vantagem numérica nesse momento. O que ser chegando, o Nara ainda muito longe, mas eles não conseguiram encaixar o controle do grupo e chegar nas eliminações. A hora que o Zotv chega fechando a porta de saída do time da VKS, realmente não tem mais para onde correr e vão caindo as eliminações, vão caindo as torres do meio, também da rota superior, e o ouro dispara.
Sim, mas ó, ficou por pouco dessa fight também não ficar boa pra
Tanks in the
ele.
jungle, but it's like not even a good game for the two tanks.
Isso, porque se o Victor pega o campo dele e aumenta ali, calma aí, tem engage.
Opa, na sujeira, pegaram o Prodelta. O problema é que ele é muito escorregadio, vai saindo sem muitos problemas e tá...
I mean, this Otacon should literally be forcible at this point. I think Leviatan could just literally start it, and then they can turn with Maokai ult, and I don't think there's any counterplay from VKS. What can Vivo Kid even do? I mean, the thing is, you look at a game like this, and it's like Vivo Kid wins on side lane right now. Like, Nar's gonna win on side lane. Corki's gonna be fine on side lane to Victor. They can fight a lot easier. They win team fights. They have better objectives. Better objective setup. Like, there's really, like, no win condition left for Vivo Kid. Like, how can they actually win this game? So hard for them to get a fight with this lineup. I do think a lot of teams are getting baited though with Cassante first pick. A lot of teams are like really getting baited by Cassante. Like Cassante is first pickable because it's fine into everything, but a lot of times actually in the eastern regions we've seen Cassante banned by blue side because you don't really want to invest a first pick into Cassante. Because it makes your 2-3 really awkward. Because you can just pick a Cassante, they can play something that's fine into Cassante, like Mbess is fine into Cassante, Gnar is fine into Cassante, even Renekton's fine into Cassante, like in early stages. Rumble is good into Cassante. Like you have all these champions that are fine into Cassante, and the result of it is that, yeah, you just don't have the ability to like use your first pick to punish them. Okay, Seoul just goes onto Ezreal. They get both sums. It's a big win. Get this third Drake. Then they'll rotate up and they'll play for Otacon.
Meu Deus, ele voltou.
Conseguiu voltar, mas o dragão é causa perdida. É mais na conta da Leviatan.
Hey, recall.
Então, ponto de alma.
Should have upgraded these Berserker Greaves, but whatever. Recall. Go around Otacon and it's good.
Garantiu o terceiro dragão. E agora eles estão posicionados para tentar levar essa torre. Só tem um Boal para defender. Não é tão simples. Acabou a onda de menino. Vai recuando um pouquinho o time da Leviatan com cuidado para poder danificar essa torre.
Só aquela pressãozinha padrão antes do reset. Já conseguiram o objetivo. Vão deixar o controle de sentinela, que eles trabalharam muito bem no jogo até aqui, naquela briga ao redor do Arauto. Você chegou a falar sobre isso. Já você vê, Leviatan tá mostrando os princípios bem fortes aí para esse começo de campeonato. Scary.
Pegaram ele!
It is an AP Maokai. Well, Leandre's Maokai, I should say. There's Flash. This Estral is just cooked. This is game. This is Otacon. Then you run it down the lane and you're good. This is game right here. I can play.
A Selva e a equipe da Leviatan vem com o Arauto para descer e derrubar T2 e T3.
Vem chegando com tudo pro primeiro do ano, não vai ser agora.
Fake pay.
Fake pay, o time da Leviatan não para.
Agora sim.
You know, big Corki and Kaisar, yeah, it's completely over. I mean, honestly, what they're doing is smarter than taking Otacon. The reason why you leave Otacon here is because then you'll have it over. Probably can't do more than this. So just leave the Otacon, take it at like 23-15, 23-30, whatever. Leverage that to get Baron, and then end the game with Baron. This game is wrapped. It's done. Is LTA fearless? Yep. This is fearless right now. Everything is fearless. Okay. Thank you, Twitch.TuBlue.
Ultimate do Scary, todo o dano que veio desse cork do Cold. E aí, com tranquilidade, com um Arauto que eles já tinham levado.
Was a relatively squishy Maokai, but goddamn.
Tudo ou nada pra VKS.
O time da Canids veio pro tudo ou nada, eles querem essa resposta. Se fizerem aqui esse objetivo, podem ganhar aí alguma coisa. O problema é que a Leviatan já vem fechando e o atacão, amigo, ele é duro de matar. O time da Canids vai demorando muito. Chegou a Leviatan.
Unplayable fight. 10k gold down. How can play?
Vai se posicionando. Bola e tenta sequestro, mas tá muito complicado.
Ooh, Kaisa drifting. I mean, low-key, the Kaisa just killed himself, but it's probably okay.
O time da Canids tá sendo obliterado por aqui.
Can they TP an end? Oh, they can TP an end, I think. Can't they?
Os Minions já estão entrando na base.
I mean, they could get next to turrets for sure.
A equipe da VKS foi dizimada mesmo com a Leviatan brigando na
Gnar probably TPs.
Porque o atacante passou o tempo inteiro
The rest do this, maybe?
a cara da Leviatan.
Eu achei até
Yeah, probably the best split here is Gnar TPs into the base, and then, oh my god, he almost killed himself. And then Cody and Maokai. The Corki and Maokai could probably do the Otacon. It's fine though. You can't really make wrong decisions at this point. Game looks really free.
Deu pra ver, mas foram mais garantido ali, levar o objetivo e aí sim numa próxima luta fechar o jogo.
O time da Cade veio pro tudo ou nada, né? Tentar o objetivo que podia, talvez, possivelmente...
Hex Flash Tech.
Era literalmente uma vida extra para a equipe da VKS esse atacante aí, porque o jogo tá muito complicado.
Guys, it was like, how did I get here? What did I do?
A tentativa de sequestro do Boal, ele acabou botando o Zotv no flanco do próprio time ali na chegada, ele conseguiu
Why do people hate on Bull, bro? What is the context? Why do people hate on Bull?
Tem briga no ao vivo, uma briga 2 contra 4 lá no topo. Chegou o resto da
Fans don't like him or what's going on?
O jogo tá fácil pra eles, a diferença de ouro.
Oh my god, the Gnarls! I mean, honestly, this is like not even that horrible of a fight for Vivo Kid. Like the structure of their fight is fine. They're playing for Otacon, so yeah, GG. Good luck playing for Otacon. Alright, free Baron.
A equipe da Leviatan tem essa vantagem de 10 mil de ouro, Gruntar. A vantagem do push, continuam forçando, ganham
Played okay.
espaço.
Don't have an angle to do much. I mean, it's very hard to do anything this game.
Na parte de cima do mapa, porque a parte central tem os Super Minions ainda.
Olha o detalhe, tem
First
Super
pick Asante, bro.
Minions, dois estão chegando na base.
Be very hard to pull off.
Pode o time da Cade, enquanto isso a Leviatan se posiciona para fazer Barão, que pode ser o ponto final dessa partida.
Pode ser o ponto final, mas não tem os ultimates mais a equipe da Leviatan agora. Vai voltar o ultimate do Scary, mas...
Was a prodigy in Flamengo and he never lived up to the hype.
Tem dois itens na frente, todo mundo vai que
Who is Morpheus?
E é com tranquilidade que a Leviatan vai conquistando os objetivos pra fechar o jogo, né? Não, tranquilidade. Tava no golpear do Scary.
Passou perto.
Não, calma.
He was in Vivo Kid Academy. He was promoted from Academy.
O time da Leviatan tá jogando agora é a tendência eles fazerem. Descer pro Dragão do Oceano e aí sim depois pro GG.
Smiley is in Vivo Kid Academy.
O time da Leviatan não toma mais dano praticamente, é difícil.
Oh wait, Kissy was in
para poder fazer esse objetivo que dá
Vivo Kid Academy as well.
Chegou toda a Cade, então
Damn.
vai tentar se organizar para também não.
This is like 2 Academy promotions.
Ainda tem o buff. Eles ainda estão com o atacante, pegaram de Sam e já era.
Pegaram o Prodelta
20 insta-dead. How can play? Oh yeah, they're gonna send. Goodbye, Victor. Goodbye, Victor. Ezreal is dead too. Alright, GG. GG, wrap it up. This was a stomp, bro. Complete stomp. They're going for the penta. They're going for the penta. They're saying, screw ending the game with all of us. We just need this penta. Trimby, give him the penta, man. Come on. Nah, he's trying to keep himself alive. He's trying to give the penta, or he's trying to not give the penta, I should say. Nah, this is messed up right here. Nah, Trimby, all of Brazil is gonna hate you. How dare you, bro? Bro, what the fuck? He didn't give the penta? Ain't no way. Bro, after that game, you might as well give the penta. Like, that was such a stomp. Just give it. Who cares at that point?
Pro Rakan do Prodelta, a gente vinha comentando dessa sinergia, desse conforto que os dois jogadores têm com esses dois campeões.
Sim, são dois picks característicos dos jogadores.
I am going to play the ads, get some water, and maybe get some food. I'll be right back. One more game, and then we have LTA North. One more game, then we have LTA North. I hope it's only one more game. Regardless, after the next game, I'm doing LTA North. I've got to, bro. All right. Peace.
Eles começavam muito devagar. A cada uma das séries eles demoravam para entrar na série.
Pra pegar no tranco, né? O time que pegava no tranco demais. Independente disso, eles têm que tomar cuidado por aqui, porque o jogo saiu do controle muito rápido.
Muito rápido.
Tava até equilibrado, de certa forma, e de repente 3k de ouro na frente, de repente mais uma briga, 7k de ouro na frente, a partir daí o time da Cade não podia fazer mais nada.
Ficou muito difícil, os objetivos foram estacando, o Scary ficou muito livre nessa partida, cara. Conseguiu aí tantos objetivos sozinho.
Pois é, né? A gente falou dos dragões, ele pegou os 2 primeiros numa boa.
Solo.
As disputas maiores foram pelas larvas, mas ainda assim, eu sinto que a Leviatan conseguiu uma vitória tranquila depois que deu aqueles saltos de ouro.
Foi tranquila porque, de novo, eu senti a VKS meio fria. Eles meio que tentaram a mais ou menos contestar, eles não vieram incisivos, babando assim, com sede pra ganhar a partida.
Vou fazer o seguinte, vou deixar com a Lágolas e o GSTV pra destrinchar um pouco do que foi esse jogo, pra falar um pouquinho desse Cork também, que eu fiquei curioso o que ele ia apresentar, e foi bem, né?
Meu amigo Gruntar, foi bem demais o que o Cold fez nesse jogo. Na verdade, o que o time da Leviatan fez nessa partida, desde o começo, dominando os objetivos, pegando o tempo do mapa, estando sempre um passo à frente. GSTV, você que estava lá do outro lado, fazendo comentários precisos, que inclusive garantindo mais uma semana sua por aqui.
Ufa.
Então vamos chegar aqui para você nos abrilhantar muito mais a nossa mesa de análise. Vamos falar um pouquinho sobre esse jogo, porque o time da Leviatan parecia que estava sempre à frente da Cade, que realmente eu senti que entrou meio fria.
Acho que não estavam muito bem para esse primeiro jogo. Teve uma coisa que a gente até mencionou, né? Tava mencionando no comecinho da partida, que a Cade poderia tentar voltar um pouquinho nas lutas, mas ao mesmo tempo teve uma leitura boa, né, da composição do time da Leviatan, que foi trazer esses carries que eles jogam bem no começo do jogo, mas eles também escalam, né? Então você ter principalmente esse core que conseguiu crescer bem no jogo, acho que foi uma boa leitura para eles. E assim, o League of Legends de 2025, ele não perdoa o early game lento, não. Não perdoa você ficar parado.
Não tem como. As mudanças que foram feitas no macro do jogo, elas forçam os times a serem mais proativos nesse momento inicial. E essa luta que a gente tá vendo aí, uma jogada que começou aí por volta dos 17 e 20, foi uma luta que o time da Cade comprou em um momento em que a Kai'Sa, por exemplo, já tinha o seu primeiro item. Foi o primeiro jogador que fechou o seu primeiro item. Então o Cell, ele tava à frente nesse aspecto, tava já com sua static. E aí eles saem com o Ace e não apenas com todas essas eliminações. Eles ainda levam 2 torres, aumentando em muito sua vantagem de 3k500 para quase 7k500 de STV. Então assim, já era uma diferença muito grande com menos de 20 minutos de jogo.
E assim, eu consigo lembrar de pelo menos 2 situações importantes no jogo que faltou um pouquinho de mecânica, assim, ou que teve um erro mecânico do time da VKS que acabou fazendo falta. Teve na rota inferior o Ball que foi pra cima do Cell bem no comecinho do jogo e não conseguiu puxar pra trás. Teve o Trimby passando em branco no flash. Então, assim, algumas jogadas que poderiam ter mudado realmente o jogo.
É verdade. Não sei se um pouco de nervosismo, o que foi.
Entrou frio, né?
Pois é, pode ser isso. Vamos ver a nossa segunda jogada, porque eu creio que foi essa aqui que foi a pá de cal, na verdade, né? Essa jogada em que o time da Cade tenta o pick-off pra cima do Scary, só que esse ímpeto gradual, jogo... Cara, tanto que ajudou o time da Leviatan aqui, né? Muito bem jogado pelo Scary, que ainda tinha sua ultimate e a volta do time argentino pra limpar tudo. E aí sim, a diferença de ouro chegou a 10 mil, eles levaram o inibidor e ficou simplesmente impossível pro time da Cade, né?
A Cade já estava tentando um pick-off para ver se acontecia algum milagre, né, na parte de cima do mapa. Importante também falar, né, que o atacante chega como sendo um objetivo super importante, o que é verdade, mas é um objetivo que ele, aos 20 minutos, ele não é tão simples assim de executar. Então você chamar o adversário para brigar e ele tá te batendo é complicado mesmo. A gente vê aí nossos números da partida, né, os dados como brilham muito, né, os carries aí do time da Leviatan.
Cara, e a gente viu assim, que pelo menos em relação ao ouro, teve um certo equilíbrio até um ponto do jogo, mas era a Leviatan sempre propondo, sempre à frente nos objetivos, sempre sabendo exatamente o que fazer. Os TPs do Zotv foram muito bem utilizados, mecanicamente também o time da Leviatan parecia que estava muito mais apurado. E GSTV, agora, para esse segundo jogo, a Cade muda de lado ou permanece desse lado?
Então, eu acho que eles vão preferir permanecer mesmo, por mais que às vezes é bom mudar, mas eles tinham um planejamento, acho que não encaixou muito bem. E pro Fearless Draft, você ter o first pick talvez seja sempre uma ajudinha um pouquinho maior. E aí é bom pensar nisso, né? Já que o formato mudou.
I am sick today.
Pensando em Fearless Draft, qual vai ser a escolha aí do lado. E eu vou chamar a Fogueta pra saber se ela já tem essa informação.
Try to just get through it, man. Jesus.
Sim.
I don't know why I'm
Eu irei responder pelo meu mano Gustavo Cima. A Cade escolheu o lado azul, permanece do mesmo lado do mapa que começou aqui a nossa série, então nada vai mudar. E ó, nas redes sociais eu tava olhando, vovô Absol deu a letra lá. Ele avisou, ele disse.
I don't know, Leviatan just stomped him though.
Então vamos ver como é que a Cade
That was crazy. I was not expecting that.
Depois do nosso intervalo, que é rapidinho.
I don't think anyone was expecting that. What I heard, Vivo Kid was big favorites. I thought this was going to be a slaughter for them. Not the case. How's LEC going? Tune in. AG2 up 2 Drakes, even gold with the Smolder. Yep, that game's over. Oh, nice, guys. Yike is playing Brand. Appa. Prolonged exposure to chat. No, I didn't eat anything. Like, I've just been sick for the last couple days. I had like sore throat like 3 days ago. I don't know what happened. And yeah, now my stomach's just getting messed up too, but it's fine. I can actually like rest tonight. I don't have to wake up at 3 a.m. for LPL, so we're good. Mel is so broken. Wait, am I allowed to say that when I'm on the LTA North stream? Nah, I don't care. Mel is so disgustingly broken, guys. It is so crazy broken. I know it got hotfixed. I played against him before the hotfix. It's not okay. It's not okay at all. It is one of the most broken on release champions that we've had. Period. Makes Ambessa look super balanced. Who do I have for Fly versus Shopify? I would expect Fly and C9 to win. Pretty standard. But her kid is new and fun and wacky. It's not even like new. I mean, I guess the W ability, that mechanic is new for sure. But like the Q is undodgeable. The E is such a good spell. Your ult, like when you have stacks, like you just one-shot people. Nah, it's crazy. It's actually crazy, guys. Nothing else to say. To be an actual English stream for LTA, I am the actual English stream for LTA. Like, kind of unironically, though. All right, game 2, guys. Game 2. Let's see draft. What do we got to remember that's in? Ash is in. That's like the best AD that's still in. Callista, Varus are still in, but they're probably going to get banned. Rumble is in. Rumble is in the mix. Ambessa is in the mix. Aurora is in the mix. Skarner is in the mix. These are all things that you expect to be banned. Do I know if Loki is good? New mid laner for C9? I mean, I just assume that Loki is going to be like the other Korean mid laners that have came over that are talented. I mean, I know that he was high challenger in Korea, so it's probably going to be the same type of thing, right? Where they are, he's really good individually, mechanically, and he'll have issues playing with his teammates, you know? Like, he won't connect with his teammates super well immediately, and then over time, he'll try to improve those aspects, and based on how fast he's able to, like, integrate himself in the team, C9 will either become extremely strong, or they'll take a while to ramp up. But I think the team will still have, like, pretty high baseline. You have just good players on that team overall.
Primeiro jogo. Pareceu mais em sintonia no que nas propostas que eles
Yeah, I'm going to be watching the LTA North regardless after this game. I'm not going to miss any LTA North games.
Como eu falei antes, volto a repetir agora. Meio devagar, meio lenta ainda, parecia que
LTA Lounge, LTA North. Yeah. Let's go. First LTA North day.
First ever.
The show match ever.
The legacy start now.
Normally I start by saying it's been too long since the LCS has been here, which is still true.
That is true.
It's still been too long, but it's called the LTA now. We also have Kangas. Welcome, man.
Thank you for having me. Happy to be here. Hello, everybody. In case you don't know, I used to go by Sir Butt Kick back in the day, so shout out to the OGs that remember that. But I've been in the NACL scene for a while. Happy to now be on the LTA for the first ever kickoff.
Yeah, you'll be casting the second series today, and you're here the entire pre-show with us.
Rub his head for good luck.
Yep, it is good luck,
I'm
actually.
not doing that.
Rub his head for good luck.
He doesn't want the good luck. Here we go.
Rub his head for good luck.
Well-known fact, everybody.
Okay,
I hear Azael denies this from everybody, too. Like, he doesn't
I can
let you
feel
do
the
it.
luck radiating off of you now.
He's trying to hoard the luck, so I love the fact that you're more generous.
He's a world champ, so, you know, explains how he did it, right?
Unfortunate.
In other news, the LTA North is a combination of, or the LTA in general is a combination of LCS, CBLOL, and LATAM. They're now combined to form the League of the Americas. What are you excited about most, Kangas?
Well, I'm excited about the merger. I know that some people hot or cold about it, but what I like about it is that we have a new rival. North America historically was just Europe. Now, look at all these teams that we're going to be rivals with in the southern region or southern conference of the region. We're fighting for international spots now. So not only do we have to fight to see, can we beat EU at international events, we also have to prove that the North Conference is the stronger of the two ahead of those international events.
Yeah, and if we go over to the LTA North teams in particular, you'll see a lot of teams from last year's LCS, but you'll also see a couple of new teams here. So we have Lyon actually joining this conference, and Disguised, who was in NACL last year, is one of the provisional teams here in the LTA North. So Lyon right there, and Disguised is going to be up here. So we're going to be seeing them within the next couple of days.
I'm excited for Lyon, especially because you can see, if you just watch any of the LLA games in the past, like how rabid and like passionate those fans are. So carrying that over, I'm excited for. I'm also excited for just the format. We have 3 splits. First split, the only split that you should honestly care about at this very moment. Fearless is here. You've probably been watching the LPL. You've probably been watching the LEC. Just in general, Fearless is now here in the LTA. It's going to be fun to be able to watch this. It's going to be interesting in the sense that it's going to be best of 3s now. Top 4 teams then fly over to Brazil, and you get to see that rivalry happen.
Yeah, top 4 will play top 4 in round 1 of the first split playoffs, which is going to be very interesting.
For you bracketeers
how
out there.
the North and the South is. You can check out the full details of everything that's happening over at lollysports.com/news if you're interested to learn more. But since we are here in the LTA North, we're going to talk about the rosters.
Yes.
Let's go.
Usually, so much change.
A lot, usually.
This year,
so much.
Except for
some.
Except for one, maybe 2 teams. Look. The anticipation is going crazy. Sometimes the board doesn't want to show it immediately. All right? Like, I understand it. But there is so much change. But then when you look at the Cloud9 roster, okay, look, it is. Just look at me now.
Yeah.
Look at me.
Eyes
Now
on
look at the board.
Eyes on me. Now look at the board.
Now look at the board. The first one that you're referencing is the fact that FlyQuest did not change.
Yeah, and I actually really like this from FlyQuest. I think in particular, they still have a lot of young players. Masu had an absolute breakout season last year, but he still has so much more room to grow, and I think it totally makes sense that they kept this unit together. They're a very creative team. They're a very fun team to watch. I'm super excited that they actually kept this roster. And for Inspired, I believe it's the first time he's been on a roster where it stayed entirely the same.
Yeah, I mean, this is the band that you don't want to see break up, right? Like, I'm happy that this roster's running a bag championship roster. They got 8th or top 8 at Worlds, rather. And so close, man. So close at semifinals.
And they didn't have a scapegoat, right?
Yeah.
At the end, like usually you'll have your top any team at some point at Worlds. You'd be like, I'm going to go way
This
back.
guy.
Dyrus, he just dives to every dive early game or something like that where fans will pile on a player because the team didn't meet expectations. But this team exceeded expectations, and because they went to all 5 games in that series that they lost, there was so much hope left. I think it encouraged them to keep together.
I also think that speaks well of them. Again, they came up with a lot of really creative drafts. I know a lot of people focus on the picks themselves, but for me, it's what they did with them in their compositions, and also the fact that they were, alongside TL, one of our best lane swap teams. And I think you also saw that creativity come out of Worlds as well. Yeah,
I mean, love to see the fact that they're keeping the young guys with the other rosters where we get to see far more change amongst their midst. My eyes go a little bit more towards Shopify Rebellion that made that giant leap. They were a bottom 2 team last year, both spring and summer split. This time around, they make big changes. Fudge comes back. Contracts and Palafox are a duo that come back together. B-Boy and Zazel. Zazel's going to be here for a little bit because of visa issues with sales. Expect that to be happening.
Exactly.
But so much change for this team.
I'm most excited to see Fudge on this roster, personally, because even though his last split with Cloud9 was below his historic level, he still had moments where he was playing well, and I think he almost went too far in the I'm not going to be the reason the team loses the game angle, that it had so many fans turn on him, but I think his overall game knowledge and his talent is still there. So I really want to see if he has a big bounce back split.
Yeah, and especially for this top side, I think they all really are super, super hungry to prove something, right? Because Contracts and Palafox were on top of the world together as NRG's mid jungle duo, did pretty poorly compared to expectations last year. And then, like you said, Jack, Fudge coming back onto the LTA stage.
And if they're able to prove it, the ceiling is so high for this team. Like, if all these players are playing at their top game, this is a scary team.
It is, and I just can't wait for, like, right now he's co-streaming it, but when Seos comes over, then you get to see the fact that B-Boy and Seos working well together. We'll see. Aspirations are high, big changes for them, and then we continue on. There are more changes for another team for us, Cloud9. I want to talk about them a little bit because for me, the big thing that I'm looking at, I know you're going to be looking at something different here, Emily, is Sven and Vulcan. Sven and Vulcan, when Cloud9 was on that high, around COVID times, 2020, 2021, they were an insane duo. A duo that was actually you were afraid of in going to solo queue because when they do it together, like, they would just get rank 1 and rank 2. So it's nice to see them come back. It's nice for a resurgence for Sven, who was just coming off that dig split. So that's what I'm looking forward to, Emily.
Yeah, I mean, I'll point out Loki obviously coming over from LCK Challengers. Last split, they added Thanatos, also an LCK Challenger star. I think Loki is interesting because there's actually another former LCK Challenger mid laner in Saint that I think a lot of people should be looking at. But yeah, I'm very, very curious to see how this roster comes together, given the way that C9 played last year, which was more, we're going to really try to crush the early game.
And I think that there's also a lot of pressure on a player like Loki too, because this is what, the 8th mid laner that C9's had since 2020. They've swapped a lot. They have not really been able to solidify one player that they want to keep in that role. So if Loki can be that guy for them, that's new for C9 fans, because they've been asking for a while, when are we going to have like the true replacement, the true mid laner that we can kind of grow with and get behind?
I want to see how fast they're able to play, because they're going to have some communication issues, as you always do when you have two Korean-speaking first solo laners. But then also, the team works so well with Sven as support, I think driving a little bit of the show. But being on AD carry, he just has a lot fewer options within the game. But I imagine he's still going to be trying to take a lot of that leadership role. So I think there's a lot of interesting dynamics at play that might take a little bit to get used to for Cloud9, which is pretty exciting.
I agree. I think the fact that the core of Vulcan, Sven, and Blabber that have known and played with each other in the past, they know how that system is going to work, and they know how reviews are going to work, that will keep them stable, and hopefully it works really well for Loki, who's going to be the green player coming in to his first like tier 1 region. That's going to be exciting to see. And for another team, we want to move on.
Absolutely.
I'm excited for Lyon. The fact that Lyon, an organization with such rich history in Latin America, is playing. We get to see Licorice join this team in the top lane. Odie Lan. Odie, by the way, added Lan to his name for that pride of Latin America North, because he's been with that region. He wanted to put that on his chest. Love that. And then the rest of the team, I think you have been talking about a little bit throughout the day, Emily.
Yeah, I already pointed out Saint. I'm so glad you brought up Odie, just because obviously Lyon Gaming as a whole has been such a staple organization for Latin America, now coming into the LTA North. And then Saint, I already pointed out, really, really hyped LCK Challengers mid laner. I am curious to see, again, how that translates on this roster, what their communication system is going to be like.
Yeah, and then support, of course, Lions. Not Lion, the team name, Lions support. Be playing remote, but he's only been playing for a couple years in Tier 1, but already has made multiple finals, attended international events, Worlds twice, MSI.
You know the story of the name?
What is the story of the name?
Well, just basically that he like idolized or looked up to Lion.
Yeah.
The fact that he is now playing with the organization.
Manifestation, everybody.
Manifest
That's what that
destiny,
is.
baby.
Expectations, I think from old LCS fans, expectations for this team are very low. I'd love to hear in the chat what expectations are from old LLA fans for this team and where they're going to compete, because the LLA did make noise at Worlds in the play-in, beating 100 Thieves
Lions
not too
were
long
there.
ago.
They did it.
So there's going to be some confidence, and I think a lot to prove in the second matchup today. But I want to move on to the 4 other teams we have. 100 Thieves as well was slept on for most of summer because they lost a lot of games, had that huge run to make it to the top and make it to Worlds play-in, and then flamed out. So again, expectations are down at the bottom again. One roster change being FBI, the other 4 players returning from last year.
Yeah, I feel like FBI is one of the biggest off-season roster moves that we've seen, though. Shopify obviously was like a whole rebuild, basically. Yeah. But FBI coming into 100 Thieves, I have really high expectations for this team now, based on what they were able to do last year, and also based on the fact that this is now Sniper's sophomore year, ability to kind of learn from what happened and try and improve from that. So maybe worried about Fearless Draft and the champ pool issues that he showed in summer. But if he can overcome that, I think that this team could also be one of the dark horses.
Yeah, I'm super curious about this because to me, the engine of this team is still River and Quid. And when we saw them at their most successful, it was this mid-jungle duo really, really controlling the map. Sniper and Fearless was going to be the other thing I was going to mention because I feel like a lot of teams are going to be targeting him to take him off of his more comfortable picks and really force him onto other things in these best of threes.
The one thing they're going to be focusing on is their variance. The fact that they can beat the best teams and then lose to some of the worst teams. And it really is just some of the individual performances. So I love FBI just because of his pure consistency. A lot of the times when you look at the team's failures that he's been on in the past, like he's been the one that has been consistent. And by the way, he was the one on the 100 Thieves organization that won a championship with 100 Thieves. So like bringing that winning mindset, I think is great for them. And it's an oceanic bot lane. Look, so like they're speaking Australian to each other. The rest of the team can't understand.
Yeah, no language barrier.
No one understands. They need a translator.
Insert lane swap joke about being upside down.
Yeah, exactly.
Never heard that before.
They got spooks in the coaching staff who can translate. So there we go. Sorted.
But talking about the variability and they can lose to the bottom teams, if you lose twice in this format, you're out. So that could be a concern as well for them.
Man, Sniper is to me still such a personality. Behind the scenes at the draw show when everyone was trash talking, even before that happened, it was like Sniper versus the world. Just everyone giving him crap the whole time, and he will fire right back. Full TikTok brain.
This team is so funny when it comes to content. Like any of the stuff that we did, but also I watched the 100 Thieves content about like a spelling bee with us like organization-wide with their COD team and everything. And like FBI ended up winning because he spelled the best, but the spelling for the whole team was just bad.
Impressive.
Yes, and it was cheating because River and Quid are Korean. So they just thought I could not spell half the words. So, but it's like, it's just a fun team. And you can see it when you speak to Quid. He's like, he still sees his Sniper as like a child. Like stuff like that will make this team lovable.
Okay, next team, DSG, the provisional team from the NACL. Abadaga is a face and a name that I didn't know I'd be seeing again in North America.
He's back. He's
back.
Yeah, when's the last time we saw him in North America? Was that also the last 100 Thieves championship?
I gotta say 2021, when he did win the championship with FBI over 100 Thieves.
Yeah. And that's, for me, I love the construction of the team because you have Huhi with them that won that championship as well. So like, not only do you have the combination of Abadaga and Huhi, but you also have, like, I think, which is like a pretty good system overall to bring up the younger players in Scary Jerry. XU's already been on Dignitas in the past, but he's coming back still, of course, trying to learn the ropes a little bit more. But I think Scary Jerry is my focus. Someone who was successful and won in collegiate with Maryville, and a lot of it has been based off of his ability to grow at a fast rate. So like, you're working now with Huhi and Abadaga, and I'm sure like the team is going to be giving you feedback. So throughout the split, I think this is a team that will be growing quickly.
Yeah, winning NACL Summer on Dragonsteel, which Maryville basically same thing, just the naming for it. But Scary Jerry's a player that, I mean, even the teams talked about this on Pros. I believe it was talked about that Scary Jerry, he has the ability to carry games if you play through him. We saw this at NACL with his support Zyko. They could get big leads and he could run away with it. But also, if he's a behind in a game, he looks like a different AD carry. So I think that's going to be the struggle of DSG is can they get Scary Jerry into a comfortable position?
That's really curious that you say that because the player that I'm looking at is actually XU. I thought he had a really interesting game plan when he did play on Dignitas, especially with the Tomo Isles bot lane. We saw that he was really, really well aware to play around that bot lane. So if they implement a similar strategy with XU, Scary Jerry, and Huhi, it could be interesting.
There's a lot to talk about with Disguised, even though they're below a lot of other teams in the power rankings. We're showing these teams in the order with which they'll take the stage. So next team is going to be Team Liquid, which is the second matchup tomorrow. And until a minion killed their Nexus, it felt like they were the best team.
They were on top of the world.
The LCS.
They were on top of the world, and you're right. It didn't work out at the very end of it. But my eyes go towards Impact. MVP of last split, right? He was so good, especially this team was really smart macro-wise. It felt like they were the team that was the most creative when it came around lane swap meta. You enjoyed that a lot.
I did.
And of course, like I think the younger players in Yon and APA were the two players that developed the most. APA was the best player, the best mid laner last year, up until playoffs. I felt like he was somebody that was able to succeed a lot based off multiple different champion pools. When it was an AD carry meta, he did well. When it was a mage meta, he did well. And Yon, I felt like Yon and Core JJ just the best bot lane in the league at the time.
I'm actually super curious because I know Jat has talked about this with Impact in Fearless, because I feel like he gets knocked a lot of times by the community for being like, oh, you can't play like the super OP carry picks, but he has so many things in his arsenal that you would not think that he just has. But I feel like we're going to see him whip out a bunch of really random picks in Fearless that could end up popping off for TL. I also want to point out Umti is a dark horse. I know, yes, he was on Sejuani and Maokai duty previously, but he can play a wide variety of things, and he can be very fun on those picks.
And I think the thing that people aren't talking about with Fearless is because you can only play each champion once, he can still play both Sejuani and Maokai.
True.
And then the series is over because they'll have
thought of it that way.
So you don't have to worry about it. Okay, last team we have to talk about is Dignitas, and I think they have a lot to prove. Surdy is the one who I got to talk to on pros. He's very confident. He is a very confident fellow.
I love that about him. I mean, he pretty much did it all. He won in collegiate with St. Louis University. He ended up winning in Tier 2 in NACL with FlyQuest Challengers. He got like a rank 1 with an absurd, like I think it was
rank
the highest.
1 and 2. Yeah.
True. With the highest LP you can get at that time was like
he was doing homework on the side too. He was just like studying for calculus while playing lane.
When I read that article, I just could not believe it.
That was crazy.
But like even just talking to the people in his camp, it's like surely he gets a team after ticking all of those boxes.
Yeah.
And finally he does.
And I'm so happy that he's here in LTA, that people finally get to see Surdy, because I've gotten to cast him for 2 years now, and we've been saying at the NACL level, like 2 years ago, he's probably ready to promote. I know that he's a little more humble about his ability and his skills, and he was saying he's happy he had that extra time to develop. But I personally would have loved to see him last year. I'm happy that we at least get to see him now, because he can't prove anything else. He has done everything that you can do before the LTA level now. And Impact as his first opponent. That's going to be interesting.
Yep, that's going to be tough. I'm really excited to see Surdy. One thing I do want to point out, people, that is not a mistake. Lyra is substituting because Shaden is having visa issues, so he will be the starting jungler for Dignitas, but currently Lyra is going to be stepping in, which is really interesting because even though he hasn't played in pro for a while, I remember when he was like 1v9 on Envy. And I wanted to point out this because I actually think when talking to players last year, in the year before, people were like, Tomo and Isles are sneakily very scary bot lane together, and reuniting them I think is going to be pretty interesting. And I'm also looking to see, with Surdy being able to play a lot of the carry picks that he likes to play, what they're going to do with this bot lane, because this bot lane also really loves like 2v2 hard pushing bot lanes.
Yeah, a lot of unknowns.
Yes.
And we're going to have best of 3s between each team, and if you lose 2 best of 3s, you're going to be sitting until the start of Split 2. So
Kenny whooped us at playing, so I'll remember that one.
Interesting right out the gate. We also have a tailgate here for the opening weekend. And Raz, you were outside earlier this morning to check it out. What did you do?
I don't remember.
What did you do?
That was like
Wait, he actually
an
probably
hour
doesn't
ago.
remember.
You were challenged.
What's up, guys? Raz here. I'm here for the first tailgate of the LTA North Split 1. Guys, it's beautiful. We've got crowds here, fans coming in for day 1. Check out that. That's Dignitas. If you want to come in here and just practice your Baron throws, they've got you covered. What's up, brother? Let's keep it going. Sadly, the punch bag, I would have loved using that one. It just got set up now, so I'm sure in a little bit people will get a chance to try it. On this side, for Team Liquid Honda, they've got a axe throwing competition. We tried that when it was inside. It's pretty nice. Let's see what we're able to get here. Ooh, close. Look, I was worse, all right? I was worse. I'm telling you right now. My thing was flying. Look, don't be judging. I see you guys judging. You guys would do worse. It is what it is. Let's keep it going, though. Let's keep it going. Let's check out FlyQuest. But before we go to FlyQuest, what's up, guys?
Yo, what's up?
How you doing?
What's up? Chilling.
What's your name, brother?
I'm Miguel, man. How you doing?
What about yourself?
Name's Kevin.
And yourself?
Caleb.
So where are you guys coming in from?
We live here in sunny Los Angeles. Yeah, I live down the street right over here. So I'm excited. It's my first ever like league tournament, like ever esports scene I've ever seen in my life.
That's sick. You guys are all coming in. Who are you guys cheering for in general?
We're going for C9 today. Yeah, C9.
C9 for you too?
C9. I'm trying to get these boys to join me and be a mega fan.
What about yourself? Did you get pulled in by his C9 fandom as well?
Right now, C9 all the way.
One and only Raz?
No, it's the one and only Angie. And Carly Bot. Look, you guys did amazing work with A, the scarf, and B, the jersey, the decal. It looks beautiful, guys. Come in here and buy some. I'm gonna try picking up this chair with my bare hands. Oh! I can't do it. I can't do it. Back to the lounge. Back to the lounge. I can't do it.
You picked it.
Wait.
You picked it up at the end.
I did not. I literally didn't.
I could see it.
It fell. It fell instantly.
It fell up?
It has to be leveled. It actually
Do we
has
need to have another push-up competition?
No.
Oh, I would like to see
I don't
that,
want to hear
actually.
it. Look, I have more weight to push up, sadly.
Yeah.
But like, you have to pull it up from the bottom and keep it stable. I'm not doing the first part of that.
All right.
I couldn't
If
do
we
it.
bring a chair over, I'll show you how to do it. But
Yeah.
at least you got the donut.
I got the donut.
At least you got the donut.
I got the donut.
good.
That'll help with the chairlift. So,
Any calories
to the side. Thank you for shaming me.
He burns so much running around.
no, it will. You need to have calories in order to build muscle.
Yeah.
So split one is going to be Fearless, and this is the bracket. The only confusing thing I'll show about this bracket is obviously the winner of this goes there, but the loser of this matchup will cross over here, just like the loser of this matchup will cross over there. So it's not just like two of these teams guaranteed go through to the top four.
Do that again because I don't think they saw you when you did it.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, do it one more time. Just
the loser of this crosses,
Okay.
and the loser of this crosses, and you see this that says best of one?
Yes.
It's more because this is actually for seeding before they fly down to Brazil for the playoffs.
Yes. For the real finals, when you get your best 4 teams, you go up against the best 4 teams that LTA South has to offer. We're gonna be stronger, easily. And then you get to the final event in Brazil, and it's gonna be sick.
Yeah, North 1 versus South 4, North 3 versus South 2. Essentially every matchup is North versus South. So it's possible, you know, if the North is superior, that you have 4 Northern teams playing to the happy fans of the South.
I don't like that you're saying if.
Well,
right?
let's just play the game. Raz, are you saying, what percentage? What are you giving it?
Okay, I'll say a solid.
90%?
I'll say a 70%.
70%
To win
chance. It's
all 4. And they're just
That's
best
wild.
of 3s.
Best of 3s.
Yeah,
I know
before
it's
the best of
donut,
5
but
final.
Why are we shaking on this?
Yeah, what is
I
the-
didn't bet you anything.
No, but it's you're closer to me.
All right, I just want to say, all the LTA South fans, take note. That's the moment that you clip. That's the moment that you clip right there. Raz, can you actually look at the camera?
I don't want to see any Van Beto
Can you just
memes
say it
at all.
directly to the camera and just say we're going to win all 4?
I don't want to see the Van Beto memes, all right, guys? I'm just putting it out there. But
He's
look,
already seen enough.
I have confidence. It's confidence, that's all it is.
We should talk quickly about Fearless Draft, though, because it is something that hasn't made it to our league yet. It wasn't in the LCS last split, but it was in the NSCL.
It was.
Throughout the world.
And part of what we tracked last year was, does this increase the number of unique champions that we see? What effect does it have on the league? And interestingly enough, it didn't add that many more unique champions picked, but it just meant that each draft was very different than the last. You're not going to see Corki Azir every single game. That's like kind of the crux of it.
And Emily, you have some thoughts on Fearless. Can you get them in a short time frame?
No, but we have seen some really interesting things in the LPL and LCK. Specifically, I'd say if you want to look at teams that are doing some really creative stuff, look at D plus Kia, I believe is what they're still
There it is.
I always
Good
call
call.
them DK.
Yep.
But yeah, they've put out some really, really fun compositions that you should check out because they're just it's fun. We've had some fun.
A lot of Pantheon.
A lot of Pantheon, yes.
Another
Surprising
tradition,
amount of Pantheon.
another tradition we've had in the LCS that we're going to continue on in the LTA North, even though this is a very short split, is pre-split power rankings.
Boom!
So all of the on-air talent, as well as Meteos from the Dive, have filled out their caster power rankings.
What is this?
And
Jack does not
there's a
believe in
lot of
100
samesies, but then I guess we're going to be debating 100 Thieves?
I mean, that's really the only one to talk about. Everyone's got FlyQuest first. Meteos, don't
He's
worry
a
about
C9
that.
homer. He has to do that. Yeah.
Whoa! The paycheck saying it. All right, okay, we'll talk about mine. Let's just talk about mine. Why don't we? So I have 100 Thieves higher than anybody else. I also have Lyon higher than anybody else. There's a couple of reasons. Let's start with 100 Thieves. Up first, I honestly think FBI is such a big improvement for this team. I put a lot of stock into him as a player, and also just a reminder that this is now the sophomore year for Sniper in the top lane. Yes, there are issues, concerns about the champion pool with Fearless Draft. I think he's going to overcome them, and a bigger part of it is I just don't have the faith in Cloud9 that everyone else has. Everyone's gassing them up so much, saying that like, oh, Sven's coming back.
Clip it.
Okay, that you can clip that one. I'll clip it. I love being proven wrong, but I feel like Loki was more of a middle of the pack LCK Challengers League mid laner. I don't have this high expectation for how well Cloud9's going to look out the gate. I think 100 Thieves have him.
You know who used to also be a mid-level LCK Challengers mid laner? Quinn, and everyone dumped on him, and then he won MVP. I'm just saying.
Emily,
yeah, that's why he's a
facts. Emily, facts. We have to discuss quickly quickly changes to the game if you haven't been watching other professional league or playing that much solo queue. We have Otacon. So he has two different forms, Ravenous Otacon, Voracious Otacon, and they both do different things.
Radicon and Vatican.
They arrive at 20 minutes into the game, and they are a very, very hard to kill objective. Emily, what have you seen so far from the Otacon you've seen throughout pro play?
I've seen a lot of Voracious Otacon.
Yes.
A lot of Voracious. Right now, we're seeing Ruinous, which is the spawning Bloody Petals and the Rose plants. With Voracious, that is the one that essentially gives you a GA. And I'd like to call out teams for maybe use it a little bit more creatively, maybe not just immediately go into a fight and blow your free GA, but that is what it's being used as, right?
It's the dopamine
Since
button.
we've seen so much Voracious across because it is based on how many kills you have in the early part of the game. We've seen so much Voracious in pro play, which is essentially you get, like, it's a free kill. It's a free revive.
Yeah. But also I have to point out, Raz, what patch are we on?
Ooh, it's a new one that just dropped just 2 days ago.
The answer is the live patch. We're always on the live patch.
It dropped 2 days ago. It was close enough.
The designers have said that Voracious will spawn less in pro play. They have tweaked the algorithm because it's basically been completely
Who called
Voracious.
this in our meeting, by the way?
Oh, somebody did call
I
it.
did.
Like,
it was me.
Oh,
Emily, a little giving herself the medal. Remember,
it was me.
when I said it. Okay, today, FlyQuest, they are the team to beat.
Yes.
Yes.
Mainly because of how good they looked at Worlds. Not only did they dispatch Team Liquid to move out of the Swiss stage, they nearly dispatched Gen G to make it to the semifinals.
Yeah, and I think you could see it as early as their HLE series, where HLE were kind of scratching their heads, being like, what do we even do with stuff like Nunu, right?
Yeah.
But it's not just the picks, it's the creativity and the way that they can play around them. I do think FlyQuest actually overtook TL as our most creative lane swapping team as well. Lane swaps are still in the game. I regret to inform everyone who's booing me right now on stream, which means that FlyQuest, I think they have a lot of creative adaptivity in draft, which is good for Fearless, and they're very, very good at lane.
I was going to say, that's exactly what we saw at Worlds is what's going to make them a scary team in Fearless Draft is because they have so many of these wacky picks, things like the Nunu, and Blippo's Shampoo is an ocean in the top lane. You can play anything.
Yep. Shopify is the other team we have to discuss. Fudge and Palafox actually have some pre-existing synergy. It's not just Contracts and Palafox to have the synergy on this team.
Exactly. People just don't remember the fact during Academy, who won the championship? It was Cloud9 Academy, and it was Palafox and Fudge that were on that team, and they were like the focal points, honestly. So like, just in terms of that top set of the map that people have been pushing on, it's not just the mid-jungle duo that we have that understand each other in their comms. Like Fudge has that experience too. The top side is what we're focusing on mostly when it comes to Shopify, and it's going to be night and day. That's the expectation from last year, where they were bottom 2, where they were expected to be top 4, top 5.
Yeah, and we touched upon this kind of we were going through the roster, but I think it's that top side that's also really, really hungry to prove themselves, right? Like Fudge coming back, he really, really wants to prove people wrong. And then Palafox and Contracts, who are one of our strongest mid-jungle duos at one point, really having a disappointing year last year, especially Palafox. So all three of them, I think, are really, really hungry to prove themselves.
Predictions very fast. Just call it out, Raz.
2-0 FlyQuest.
2-0 FlyQuest.
2-0 FlyQuest.
Oh, God! I technically said the same thing. We'll see if Shopify can shut us up. But FlyQuest with the same roster, even though Inspired said it's not going to help, is probably going to help. They actually are pretty good. He's just
Maybe
trying
we
to lower
cursed them.
expectations.
Oh,
that's it
true.
from the LTA Lounge. I don't think I said LCS unintentionally.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I didn't.
But I'll have to check the tape.
Raz said it was going to be me.
That was intentional.
Because it's the LTA now. Kangas is going to be casting later, but for now, we're going to be heading to the stage for Game 1.
The LTA is only 2 weeks away.
Mal podemos esperar para o início da LTA.
At the starting line, never-ending race. What I've got inside, it's a commonplace. I've been dreaming about hope for better days. Time for dreaming's done, time to face the sun. Time is now, I can't contain myself. to the LTA.
It is a new era for North American League of Legends. You just heard the new theme for this league. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the LTA and to welcome back the defending LCS champions, FlyQuest.
All right, welcome to the stage, to the LTA stage for the first time. FlyQuest, everybody, another round of applause. Whip, I'm happy to get a chat with you before your match. I want to ask you, first off, reigning champions from the LCS era that just wrapped up. What does that mean to you coming in now as the defending champs?
It just means that we're the team to beat. I think everyone's looking at us and what we're doing, and we want to set a high standard.
Okay, do you have any message for the rest of the league out there as the reigning champions?
Well, internally, we've actually been talking about streaming our scrims and sharing a little bit with the fans what's going on. 7 out of 8 teams have declined, so we're asking, what are you hiding?
What are you hiding? All right, congratulations on again being the reigning champions. One more time for FlyQuest. So back to the casters to meet their competition.
All right, let's meet their opponents. Facing off against them, it is a moist new look for Shopify Rebellion. In the top lane, Fudge. In the jungle, Contracts. At mid lane, Palafox. AD carry, B-Boy. And at support, it's Seoul.
Welcome to the stage, Shopify Rebellion. Fudge, welcome back to the league. I know a lot of people out there are excited about your turn. What does it mean for you to return to the stage?
I mean, it's exciting. I'm here to prove myself again, and I'm excited for the games. FlyQuest is a strong opponent, so if we win, then we feel pretty good.
Not only are they strong opponents, but Inspired, I believe, had a quote where he mentioned Bwipo was part of the reason that you left the league to begin with. So do you have any words maybe for Bwipo ahead of your match?
I think that was Jack was the reason. I can't blame him, though. I can't blame him. I'm back now, though. Who cares?
All right, well, welcome back. Shopify Rebellion, everybody. Let's get ready for our first ever Best of 3 at LTA North.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Riot Games Arena. We've been here plenty of times before, but never under this banner. It's time for the LTA, and it's time to kick it off with FlyQuest going up against Shopify Rebellion. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Azael and Kobe, joining us for the TriCast here for the first game. Gentlemen, are you ready?
I am so ready. I mean, the last time I was watching FlyQuest, they were pushing Gen G to 5 games. So
yeah.
I am very excited to see them run back the entire roster.
Yeah.
You know, we've had multiple teams from the LCS run back their rosters now, of course the top teams, running back their rosters here into the first season of LTA North. And it makes me very, very excited, but also very worried for Moist Shopify Rebellion here in their in their first matchup, having to go against the defending champions.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really tough ask for Shopify Rebellion. Of course, they are playing with a sub here with Zazel, who is going to be subbing in for the team. And you mentioned it. FlyQuest is back with the same squad. TL's back with the same squad. That may sound like a foregone conclusion because they did well, but teams very rarely stay together these days. I know Inspired was saying this was the first time in his entire career that he's had the same roster from one year to the next, and really excited to see what they can grow.
It can also be intimidating specifically because now that we're moving to this new format, we've got this extra smaller size split to kick off the year. You blink and you're going to miss it, man. This thing will give you whiplash. This schedule is very fast, and you're not going to get a lot of second chances.
I mean, 2 weeks, if you lose back-to-back weeks, you are out of the first split. It is best of threes. It is fearless. It is the LTA. And if you're going up against FlyQuest as your first opponent, getting a win is going to be a really tough ask. So you have got to be on your A game right from the word go.
I did see a little bit of fear in Fudge's eyes when they picked FlyQuest in the draw phase. So yeah, definitely a little bit of fear leaking in. Of course, I'm very excited to get to the next couple of games in the series when we do get to see the fearless format really take effect. But of course, for people who don't know, and the champions picked in this first game will be banned out for the remainder of the series.
All right, let's go ahead and get into those bans here for the first game, as it's Zyra, Vi, and Kalista banned out by Shopify. FlyQuest have banned out Cassante and Jace, and exactly, that's the number one thing I was noting. FlyQuest have not yet paid their Skarner taxes on the red side here in the draft phase. I'm really curious if they're willing to just let that one through, and they are. Yone is going to be the ban instead.
I mean, Skarner is almost permabanned globally so far, in this season. It is going to be left up, and it is going to be grabbed immediately.
Something that Europe uses a lot into the Skarner is Ivern, because your root collar is really good against it, and anything that you can use to try and stop Skarner in the E is definitely very necessary when you're playing against this champion. But even so, everyone still prefers the Skarner. It's just so good at ganking, so good at making engages, and you can just rush Heartsteel, so you get incredibly tanky very early on. So even in the face of Ivern, with your root collar, with your Daisy, with your shields for your team, and trying to have a good 5-on-5 setup and be able to kite back, it is still fairly scary.
But the Ivern is a great call out, because it is a strong matchup into the Skarner, but also because FlyQuest used this to so much success last year in Summer Split, where it started having to just be chain banned against Inspired because they were playing these 2-threat comps, utilizing Quad and Masu, who are so good for the team, as these two major carries, and just buffing them up and protecting them with that Ivern. It felt like it was impossible to beat them in team fights when they got this style.
And I know that Masu is someone that so many fans are now just rooting for passionately after his performance at Worlds, stepping up, showing up, just nearly taking out Korea's #1 seed. Would have been, in my opinion, the greatest upset in League of Legends history for one of those matches. So close, but yet so far. And you know that FlyQuest are hungry to keep that improvement, to keep that progress going.
And even without being able to pull off that upset, I think Masu had one of the best rookie years in NA League history, period, right? He performed really well internationally. He performed really well regionally. He won a title. He won Rookie of the Year. He was great internationally. It was just so exciting to see his growth.
And he's going to be playing a critical role in this draft with the Ashe pick, getting that engage, getting that utility from the bottom lane. One of the things when you do pick Ivern as a jungler, you're going to need your primary engage from either top lane or down from the bottom lane. And so I really like how this draft is kind of playing out for FlyQuest, where they started out, giving over the Skarner, knowing they're going to do the Ivern into it. They get their engage with the Ashe from bottom lane, and then they get Whippo on one of those special Whippo champions here with the Urgot thrown down into the Jax.
As Ben would call it, one of the funny picks from Whippo. And this is one of the things that people were really seeing as a potential advantage for FlyQuest is we already saw them going so far outside of the meta, you know, last year with the Nunu and obviously with the Ivern when it wasn't as popular. We know that Bwipo brings out all kinds of stuff, his Garen, his Olaf, his Urgot. These are advantages in Fearless even more so because even though you can't play these in the next games, he can just go back to the stock standard meta stuff in the coming games.
Interesting, the Braum banned pretty early here too by Shopify, trying to take away that team fighting defense. Like whenever you have to play into an Ivern, it's already kind of rough for your engage. But if you had to play into a Braum also, I actually like that really early Braum ban from them. It does raise the priority on things like Leona from the bottom lane, that then your lane phase isn't hindered by a Braum counter pick. And you would think that they would also be looking at more of these engaged supports, so good little call out there.
Makes a lot of sense, and I mean, also when you think back to these Ivern comps, so much of what FlyQuest played with them was double marksman, right? And we are still seeing double marksman sometimes, you know, in pro play. You see some Quirky mid, you see some Smolder coming back, especially with Smolder on the new patch, getting a little bit of buff with Infinity Edge, is raising that win rate, so you definitely have to be worried about that potential double marksman here.
Okay, so second half of the bans all the way done now. 2 supports, 2 mid laners. Braum, Rakan, Orianna, Azir, all banned away. Let's see how FlyQuest want to handle this 4th pick of the draft, and they will lock in the Cassiopeia for quad.
I mean, a new name of the league, but still it's going to be a quad Cassiopeia here. He's one of the champions that when he first came in, we're all trying to hype up for him. And Cassio really has thrived with the feats of strength, not actually even requiring her to buy the upgrades.
She don't have feet.
Don't have feet. Don't have to buy boots. Don't have to buy the upgrades of the boots either. So you get the automatic
a lot of extra move speed.
Extra move speed if you can get those feats of strength. So nice little look up there. And that's the Leona I was talking about with the Braum ban really early. Then you don't have to deal with that lane counter. Plus you don't have to deal with, you know, engaging into that difficulty.
Also, walking straight at the Cassio, you know, as the Skarner, if Skarner's coming through the wall, you can just throw down your W. It's very, very difficult for Skarner to deal with, for Leona to deal with even as well. Veigar would be interesting. Hwei does make sense. You know, you get a little bit of range here into the Cassio. The Cassio is more of a mid-range mage.
Exactly.
You have a lot of wave clear with this. You have that outrange there for Palafox. And Palafox, coming off of a tough year last year, really looking to prove himself. You know, when I talked to Coach Revan, that was one of the things that he really was emphasizing, was that these players were so hungry to prove themselves. They're so hungry to really have that opportunity here to play at the highest level, to show that they belong. They all feel that they've been overlooked at times. They all feel that, you know, they haven't necessarily had that perfect set of circumstances around them. And so this is their opportunity to step up against the defending champions here and make something happen.
All right.
It would be a big one. It would be a big upset here if they could pull it off very early on into the season. As you guys were saying, yes, there is double elimination in this kind of tournament format, but you only get 2 chances.
It's tough, man. It's tough. Final pick of the draft here for FlyQuest will be the Rel for Busio. Rel's one of those champions. She's kind of in the same bucket as like Malphite for me, where I'm never mad to see Rel on my team. It's always going to be useful. It's always going to team fight. Get in there and press R.
Yeah, and it really rounds out their team comp that they were building up here, that utility from the bottom lane that they're really leaning into with their early investment into the
I'm betting no. It's been 10 years at this point. Also, if the cat was going to happen, the cat would have happened.
I need to go
There's
check
no more
the date.
episodes of LCS.
I got to go check the date on the original Cat for Kobe tweet.
It's been a long time.
It has been a long time. Yeah. I think we need to revive it. Travis, he seems like he can just ignore it now.
Dude, I was out on there on the front lines for you. I was in every one of Travis's Twitch chats and episodes. I was terrorizing him for you.
Me too. But at a certain point, Kobe can move out and get his own cat.
All right, we'll have to see if anything ever develops in that saga. But right now, we got another one about to play out in front of us. Best of 3, Shopify Rebellion versus FlyQuest, the defending champs versus a squad that we've seen have some high highs before. Can they hit them now again here in this new league, this new season, this whole new look for LTA?
That's what people are always excited about when they watch these players play, Flowers, because you can have the really high highs, but you can also have the really low lows and the blunders. So very excited to see, you know, you've got returning Fudge returning to the league. Contracts with Palfox kind of getting picked up and like salvaged, staying in the league here, managing to find a new team. Let's see if they've got that magic that they had on Energy.
We know, Shopify is a team that has that incredibly high hype. These guys are championship winners, right?
Yeah.
And Shopify has not been in the league for that long. They have had a little bit of a journey. They did join last year. And last year, obviously, was not the kind of results that they would have wanted to go for. Had a pretty disappointing finish. But, they've been able to kind of retool, change the roster coming into this year. And they've really been looking to try to build on that, to try to move forward here. And they have this exciting new sponsorship and this new partnership where Ludwig and Moist Critical both came in. They're now co-owners of the esports org there. And that, I think, alone has really developed a lot of excitement, a lot of hype around this team.
Yeah. It's huge, right? You get some of these big content creators, these guys who are involved in more than just the League of Legends sphere that have all sorts of fandom coming in from different places, and it gets people excited to cheer for a team that they might not have otherwise known about, that they might not have otherwise been invested in. But we are going to see a lane swap here nice and early. Shopify Rebellion sending Zeyzal and B-Voy up there to the top side. Whippo's going to have to deal with that. Meanwhile, Fudge enjoying the lane swap experience down there in the bottom lane.
Yeah, the lane swaps, the changes this season, of course, they did reduce like the damage reduction on the mid and top tower, but they also increased the damage that towers do, so they made it harder to dive. Cannon minion also being delayed until the 4th wave means you can't really dive as early on the top laners, and so there's more things this season that allow the like defending team of the top laner to allow the top laner to get the levels you need and allow your support to get there even to help you defend with the dives if you want to do that. So this is becoming a bit more normal in that, as you're saying, if you have a bad matchup, you can easily just swap out of it and your other sides of the map aren't quite as at risk.
Yeah, I mean, there's really almost no drawback to the lane swap at this point. It's very, very hard to dive. In fact, you'll see almost no teams even try to go for the dive anymore because it does become pretty risky. The top laners get a lot more experience because that cannon wave is delayed. The minions come in a lot faster. You get level 2, you get level 3, and it's so hard to pull this off. And Contract spotted on this ward here is going to make things difficult for him. We can see that the Rel has already moved out towards top to cover this dive.
If this doesn't go well, this will be a disaster here for Shopify. Zeyzal taking a whole ton of damage here from the turret. Whippo is still A-OK. Busio ready to reinforce him. Zeyzal burning down. Not only does it not work, not only does Zeyzal lose both summoner spells, Contracts was sitting there watching a movie in the brush for the last 60 seconds. Not good for Shopify here on the top side.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a very good movie either. It seemed like it was a little bit of a snoozer there. I think both teams were sweating.
Inspired liked it.
Yeah, Inspired liked it. I mean, honestly, it feels like both teams walk away from that one like, first play of the new season. They were sweating a little bit. Some things went awry there. Like Busio wasn't able to hit his stun. It would have been way worse if Zeyzal had gotten stunned there. If Busio had been able to hit that Q stun under tower. But because they get out and because the supports both blow their flashes, it feels like both of them kind of walking away like, all right, a little bit of a warm-up there, testing the heat-up power of the new towers.
But at the end of the day, it still goes heavily in the favor of FlyQuest. And this is why so many teams don't even bother attempting those dives anymore, because the dive comes, at a time where if you're trying to stack it on the cannon wave, it's so late, the enemy support can roam to match, and it does let Whippo get to level 3. It's not like last season when we would see people going for, a level 1 top laner who's getting doped by 3 to 4 people. You just can't really manage that anymore. So Whippo does survive. He has a little bit of an experience lead, has a little bit of a gold lead, but critically it's Inspired who just got to power farm, got to have his way on the map.
And it's really interesting too, because when you hear Whippo talk a lot about some of his specialty picks, he'll talk about his Urgot scaling and his Olaf scaling, and we've seen him love to be like this mid-game frontline with Asterix Gauge, and when he's got an Ivern on his team, even on Urgot, on basically anything. We saw a lot of Renekton too, where he charges in and starts out a lot of these fights when he has the survivability of those extra shields from items as well as his teammates to go in on.
Yeah, 2v2 up here in the top side, but most of the damage absorbed by the tanky supports, so not really anything too crazy happening. Inspired is pathing up towards the top side of the map yet again as Fudge wants to brawl with Whippo a little bit down here in the bottom lane. Isn't going to get the stun with a counter-strike, so Whippo's still just fine himself. We have the Grubs are going to be spawning here in the next 15 seconds with control over the top lane belonging to FlyQuest. We'll see, do they want to try to make anything happen here? No, Inspired is hanging around, but they're fine.
Yeah, and Shopify is just looking to make plays on the other side of the map here, trying to see if they can find an angle to threaten, because Grubs are spawning on top side. That's why the bot lanes are up towards that top side. But having seen Contracts down here, it's going to be an easy start for Inspired. He knows there's not going to be any sort of a contest. And Whippo's just too healthy to really go for a dive. They don't have the damage to safely 100-0, especially now that he's level 6.
Right.
The execute there could easily turn around a dive.
Yeah, Fear Beyond Death is crazy good at turning those around with the fear plus the execution. So FlyQuest will take this first one. This will be 1 out of 3 progress to their first feat. Reminder, since we are on the current patch, it's not first blood feat, it's first to 3 kills. The feat of warfare. Twitch chat was telling me, so I would remember the right name of it. Thank you, Twitch chat.
I'm 100% sure Freak is the progenitor of these feats of strength because he loves the memes there, and you can use both types of feats. But excuse me. I much prefer Grubs as my first objective feat of strength.
More than feat?
Yeah,
yes.
More than feat.
Grubs are your favorite feat.
Because the Grub buff also helps out with getting the first tower feat. Which a lot of times you can get way quicker.
What have you done, Go?
And so you can kind of rush into them. I mean, Freak really did it.
No.
You can really rush to training them. And some of the changes on this patch, because we are on the live patch, that I really do like, is changing the first blood one to the first 3 kills.
That was a really good change.
And so I find a lot of the times it does kind of pivot on who can rush down for first tower. And so if you've been trading the Grubs for dragons early on, it just also helps you kind of domino effect snowball on that one.
Well, the nice part for FlyQuest, looks like we've got first Grubs and first Drake for their side. That's a pretty bad news here for Shopify early on. They're down in objectives. They're at least even on gold after the botched attempt of the turret dive in the top lane alongside Contracts spending all of the time in the brush looking to set that up. And now Shopify does have an angle here in the enemy jungle, looking to control this red buff area before the second spawn of that lesser neutral objective. Inspired wanted to plant the grove there on his chickens, but will not be around to reap the rewards, as Shopify will guarantee that Contracts can steal that camp away.
Yeah, honestly, like the pace of this game for FlyQuest, cruising right along to their very strong 5-on-5 setup that they're going to have. A little bit of a play up here, just gets the cleanse out though.
Yeah, got the cleanse, misses the follow-up arrow. Masu with a good sidestep on that one. Zeyzal wanted to jump in, but he takes a turret shot. That means Busio and Masu are going to come out on top in terms of health with this trade, but Contracts is nearby, so Shopify are trying to bait their opponents to just step a little bit too far forward, allow Contracts to come to the wall here with the Ishtal's impact. He does have the Impale ready to go now, too. We'll see if they want to go for it. Contracts going in. Busio with a nice stun there onto Contracts. Flashes back out of the way, ready to turn it around here with a crash down. Zeyzal flashing out as well. Palafox with that spiraling despair over the wall and the rain of arrows. It's first blood over to B-Boy. Might look for one more. Can't quite get the snipe here on Amasu. Another sidestep away from the piercing arrow. Palafox just barely manages to get the kill. It's a 2-0 game for Shopify Rebellion.
Masu with some fancy feet there, dodging out on so many of those spells, but it just doesn't matter. They have the 4 members up towards that top side. They make the dive happen. They don't just get first blood, they get 2 kills. Yes, there will be a bit of a cost to that as Inspired is forming some camps. They're going to lose a play mid to quad, and he's going to cover top now, but still great initial play there from Shopify.
And I think it was very necessary. Like, it's starting to get to the point where we're a little bit
That
worried.
counts. That's a hit.
That is a hit, 100% right there.
Put it on the board.
We're starting to get a little bit worried about the ability there for FlyQuest just kind of playing their game. But here we go. And it's really the roam up from Palafox that makes the difference here.
Yeah, absolutely. I really like the initial play there from Busio, though. The Shattering Strike on Contract coming over the wall, then flashes out of the ultimate, goes to the crash down, and that forced Contracts to flash out because had he been hit by that crash down, he would have been in the tower tower range and might have gone down first. And even with all the dodges from Masu, there's only so much space you can work with.
Now, the really important thing is to analyze what's going to happen afterwards because of the deep wards that were also left in the jungle, because they did give up some priority there.
Uh-oh, we're right back into the action, though, as they're locking up Masu. He doesn't have any summoner spells, but Busio with a beautiful counter-engage, and B-Boy is already down. Make it 2 dead on Shopify Rebellion. Make it FlyQuest, picking up the feat of warfare. 3-0 in that scrap.
Oh, and it's going to be another objective the way of FlyQuest as well, Flowers. This timing is critical. Grub's second pack will also go the way of FlyQuest. That's it. That is going to be everything. That's going to be the feats. They've got 3 kills. They've got 3 objectives. They've got it all here, and it starts out support v support.
Yeah, and watch Quad, though, over the wall. You know, he was spotted, but they did not react. A great engage from Busio, and then R-Flash over the wall from Quad. Inspired there, buying the time, keeping Masu alive, who was missing those summoners. And they're getting the grubs. They're getting the plates on top side as well, as Whippo has time to push in here. And he's going to be forced to flash, as did have his searing charge there, kind of interrupted by Fudge. Did they get all 3 grubs? No, they lost one of the grubs.
Okay.
So they don't actually get the feat of strength, because you have to get all 3 for it to count towards that 3 objective feat.
Massive smite actually there from Contracts to be able to get in and deny that, still keep the feats of strength on the table to be able to contest. First turret will have to be claimed by Shopify, and they'll still have a lot of work to do to get 3 neutral objectives before FlyQuest can secure 1 more, but at least it's still possible.
Yeah, I mean, Dragon's coming up pretty soon here, so they might turn their attention down towards bottom side of the map. I mean, you already have Inspired's camps channeled over here, so you've got support and jungle already down towards Dragon's side of the map. They might want to just keep this action rolling. Quad's ultimate will be back. They don't have their critical flashes on their team, though, so maybe Palafox and B-Voy, the carries here for Shopify, with their flashes, will be able to make something happen. But if they are unable to, FlyQuest will just keep on with their game plan here. They've got river control. They have very good vision set up.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because it becomes kind of a bit about front to back, right? Because Masu and Quad don't have flashes, but none of the playmakers on Shopify's team have flashes either. Their carries are more safe, but it is very difficult to fight front to back against Inspired here on this Ivern. He already has the Moonstone. You can see a lot of key item completions are coming through, but Shopify does get push in mid, and for now, it looks like FlyQuest are content to just sit back.
We got word that Moist Critical is watching, so I'm sure he's nervous right now because we're approaching probably a very critical fight for his team, and they're trying to move in and get some vision. Busio fighting back, as you're saying here, trying to clear that pathway out. Meanwhile, though, Inspired's taking this time, clears up towards top side, still remaining efficient here. On Ivern, sometimes it's a bit of a trap where you can easily just play to all your lanes and constantly play for all your teammates, and a lot of Iverns fall behind in CS, but he's actually kept his CS quite nice here and has the Moonstone already fully completed, which is a huge power boost for your team fights.
I also really like B-Boy's first buy, you know, the Serpent's Fang. There's so many shields on this team. Obviously, there's the shields from the Ivern, but also the E on the Urgot. There's the shields on the Rel Crashdown. You know, it is going to be really effective here, and it's someone who can kind of easily apply it.
Yeah, I like the adaptation for it. I also, when you're looking at the inventory, you can look in Contracts' items and see the Winter's approach going towards that Fimble Winter is not as much early power as going for a straight up health item early on. However, once you have it complete, the extra survivability, the shield spam in the fights can go a very long way, as the Dragon is going to be aggroed but not fully committed to. And there you go, turret plating has fallen. Much easier for either team to be able to claim the turret feat now. If FlyQuest does it, they instantly win the turret, the feats of strength battle. If Shopify does it, then we just continue on with the war over the neutral objectives. It is 2 minutes now until the Herald spawns, and we will see Otacon 6 minutes from now. I'll keep an eye on wherever the pit was. I didn't see which side it spawned on. Okay, it's up here on the top side. Top side Otacon.
Yeah, and this tower is getting dangerously close to going down. Fudge is really trying to keep it alive, but he is getting chipped away at. You can also see Quad pushed in bot. No one's responding to that. That tower is also low, so now Shopify is starting to get pulled apart a little bit because they're trying to defend first tower. They're also trying to defend that third objective from going down, but it looks like FlyQuest is going to be able to claim first tower on the top side. They're going to have to give that up. They will defend the bottom tier 1. But this is another little edge there for FlyQuest, and they do secure the feats of strength.
And it just shows how big that scrap in mid was, because remember, Shopify did have the 2-0 kill lead. Now let's see how the fight breaks out. Arrow flies out from Masu. Busio ready to follow up the engage. Nice use of the Cassiopeia ulti from Quad. The shutdown credit goes over to Busio, and Palafox is already down. Zazel 2, Fudge flashing away as FlyQuest have already found 2 kills. Bwipo's going. Fear Beyond Death. First half hits B-Boy, but he pops the cleanse to get away. FlyQuest feeling great about it. 2 more kills and an extra Drake. But wait a second. That Drake was stolen away. The turret was what gets them the feats after all. The Drake isn't what's going to do it. Isaac, you already pointed that out, but I got so lost in the details, man. Turret at least gets it done.
Lost in the feet.
FlyQuest feeling good. Yeah, we're lost in the feeds.
Contracts did the drive-by, the Skarner Classic. Drove on in there. He was able to yoink the dragon, but Flowers, they're still tremendously behind in the game and need to fight their way out. Zazel's going to try and do just that.
Yeah, Zazel trying to buy time for the rest of the team to come in here and collapse on Bwipo. They've got a 4 versus 1. There's no way out. Bwipo wanted to try to maybe find a way to take Zazel with him, but it ain't going to happen. So good catch there from Shopify right as the Rift Herald spawns. But Zazel's very low, and they did commit multiple resources to that. Solar Flare, Chains of Corruption, pretty much everything. Let's take another look at the Dragon fight.
All right, so here we're going to see Contracts drive in on the Skarner, do the drive-by. It's really annoying with Ivor and Brush right there, but he was able to get vision, able to steal it away at the cost of all the teammates. And so the kind of giant gold advantage for FlyQuest that is building up and their ability to force fights with their utility bottom lane here is going to be very problematic for Shopify to deal with for the next like 10 minutes. Seems like it's going to be very difficult because you have a lot of these neutral objectives spawning on the map in quick succession.
Yeah.
Otacon is not that far off. The 20-minute mark, fairly close for them. So FlyQuest should be able, as long as they continue to invest their vision resources up towards this top side of the map, continue to control a lot of these neutral objectives and try and use that big gold lead that they've already accrued to fight those team fights here and try and take away the comeback possibilities that Shopify have.
And it looks like they just want to go for Bwipo again. He is pretty far up in the side lane here.
And this is something that we've seen teams do in the past against FlyQuest, against Bwipo specifically, try to punish that aggressive play style that he has. But Bwipo's ready to turn it around. He knows he has backup coming to help him. Inspired and Masu here on the right side flank. Fudge having to leap back to Contracts, trying to continue his escape route. B-Boy ready to reinforce the Shopify lines. Fudge is down to 40%. Quad's ready to make the big flank come in, but Bwipo might just be the first to die. Stays alive, barely. Masu also hanging on. Bwipo grabbing the first kill back against Fudge. FlyQuest, the health bars are low, but you'll call it calculated. 1-0.
Nicely done there by FlyQuest. Quad just drew so much attention in the backline. So many members from Shopify were having to deal with him that it bought time for the rest of the FlyQuest team to be able to knock down that front line. Bwipo just turns, immediately starts fighting. They had TPs coming in from both sides. Both Palafox and Quad do arrive. You can see the arrow comes in from Masu, forcing out the flash from Zazel. And then this is where Quad gets into the backline, and all of Shopify is really just pushed back, trying to deal with this Cassio.
And look how low Bwipo gets, but he's able to E and flash his way out, just barely surviving as you're talking about Quad then flashing out as well. So a little give and take there on the front line / the back line here. And FlyQuest both inspired, flashing out when he had that Hwei ultimate on him, able to take away that danger from the rest of the team. And then Quad able to survive as well, ensures that FlyQuest will still retain control of the top side of the map.
And B-Boy has no flash now because in that replay you saw the damage. Quad hit B-Boy with 1 Q and 2 Serpent Fangs. Took him down to below half HP.
And you can see Inspired talking about Fudge. I believe this was from Pros, talking about how he felt that Bwipo destroyed him and was the one that kind of made him lose his spot. Fudge didn't really agree in the pre-match interview, but Bwipo, just such an exciting player to watch because he has such a defined playstyle, right? He's really going to play his game, and sometimes he has a very different view on how the game should be played than other top laners.
Meanwhile, the team fight looking very good for FlyQuest. We've got double items for Inspired now. The Redemption has followed up the Moonstone, so even more of that security in your 5-on-5. And with the amount of CC on this team, this is what we are a little bit worried about for Shopify. So they have to continue to try and make picks on side lane,
Nice slam into the wall with the angle there from Contracts, trying to take down Bwipo. Bwipo wanting again to try to use that ulti to make it an even trade, but it does not happen. Zeyzal stunned up a little bit here. Busio lands a shattering strike. Root Caller to follow it, but there's just no damage nearby. Quad and Masu looking to see if maybe they can put a little poke on Palafox, but it's not going to work out too well. FlyQuest still with a 3,500 gold lead, but they are down a man for the next 20 seconds.
It was a really good pick here for Shopify, but Bwipo has his teleport ready, so even with that death timer, it's a little bit dangerous for Shopify to try and get anything else, and they actually lose out a bit on tempo because of it. Early push in mid from Quad, and then Inspire drops the Rift Herald to try and finish off that mid turret, and you just transition your pressure from mid push into Dragon. Very classic macro here from FlyQuest, so even though they lose Bwipo because of the fact he had TP, they are still able to get 2 objectives out of it.
Speaking of objectives, Otacon now on the Rift, and it is Voracious Otacon. If y'all at home have trouble remembering that one, which one's which, remember that Voracious means hungry. If you're hungry, you're not full. You're not full power. You're not the big one. You're the little one. Voracious Otacon is the little one, and that means he is hungry. The hungry one gives you the GA. This is scary stuff.
I thought you were going to say you're hungry, so you eat the roses.
No, I don't know. What does that have to do with anything? No, the roses are the big one. Yeah, see,
exactly. That's what I'm saying.
No, that doesn't make any sense. Nobody eats flowers, man. Fudge is in some trouble. They're trying to eat some fudge, but they aren't going to get him. Not all the way. Instead, Shopify turning it right back around onto Bwipo, and Contract is taking the kill. Now Palafox in danger. Flashes over the wall, but the arrow follows him. Masu on a rampage, on the warpath, on the hunt. Volley flies out, but it misses both targets. Masu wants to go after Fudge. Finds him with a little bit of damage, but the counter-strike might just be ready to turn it back around. Masu still slowing him down, still gunning him down. Nicely done with Busio here with a massive engage on the 2. It's a double kill back over to Masu. Everybody on Shopify Rebellion is dead in the dirt, and Otacon's the reward for FlyQuest.
Let's revisit this vicious, voracious Otacon. Because I always thought of it, okay, so Voracious Otacon is hungry because there haven't been as many kills in the game, so he's hungry for more kills.
No, he's hungry because he's not full.
I'm more with you. Yeah? I'm more with you.
You guys, no, okay. That's not right. He's hungry because he's not full, because he's not full power. He's not the big one. He's the little one.
Well, he is the one.
FlyQuest is looking fed right now, so I'll say that much. Masu, finds the angle, is able to chase him down, and FlyQuest really looking good in these 5v5s. Shopify have been good in the side lanes, finding picks, finding angles, but when it comes time to this 5v5, it does not feel like they have an answer.
So, this was huge from FlyQuest. They're getting this reward. Worth pointing out, though, remember that they did nerf the Voracious Otacon in this patch. It was way too strong. So one of the big changes that they made was making it so it's worth more money when you have that free death. A little bit of a reminder of Masu's accomplishments last year. We already talked about his incredible rookie performance. Now here in this game, not slowing down at all. Bwipo finding himself a kill in a 1v3. Yeah, they might pick him off again, but it's not truly a kill as he just gets to withdraw. Busio also withdrawing, so 400 gold given over from both of those. But nobody actually dead as Masu just tearing through Contract's health bar. Again, he's not afraid of dying. It doesn't matter. Redemption. Gonna keep him healed up anyway. They don't even lose the false life. Masu's going legendary 8-1-4. He's nearly got twice as many kills as the whole damn Shopify team. Bwipo looking to cut off the escape route. Palafox fears him, but Palafox will be the only one getting away as Contracts drops. Masu still won't even lose the false life.
It's not fair.
FlyQuest are making him look ridiculous. Finally, they at least remove the buff.
They get that, and like you're saying, 200 gold now for trying to kill off those GAs, so that does feel a bit better. But, I mean, FlyQuest are just still showing the caliber of play that they showed at Worlds this year. There's a very similar style as well, building up a very good team fight, having the Ivern heals and shields. But take a look at Bwipo in the side lane. Because he had the GA, it's more than just going. It's like, what are they even doing? They send 3 at me. They throw a bunch of ults. And even though they get me, I'm 1 for 1, and I'm only worth 200 gold and a couple petals.
I mean, that is the best feeling when you've been getting camped all game. They keep coming at you in the side lane, when they keep picking on you, and then you're able to turn it around in a 1v3
Huge.
And kill the other top laner. Quad chasing down Contracts. He's in trouble.
Yeah, Contracts, this is not where you want to be on that Skarner. Almost no way to get away from it. Easily done. Masu, Quad, Busio working together. That is a 1 and 4 Skarner. This power pick, this champion that we were surprised to see let through the draft on the red side, FlyQuest clearly had it figured out. They are not struggling against this at all.
Yeah, they were already Ivern enjoyers, and so they really wanted to play into that side. It also does help, to have a lot of this counter engage from your Cassiopeia and then utility bottom lanes. Like we were saying, this is a lot of what FlyQuest were already doing really well last year, and they won the league.
Yeah.
A lot of people talking about scrims, early this year. We're saying much of the same here, where FlyQuest are kind of picking up where they left off last year, which was in first place.
And I think this also plays a lot into kind of the new era of draft philosophy that you have to take with Fearless. If you're on red side and Skarner is normally this tax, this mandatory ban, if you're confident you can beat it, let it through the first game. All of a sudden, you don't have to worry about that automatic ban for the rest of the series, and your draft is much more flexible, much more freed up.
Yeah, and so Skarner a lot too, especially like solo queue Skarner, but even pro play as well. The reason, well, let's see about the desperation play first, because this could be exciting.
Okay. This Baron could die fast with Cassio and Ashe this fed.
Yeah, this is very scary for Shopify. They will.
It's so hard to get in there.
Yeah, that's keeping it leashed. They're just keeping it leashed with Daisy.
The brush is also really annoying to deal with. You have to go in here, you're blind. The enemy team has just so much CC, ready to counter you.
And here we go. Busio in for the Magnet Storm on to 3. They follow it up with a Petrifying Gaze. Shopify tries to fall back, but they only fall down. Quad goes on a rampage, and Masu's legendary. 3 dead bodies on Shopify, and it's about to be 4. Beautifully done by FlyQuest. It's Baron. It's a near ace right after. This has got to be just about the end of the game.
What a fight from FlyQuest. They managed that so well, utilizing the Ivern ultimate, keeping the Baron leashed while 3 members kept Shopify at bay. They claim the Baron, they claim the fight. They're going to claim the first win of LTA history.
FlyQuest is making this first game go exactly to expectations. They got the feats. They controlled the game from the very beginning. They had Shopify downloaded from draft, and now they're on the Nexus. 26 minutes into the game, 19-5 on the board. FlyQuest are up 1-0.
And 26.5 minutes on the clock. That was a fast one. And they were just able to really ramp up the pace in these team fights. They were so dominant in the 5v5. They crushed Shopify, it felt like, in every major team fight. Shopify had some good early action, able to find a dive on top side, able to pick on Whippo a few times. But when it came time to set up for those objectives and set up for the 5v5s, it just looked like FlyQuest, with that draft, untouchable.
FlyQuest are also very creative. Both the coaching staff as well as the players. Inspired right there. When he came into the show match, he was all over Fearless. He loves, drafting weird things. So I'm excited to see now the continuation of this series with Fearless rules applied. I will be leaving you, but I'm excited to see how the draft goes.
As am I, my friend. We'll see how that continuation goes. We're headed to a break, but as we go, let's check out a message from FlyQuest to their fans.
Hop on League. Let's play a few 8 rounds. Okay, I'm getting on. I feel so ready to play. Yay! We did it! You have to watch the jersey reveal together. FlyQuest just dropped it. Okay. So pretty. Wait, Basil! I love this jersey. It's so cute. Wait, the holographic is pretty cool. Yeah. Hey guys, I'm making a booklet kit for Fly and would love for all the fans to write something for the players and staff. Attached is a Google form with more information on where you can leave your message.
The opportunity of this. Whenever I think about the sacrifices my parents made, I feel like I have to push myself forward whenever I make a goal.
Oh, it's never over until it's over. And it's kind of over, but I really do wish FlyQuest won. They got summer split. Jetson got benched for summer. No way. For real? Yes.
Fire on 3, 1, 2, 3, 4!
Okay, I'm going in hard.
Wait! Are you kidding me?
Big-time fans are now finally rewarded with an LCS championship. This one is for you guys.
Is he gonna go? No!
World's video, did you guys watch it?
8강에 오게 돼서 정말 믿기지 않는 것 같고 젠지를 만나게 돼서 더 흥미로운 것 같아요.
fans have been awesome. The org has been awesome. This has been a long time coming.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Someone's gonna take your hand, uncertain as you are. You keep on hoping, but that ain't me. You got a sentimental heart that's broken easily. You kept the fire burning, but now it's gone. You said the world stopped turning, but that was wrong. I've been thinking about it and looking round. Now if I go without it, I better start it over now. Thinking about it and looking round. Now if I go without it, I better start it over now. Start it over now. I better start it over now. Start it over now. I better start it over now. Thinking about it, 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 thinking about it. I've been thinking about it and looking round. Now if I go without it, I better start it over now. Thinking about it and looking round. Now if I go without it, I better start it over now. Start it over now. I better start it over now. Start it over now. I better start it over now. Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the wind?
Welcome back to the LTA North. FlyQuest not missing a beat.
No.
Not missing a single beat.
No, not at all. They let Skarner through, which, by the way, for people who haven't been following, it has been almost permabanned everywhere. It has been permabanned in LPL. They let it through. They go with a composition that I'd say really plays to their strengths, right? Urgot, the Ivern we've already seen. Quad is a Cassio specialist. Masu's Ashe, and then Rel, which is a huge power support pick. We saw Buzio initiating a ton of fights in this game.
Yeah, and the big fight that we're going to dive into a little bit more on our new tool after we see it is FlyQuest's just 21-minute top lane fight.
Yep.
As they're defending the top lane, they completely wipe the floor. So let's roll this clip right now and see what happens. Basically, it looks to be like it could be a pick on Whippo at the start, but then FlyQuest fly in to completely turn it around.
Yeah, and the people you want to be watching in here are Quad and Masu, because this isn't the first time we've seen a carry flank. Quad actually had an amazing flank on a team fight also in top lane around 7 minutes, but we see Masu able to kill Fudge on the back end of this fight and then turn while Quad is just doing damage on the side. I mean, Masu's Ashe, we've pointed out how accurate he's been with his arrows, but just his positioning and the way he flanks around these team fights is so impressive.
Yeah, so that fight was basically just after, you can see on the screen, just after 20 minutes when all these kills happened. I need to back up again because my shirt caught it, but just showing this right here. Quad did about 4,000 damage in that fight. Masu did 3,000 damage, and even just by dying, Whippo did 2.4k damage just in that fight.
I'm actually super curious just because
the shielding just in the fight.
The shielding and healing.
And that's just from that moment of the fight.
Just that fight from the Ivern, I think is so funny because when you look at these Ivern comps, that's actually huge. There was another moment where his redemption, I believe, ended up saving Masu in a completely different fight.
For the whole game, 20,000 healing. The total damage throughout the game, as you can see, is about 20k from both of the carries. Gold difference over time by player as well is going to be interesting. So, like, the top lane is something we were tracking pretty much the whole game. Whippo got pretty far ahead early and was able to use that in team fights even though he died a little bit. And what's cool is you can see junglers are yellow, mid laners are purple, 80 carries are green, and supports are going to be purple as well. So you can see how, for the most part, it was a team snowball victory. It wasn't like they completely accelerated one player, just everybody got ahead on FlyQuest.
And I'm glad you pointed out Whippo and Fudge because I did think that at times it did seem like Shopify did want to maybe play around either doing a dive with their bot lane on top side or setting up that fight that FlyQuest ended up winning. Was Fudge recognizing that maybe he could take tier 1 turret because FlyQuest had just taken the Drake. So I think you could kind of see them trying to play around it, but Whippo also just soaked up so much attention as well. And we also saw the Voracious Otacon buff coming into play where he's just like, well,
yeah. We only had 5 kills before the original Otacon. I did think it was really clever by Inspired. He actually waited as long as possible to finish smiting that buff. And then they immediately, if you look at this part of the graph, right after they got Otacon, like they really accelerated the gold difference right after that point. So they used the Voracious Otacon buff fairly well. And then once they got Baron, you can see they just completely finished off the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I'll put them #1 in our power rankings. I also think one thing you did see is, again, a lane swap, even though SR was going to be the one who kind of want to swap out of the Ashe lane. FlyQuest are so comfortable in those lane swap situations, but now we will toss it back to the cast to see if they think Shopify can recover in this game too, or if FlyQuest is just going to take it.
Thank you very much, Emily. And I do think it's looking very FlyQuest favored. Obviously, everybody predicting that coming into the series because they are the defending LCS champions. And I think that they were playing really well as a unit and really well individually. Yeah. When I look at this Shopify team, they're obviously, we mentioned it before, they're playing with a substitute support. So I'm not going to look at them and really harp on the team play because it's not the intended roster. But I do want to see these guys, particularly like Contracts and Palafox that we know have high highs and low lows, showcase individual like sharpness. Yeah. And I don't think I saw a lot of it in game #1, right? I'm hoping to see them step up more individually if they want to try to contest FlyQuest at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really tough. You know, FlyQuest definitely looked to cut above in the team fights. Yes, part of that is the draft. Part of that is the composition. They had a very strong 5v5 team with the Ivern, with a lot of protection for these really powerful carries that were very well played by Masu and Quad. And you talk about individual sharpness, I think my boy Masu was looking sharp.
Razor's edge, man.
Like, he was looking really, really good. He's the contract.
Yeah, he was a Skarner watching a movie on an old TV. That was good. That was good. I appreciate that. That's modern art.
Beautiful. But yeah, we're going to be going into game number 2. Of course, if you have not watched any Fearless, what this means, you see the Fearless bands there in the middle. Those are all the picks from last game. They do not have to be banned. They cannot be picked. So we're going to be seeing all new champions in the second game. Yes, best of 3 Fearless isn't the craziest thing ever because you don't have to rotate through a million different champs. You know, if you do get to best of 5, that's where Fearless gets really kind of wacky getting into game number 5.
Yeah.
But I still do enjoy it a lot more. Just have the variety game over game to not be seeing the exact same comps run back game over game. To me, just is a bit more interesting.
It also kind of solves that problem that you have, particularly when one specific lane is oversaturated with one very specific matchup. You know, like Renekton Cassante comes to mind, Corki Azir comes to mind, right? The thing that you just handshake at every single game, and it's like, okay, I guess we expected that.
Bot lane has been that so many times over the years, too.
Yeah, exactly. There's always some of those that show up, and Fearless at least makes it, okay, even if we have to see it every series, it's only once every series, and then we still get to see something else. So he was banned out in the first game. Now he makes it through the bans in the second one. So Cassante, I feel like just the way that this champion is designed, he kind of does everything you want him to do. He's pickable into so many matchups unless somebody wants to play something really wacky like a Garen or a Darius
I was
into
just
him.
about to say,
we're going to get Mbessa.
You picked the male Cassante. Now you can pick the female Cassante, who is really, really strong and is one of the matchups that you'll see in pro play as an answer. Mbessa is so strong. So many dashes, just like Cassante, so much mobility, and such a high skill cap on this champion because you can be non-stop dashing around. The W shield on Mbessa, I just think is one of the most powerful parts of the kit. You know, she has so much spell vamp as you're scaling on into the game, but the W makes the trades in the early game very, very difficult to deal with at times.
Yeah.
Obviously, Conqueror, you know, is pretty common, but I've been seeing more and more players playing alongside with Grasp as well, just for even more laning power. And Grasp in general has just been getting kind of more and more popular. Obviously, there's all the tank, Bruiser, Jace, whatever you want to call it, but people I was watching Fager play, you know, Grasp Victor. We've seen all kinds of different champions experimenting with it just for that additional lane power and safety.
Well, I can also appreciate the extra sustain early on in the lane, because I like how you bring up her spell vamp. For those of y'all who don't play Mbessa yourself or never really looked into the kit, remember that the vamp is not the passive on the character, it's the passive of the ultimate. So levels 1 through 5, you're not going to have that same level of comfort and safety with the sustain, and Grasp can kind of help alleviate some of that, especially if the jungler's putting extra pressure on you early, and just make it easier to fall back to that. They're going to pick up the Vi alongside the Cassante and Victor in the mid lane. This guy has been terrorizing some solo queue in the time between Worlds and the changes that got made to him since then and now.
Yeah, and he did get some nerfs on this patch, so was knocked down a little bit. Last I saw, the win rate didn't really change too much, though. I've been playing a fair bit of Victor. It is really strong. The champion just feels so smooth now. I'm not really sure.
Screen-wide ulti.
I mean, the screen-wide ulti can definitely be nuts, but it definitely feels really strong these days. They do have a lot of early power here with contracts on the Vi, you know, a lot of backline access. I'm going to be able to lock down some of these champions. And I'm going to be interested to see if they are going to try to attack Whippo, because you talked about, you know, the spell vamp being tied to the ulti. Pre-6 is kind of when Mbessa is most vulnerable, especially in tank matchups, and especially if you're going Conqueror in a tank matchup. Once you get post-6, I mean, Cassante's a little different because you obviously have a lot more damage, but for most traditional tanks, you just can't do enough damage to hurt this champion anymore. She just kind of starts to drain tank you with Conqueror plus the spell vamp passive, so it is definitely tough to deal with.
Thank you, crowd. I love you too. Now let's see what we can see in the second half of the draft with the bans, because neither one of our teams has their marksman drafted yet, and it looks like Shopify is going to put a little pressure on that pool, get rid of the Ezreal, take away that safe option there from Masu. Rakan banned out once again by FlyQuest. Remember that in game number 1, we did see some of those engaged champion, or tank champion, I should say, bans in the second half. The Rakan banned away alongside that Braum.
Yeah, and remember, there are obviously a couple of ADs that were banned out, you know, gone from the first game, because we can't play Varus, we can't play Ashe, now you can't play Corki, you can't play Ezreal, you can't play Kai'Sa, you can't play Kalista, and there is even one more ban to give, so you could even have another bot lane ban and really start to pinch that pool. It is instead going to be a Bard ban.
That's still a bot lane ban.
I mean, absolutely is, and Busio is one of the guys that I was thinking of, okay, you know, who would Fearless really benefit? He's another player I thought it was going to benefit, because if you remember, when he first went into that support role and he's playing alongside Doublelift, he had just swept over from mid lane. He was playing Azir support. He was playing all kinds of different mages and crazy things down there.
What if that's what it is? what if we still have to see the mid laner? What if this was the Busio special? The Busio bot lane surprise the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, that would be pretty hype. I'm not going to lie. The Azir support did not work out when it did come out, but it still looked kind of cool. And I respected the confidence. So we'll see what Shopify is going to go with here for their bot lane. Still, you really do start to realize, especially even watching some of the best of fives, like in LPL, if you're watching the best of fives, it does kind of hammer home. There's a lot of champions that are actually very viable. And that was always one of my pet peeves with pro play, is when people just default to the exact same champs, even though there is a lot that you can go towards. And we are going to get Caitlyn and Vi from Arcane.
Dude, and this is just Arcane plus Cassante.
Where's Jace?
Jace support? What about Heimerdinger support? Okay. That's actually something that's existed before. We could have Arcane plus Cassante could be Shopify. No, okay, we're going to go with the Maokai instead.
Maybe that guy was in Arcane just in the
maybe he was one of the trees. Yeah. He's just in a scene and we don't notice
him. Like a shrub or something in the
there was all kinds of like wide shots of environments. What if one of them's Maokai?
Been in there.
I don't know where Maokai's actually from. Is he Noxian? What is he? I don't know. All right. Whatever.
I'm not the person to ask lore questions.
Okay, cool. I'm just making sure because I'm pretty clueless on it. I wanted to see. But all right, FlyQuest instead, we are going to go with the Nico.
Okay, so Nico going to be coming out here. So it is, again, a little bit of a flex down there to the support. Nico support obviously has seen some popularity over the years. It is a pretty explosive engage. It is very feast or famine. If this champion gets ahead, it can be really powerful as far as the engage. You can get an early proto belt. You can start really having that explosive team fight power. But if you get behind, you are paper, especially against a team with a lot of lockdown, a lot of CC here, as they do have over on the Shopify team. It is kind of really high risk, high reward, and just the champion in general really functions like that. Even if you're playing at mid, even if you have a ton of farm, you're so based around your ulti that if you get a really good ulti, it can be worth so much. But if that ultimate gets flashed, yes, maybe that's valuable for later on. But in that team fight right there, you're usually toast.
It kind of feels like, if you're thinking about older champions, it feels more like Fiddlesticks, right? Fiddlesticks with ult versus without ult. Different champions, right? And Nico's kind of in that same area with the impact of the ulti specifically.
Except you can turn into a ward.
Yeah, well, Fiddlesticks can also pretend to be wards. So see, both of those champions are pretty similar to one another. It's just one is an uwu champ and one is a scary champ. Oh, true, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, you can't get all the fangirls if you're just a scary scarecrow, man. Okay, we've got ourselves lined up now. The drafts are ready. It's time for game number 2. FlyQuest, if they perform like game number 1, I don't see how Shopify takes it from them, but maybe they got something cooking. I would love to see Shopify come out with some sort of a curveball, right? Something that their opponents aren't quite expecting to try to catch them off guard, because this FlyQuest is looking like the team that can once again just run it back and run the league.
Yes, sir. They are looking really, really strong. I will say, Shopify, I do think they have a pretty well-rounded comp here this time around. They have a lot of scaling. They have a lot of frontline. They have their engage here, both with the Maokai as well as with that Vi. It is FlyQuest, 4 men on top side, even 5 with the Ambessa just kind of trailing. Moving forward to get an early ward down.
Okay.
And try to spot out, is it going to be a lane swap? What's going on here? Of course, it's Cassante versus Ambessa, and it's also Nico versus Maokai. So guess what? Shopify don't want that 1v1 and 2v2 lanes. So FlyQuest is really trying to figure out, okay, where are they going? Where do we need to be? Because they are trying to match. They are trying to say, all right, if your bot is going top, then we're sending our bot lane top 2.
Right.
And at this point, it becomes a little bit of a guess. We obviously have full vision, so we know that Caitlyn's going bot. They have not spotted that. They're not going to know until Cassante shows on this ward in lane up on top side. So that's really what they kind of are waiting for here. And we'll see, if that is going to be spotted. They're aware, it looks like. It's this ward right here. So now it's spotted, and you can see Bwipo actually waited the whole time. So he's just staying up on that top side and is going to be able to move up there.
And I like the fact that you had Busio pretending to be inspired, hanging out in the mid lane to just be like, oh yeah, the jungler's hovering with the mid laner, making it so it's much easier for him to go to whichever lane he needs to go to, depending on if they swap.
So this is definitely a big win for FlyQuest early on. These are the lanes that they would have wanted. That's why they invested so much. All 5 members going top, trying to get those wards, trying to get these lanes. And we'll see if it does pay off for them. Cassante in the early levels definitely has a lot of that power. Bwipo is not going for that more early game grasp. He's going to go Conquer, which is going to scale really well against a tank, but it does make your early game a little bit weaker.
All right, as we're starting off with some of these early trades, Fudge definitely getting the better of Bwipo, punching back and forth here. They're fighting a lot longer than I expected them to. But since nobody's just dead yet, let's go ahead and toss things over to Emily, standing by with an interview with Coach Revan.
that's true. Nobody is dead yet. As we look at this, one thing I did want to ask you, Coach, going into facing FlyQuest in the second match is what it's like to draft in Fearless with such a short turnaround time in these best of threes.
You just need to react very well. What are the priority champions that have been picked so far? Cross them out. What is up next? Try to secure those and then try to build a comp around those that have been picked in the first rotation.
What do you think is a strength of your team, either in draft or just in gameplay, that you can use to go up against a team that is as good and like tight playing as FlyQuest on the map?
I wouldn't know if the extent is advantageous yet because obviously they're the previous champions and they have all very strong players, but I think our players also have not only their individual skill level, they're very open-minded in matters of practicing champs, what is good, what is not, and they're very also eloquent about expressing their thoughts, so it makes it easier for us to progress as a team.
All right, well, thank you so much for taking the time. We'll throw it back to the game so you can also watch your players. Thank you so much. See you, Gasters.
I always think it's fun hearing the coaches' opinions. I got a chance to talk to a coach from every single team, from LTA North, prior to the split.
Okay.
And a lot of the coaches were actually very excited about Fearless because they felt it meant they had a lot more impact on the game. Especially some of the top coaches were really talking about how they had felt, drafting was relatively simple, compared to what it is now. Because it's not just about, okay, what's the next pick in your bag of tricks. Sure, Cassio might be a good individual champion. It might even be good in your lane, but does it fit into your composition, right? You have to really keep in mind the entire team comp and not just torpedo your team comp because you're getting caught up in saying, oh, he knows how to play Azir. Oh, he knows how to play Kled. We can just slam that in here.
Right. Kled, I think a couple of Team Liquid fans in the audience might have just had a really nasty flashback from Worlds about that one. But hold on. Fudge could be in some danger. Inspired, making his way up into the top lane. Should be able to find that stun, but Fudge with the unstoppable on Cassante just makes a path, gets to safety.
But what I will say, it's actually a really good gank because it's post TP and Bwipo is not teleported yet. So he chunks half his health there. If you can actually keep him from crashing the wave, Bwipo can get a base, TP back, and try to lock Fudge into a disadvantageous lane. So that one little gank there was actually much more impactful than you may realize. If that had been pre-teleport, Fudge's bases comes back full health. You lost half your health to that. So your buy is no longer really that big advantage because of that chunk that Inspired got.
You love to see it. Inspired showing up, having that presence in the game that we expect him to have. This guy has been a top-level jungler in pro play back when he was in EU, ever since he's been in North America. The guy is very good at being able to impact the map in meaningful ways, even the ones that you wouldn't normally think about, like you're saying here. Just the timing of the gank, even if it's just a quick little bit of damage, it does pay those dividends. Shopify Rebellion going to start up the Drake here with contracts. Bvoy and Zeyzal making sure that they're ready to help their jungler. But Inspired is ready on the approach. Palafox with control over the mid lane, though, will force Inspired back. Shopify staying on that Drake. Got it down to about half, but an Earth Drake dies very slowly.
He's trying to delay for Quad, and he has been able to do it. Quad is now TPing back in a lane, but I don't think it's going to be in time to challenge here. So was just trying to see, okay, can I actually step forward? Can I make them come off that dragon by the time for Quad to get back? Because if he had been able to do that, maybe they could actually look for a fight.
Nicely done from Shopify to grab themselves that first neutral objective. 1 out of 3 on the way to that checkpoint. This is, remember the previous game, 3 Grubs and the first Drake both went to FlyQuest, so their backs were kind of against the wall on those neutral objectives for Shopify from the very beginning. This time around, feeling a lot better about things, even if Inspired does end up securing the Grubs for himself. Bwipo now level 6 on the Mbessa. This does mean that he has that extra spell vamp like we were talking about earlier. Brutalizer's a great early purchase, hitting that threshold to be able to buy that completed component. Feels really good, but it's Fudge and Contracts now making their approach up into the top side river. Looking at these Grubs, Inspired wants to be able to secure at least the one, and he does get it. Contracts and Fudge jumping in, forcing the flash over the wall from Inspired. Fudge does have the ability to go all out. Inspired slows him down, keeps him away. Quad coming up, Bwipo's also here. Fudge could be in some danger, but the all out also provides an escape mechanism. Bwipo trying to jump in on top of him, find some quick damage here at the very beginning. Inspired locks him up, but he goes unstoppable yet again here with the Pathmaker. Bwipo jumping in, but now he might be in a little bit of danger too. Nice shuffle comes out as Quad lays down the damage, and it's first blood over to FlyQuest. Palafox and Contracts on the run. FlyQuest in the 3v3 come out on top.
They just managed that so well. Inspired gets over the side, and Fudge just can't quite get in range to go all out. Busio looking to try to chase down Zeyzal. Won't have the damage to finish him, but you're pushing on all sides. You win out of the fight on top side. You're going to be able to get an additional Grub there, and they're taking plates and potentially threatening to dive.
Bvoy down to 200 HP, just barely lives. just barely hanging on there as FlyQuest are putting the pressure on. They win in the 3v3. They nearly get another kill down here bottom lane in the 2v2, and things are going their way nice and early. Up 1,500 gold 7 minutes into the game.
Yeah, that's huge. At the very least, Fudge has rotated down towards bot, so they're not going to lose this whole wave, but it is going to be B-Boy down about 2 full waves, and they lost that plate. And that's not really the position that Caitlyn wants to be playing from. You want to be the one pushing, you want to be the one threatening towers. And we can watch again up on the top side, just really nice damage and spacing here. You can see Quad always staying back, not allowing them to engage on him. Inspired as well, staying back until the spells are spent because he is very low. Then last moment, uses that Q, gets the mini stun onto Fudge, helps to finish him off. Whippo again, utilizing the ultimate, utilizing the W to really be able to create space there. And Fudge calling out, my bad. Win over the wall. I think he thought he could get in range for the all-out, but he just barely didn't have the range to actually catch up and get that ultimate onto Inspired, so it ended up turning pretty bad for them.
I mean, I say this all the time. League of Legends is a game of small moments and just very small differences, making the ultimate gap between the teams that much wider, right? Like just that small little bit of, oh, I thought I had it, but I was a little bit off, can come back to bite you.
It's so true, right? Because someone plays an early fight that little bit better. Now all of a sudden they have an additional item that maybe wins that next fight that you
Just
might
by
have
a
been
little
able
bit?
to win. You play that next fight really well. Too bad. They have 1,000 more gold. They actually win anyway. And that can really start to snowball, especially when you're going up against a team like FlyQuest who just heavily out-team fought you. That can be demoralizing to have that early game go bad when you already know the late game was rough last time around.
And now Fudge versus Whippo. Looks like we're going to get an all-in attempt coming out from Fudge. Whippo wants to stand his ground here, needs a little bit more time for his cooldowns, does kite it out pretty well, and Inspired's ready to join up. Fudge now in some danger, and there's your Glacial Prison. There's the outplay. Whippo just baits him in, dodges out long enough, and gets the reward.
I'll tell you how many dashes there were in that fight, but I don't know if I can count that high.
No, neither can I. It is just not between these two champions, there's a lot of years,
How many
brother.
dashes were there? Yes.
I'd say we've got about a millennium between these two champs, and it's pretty tough. But hey, since they're against each other, obviously they go blow for blow. 2 versus 1, the extra man makes the difference.
Absolutely does, and that is tough for Fudge because Fudge, in the midst of all this, had been losing farm. He swapped down towards bot side. I think minions were dying when they were having that Herald scrap as well. So he's down 20 CS. He's trying to force a fight here, and let's be honest, I think he would have won it in the 1v1, but it just doesn't matter because Whippo was able to play it really slowly, just continually kite it out as much as he possibly can, buy time here, dodge as much as he can. For Inspired to wait, and then Inspired just does not wait for anything to be able to be juked. He waits until he's point blank, right up on Fudge, hits the ultimate, no chance to be able to react to that, and Whippo can just dash right back on in to finish it off, and now has that Voltaic already complete. Heartsteel's already complete for Inspired as well. Those are really strong.
Voltaic Cyclosword is such a nasty item on Ambessa. This thing makes her already pretty oppressive trading pattern that much more obnoxious. It feels so difficult to actually be able to trade even with the champion once this item's online.
Exactly. So if you don't know how this works, and I wouldn't blame you because almost no one builds it, the dashes and the stealth, so really just dashes for her, they stack the Energize 75% faster. So when you're dashing around, you're getting the procs from this so fast compared to just walking back and forth, right? And it does have a 99% slow plus the bonus damage that it does proc off of. So when you're dashing around, you're constantly getting slowed, you're constantly getting hit for that proc damage. It is very, very difficult to deal with. And this champion just scales really to infinity. It is tough to deal with. But Contract's moving down to his bot side. They're going to look for a fight.
Yeah, Fudge this time the one who's got the extra power. Whoa, that was a bit of a yo-yo, but it looks like Whippo's not going to have a good time anyway. Once again, the extra man is the X factor. Shopify Rebellion are on the board. FlyQuest in the meantime going after that second set of grubs. Looks like they should be able to secure all 3 here.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to get it for sure. Inspired still has his smite available for this last one, so that is going to be secured. FlyQuest 1 kill away from that first feat of strength. And working on these objectives, they do get 5 grubs. Of course, they don't get credit for that first 2 grubs that they got. And Contract's just trying to take Dragon out on his bottom side. Busio looking to push him off.
Okay, Maokai LT shot out. Infernal Drake secured by Shopify. So Shopify needs 1 more neutral objective for the feat. FlyQuest needs 1 more kill for the feat. And we still don't have any turrets down for either side.
Yeah, no turrets down. Also worth pointing out that little interaction there that Busio was using you can use your clone to block the Maokai ultimate and then all just kind of stack behind it. So it is very difficult for Maokai to find those long-range engages sometimes. You want to be able to throw that down, force someone to eat it, and then hard engage often on that person and be able to kill them. But the Nico clone just kind of rejects that completely.
All clones kind of have that special power against something like a Maokai ultimate, an Ashe ultimate, whatever, right? Like you think of Wukong or LeBlanc, right? You think of a Shaco clone. Any of these things can be used to block those massive, slow-moving things that can really otherwise have some disastrous consequences. Speaking of disastrous consequences, Bwipo has been about 20 farm ahead the entire game now, ever since that first move from Inspired that we talked about that kind of shut down Fudge's chances to have the presence that he wanted in the lane. And Bwipo's just happy to keep on farming on this Mbessa. We know how scary this champion can be if she gets into a team fight, finds access to the back line, and is ahead of the curve of the game.
Yeah, it can be really, really tough. And obviously Sejuani plus Melee, that is a classic pairing. You used to see so much of the Sejuani plus Renekton. This is kind of one of those new era pairings. Doesn't actually check the pixel brush, so is going to be spotted by the pink, and Fudge is going to try to stand under tower. You can see Shopify's moving down.
Okay, Busio ready to start this one off with a Pop Blossom, and there's no way out. Feet of Warfare claimed for FlyQuest, but Shopify are looking for a counterattack. Contracts goes in, looks to lock up Bwipo. No way out here for the FlyQuest top laner, so a 1-for-1 trade that still favors FlyQuest because of the feet secured.
Well, and because of the minimap, look at these lanes, mid and top. All 5 members went down, so you're losing plates in mid, you're losing farm in mid, you're losing plates and farm in top as well. So yeah, you got to kill back. Yeah, when you're carry, you're going to be happy about that, but everything else is getting really rough. And even Masu being so annoying here, just delaying B-Void getting back towards lane and delaying him from being able to grab those last couple CS as they dive to the tower.
I mean, man, it's almost a 3,500 gold lead just 14 minutes into the game.
3 kills to 2, and you have that big of a gold lead.
This is huge in terms of the lead for FlyQuest right now. All they got to do is knock down a turret. This middle one is about ready to crumble, right? If you leave that undefended for 5 seconds without plates on it, and FlyQuest have 1 player, maybe 2 there, it's done. Top is even lower.
Yep, and bot is not much better. You know, all those towers are incredibly low, so as you say, it's tough, right? When you're losing, when you're getting pushed in, well, you kind of generally have the answer of, all right, well, we're just going to overload one side. We're going to put an additional member there. We're going to throw, 3 members there. We're going to get a quick kill, and then we're going to be able to try to make something happen. But FlyQuest are pushing all lanes, so they're always going to win out on the map. This is going to be going down, as you said. They already got the feat of Warfare, so they are going to be able to get the feats of Strength claimed back-to-back games. For what it's worth, in Pro, it has about a 74-75% win rate globally. It does change a little bit whether you're red side, blue side, but it is very strong. Obviously, a good indication that you're winning the game when you're kind of getting the objectives, getting the kills, getting everything.
Fudge getting the better of Bwipo in this 1v1 so far. Bwipo did dodge away from the 3rd hit with the knockback of the Intofo strikes, so feeling pretty good about that one. 3-2 still that 3,500 gold lead. Palafox getting some alone time with the top lane turret. We'll see how much damage he can do to that one, because FlyQuest are overloading bottom in return. Busio moving forward here, wants to hit Fudge with the Tangle Barbs, not quite having the range on that one, but Quad, Inspired, and Bwipo are all also here. So is the Wave with a cannon minion, and FlyQuest with 5 grubs, Isaac, are just going to melt this cannon.
Yeah, this thing is going down very, very fast. They do trade back top lane tower, and so there's going to be some gold there for Palafox, who was also the beneficiary of the kill down on bot side. But Masu now moving in towards mid. Are they going to look to go for him? Inspired's going first.
Nice shot there on the B-Void. Forces out the cleanse, and now Contracts has to try to get away. He wanted to flash, but he still gets caught by the Pop Blossom. Counterattack comes in as Zazel's ready to try to help his team, and Busio's going to be the only one killed in the scrap. Nicely fought from Shopify.
Yeah, nicely done, but they are very low, and Quad is here. So again, they're going to lose the tower. They get the kill. They lose out on the objective. That has kind of been the theme of the game. 3 towers down already at 16 minutes. You can see Bwipo on the Mbessa up, already pushing that top lane, and that top lane tier 1 also is low, so it's going to be tough here for Shopify. They're going to have to kind of find a moment to draw a line in the sand, look for a fight so you can go no further, because it does feel like FlyQuest are just playing the map so well. They're winning out in the individual lanes. They're winning out in the 1v1s. If they get the Herald as well, that's another pretty much guaranteed tower for them, and it looks like they have a very good chance of being able to secure this.
Yeah, we'll see if Shopify can do anything about it. I mean, at the same time, yeah, Bwipo's just going to grab the tier 1. So that's just tier 1s melting everywhere. All 3 of them down now for Shopify. The tier 2 even taken in that bottom lane like we saw. Rift Herald in the pocket of Inspired and FlyQuest, who are now up 4,500 gold. The only thing they're behind in is Dragons, and it's not that big of a concern, really.
Yeah, and you can even see Quad is going for a pretty greedy build here, going for Deathcap second. So he's going to be able to make his way towards that. When he hits that spike, that is going to be massive. And, you know, you can use that Herald to try to get an easier in towards that Dragon. You know, drop Herald mid, force the response there, take a free Dragon. Instead, it's just going to be Shopify kind of doing what they did last game, overloading the side lane, trying to look to pick onto Bwipo. Bwipo playing with fire a little bit here and seeing if he could steal away some of those mini Krugs, but he is going to keep his health high. 4 members from Shopify were on that top side of the map. The Dragon will be given up for sure, as Masu's just going to push out mid, and you're going to see Quad likely go down towards bot and get that moving in the right direction here. And then Inspired can just kind of back up and look to reclaim vision and control around that top side so the Bwipo can play more aggressively.
So I guess I gotta ask, it's feeling like, I know it sounds doomer, but what even is the angle for Shopify, like long term in this game to come back? Are we just kind of crossing our fingers and praying that FlyQuest lose the momentum to stop Victor from hitting 5 items?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're kind of just praying for Victor to be able to make something happen here. You know, they're playing a very slow game, so you are looking towards scaling, you are looking towards team fighting. You're hoping that, you know, some of these members that can be high risk, high reward, like the Mbessa or like Busio, that they can maybe fail and engage.
All risk, no reward
on them. Exactly, right? You know, Busio goes in for a big ultimate. All of a sudden, you know, you flash out of it on your carry. Zazel flash W's him. He gets rooted down. He dies instantly. Bwipo gets locked up and he gets bursted down, right? You know, these are the kind of things that they're going to be looking for, but it's tough because FlyQuest is spreading the map open, you know, and really making it difficult. So even when they do get a one fight, they're losing more elsewhere. But I think it's going to be down to Otacon, which is going to be up here, you know, in a little bit over a minute. Herald's going to get summoned. FlyQuest is going to try to put themselves in the best possible spot to take that Otacon, but I think we're going to be a game that just comes down to a fight around it. And if FlyQuest gets it, I think it's going to be a bridge too far.
Ooh, nicely done there from Fudge, trying to lock Bwipo up underneath the tier 2 turret, but it doesn't work because Bwipo is able to make some distance, get himself away to safety. Masu jumped on by Zazel, but Masu also flashing out with a Pop Blossom, defensively used by Busio to protect the exit of FlyQuest. It was a little dicey, but critically they stay alive. Shopify, oh, that's got to be upsetting, man. You know they wanted to full send, be able to grab something there. Back over in the mid lane, you got the tier 2 turret going down.
Yeah, and Inspired actually had to flash to block the Caitlyn ult that was on Masu there. He was nervous about that being enough damage to finish him off. You know, he has a lot of AD. It is an IE rush and a longsword on top, so he has a lot of AD in there. I'm not 100% sure if it would have killed him, but it would have been incredibly close. A lot of damage. And I think it probably would have killed him. So I will say, yes, frustrating that you don't get those kills for Shopify, but no flash Inspired, no flash Bwipo, no flash or cleanse on Masu, and the flash is going to be up for Zazel. The flash is going to be up for Contracts. You wanted the way in. This is it, right? You know, this is that window where when Masu has no summoners, if you can find a good pick on him, you could maybe get that early kill and turn the game around.
Well, also worth pointing out here with Bwipo on the Mbessa, double lethality item completed with Voltaic into the Edge of Night. So although he does have 2 items completed, although he is 2,500 gold ahead of Fudge, exactly, he's burstable. Exactly what you're talking about. It's not a traditional full tank, it's more of a drain tank type of champion. If they can isolate him, if they can burst him down in time, that could be their angle. But it's so hard when FlyQuest is playing together well and covering for each other's escapes.
And I will say, even when Mbessa has these kind of builds, it is sometimes really kind of tricky to be able to get that kill, right? Because, you know, it's 450 shield on the W. You know, you heal for 13% of the damage that you deal on your ultimate straight up, and then you obviously have, you know, all of this healing that's coming through with Conqueror, all of the kind of passive healing from that. So if you don't get that 100-0 kill, this champion can become deceptively tanky, just straight up through drain tanking. It can become really tough. So, you know, if you're going to commit for the pick on Mbessa, you have to have that Edge of Night popped off, and you have to be going for that kill. But you can see FlyQuest already on Otacon here and is getting down to half HP already. Shopify are on their way, but Fudge has got a TP now, you'd have to think.
All right, Shopify, if you're going to do something,
TPs.
It's time to start doing. Yeah, TP's coming in down here to the bottom lane. Both going to arrive around the same time. Bwipo arrives first, but now he's all isolated. Bwipo's got to make a little bit more distance for himself. Deadly Flourish trying to cover his escape. Maokai ulti flies through. Inspired hit with the root. Buffers through it with the Arctic Assault. Nicely done. But it's Shopify with control over the Otacon that has not reset. 5,000 HP on the objective, but Shopify's got to be careful. Bwipo again going to be the target. Knocked back by the Intofo. Strikes. Bwipo finally falls. Palafox takes the kill, but Contracts has to try to escape now. The Glacial Prison won't find him. He tries to re-engage. Instead gets caught. Busio with the slam onto 2. A double kill back over to Quad. Whipple the only one dead on FlyQuest, and they've turned it right around. Shopify have nothing left to say with a triple kill over to Quad, and another team fight for FlyQuest.
It's a massive win there for FlyQuest. They're going to be able to get Otacon off the back of this again. It was a kill on the Whipple, but they commit so much onto him, and the whole time, Quad is hitting, Masu is hitting, and B-Boy was still low from that early chunk that Whipple got further back. You can see Busio on the side is threatening to try to keep these carries away. Kalfox can't really fully commit in. B-Boy can't really fully commit in because of the threat of the Nico. And so yes, even though Masu does go down, Quad was always untouched. Inspired creating space for him. The death cap is complete. It's a 4-kill Azir. It's Otacon going their way. And it is the GA Otacon. And with it taken at this time, it's even going to be there for a force, on a fight right before Baron spawns, which is often the death knell of any game.
They have a 6,500 gold lead. All 5 players have a false life. The Drakes are almost even now. It's just 2-1. I'm going to get bamboozled by that Otacon symbol for quite a while. I keep mistaking it as an Infernal Drake, so that's going to keep happening. But that's all right, because FlyQuest are in such an insane spot in this game. I feel like for Shopify, you're just praying for a mistake to punish right now, because if you don't get one, I really don't see the angle here.
It is so tough, yeah. Now that Otacon's gone, that does often feel like kind of the last hope when you are losing. One of the things that Otacon does do is just makes it so smooth to snowball a game to victory, because there's not this kind of like dead space. In the previous seasons, there used to be this time, kind of after Herald has been taken, before Baron is really viable, because doing a 20-minute Baron was so incredibly dangerous.
Most games you couldn't do it.
Realistically, unless you're monstrously ahead, you wouldn't really be forcing Barons until like 23 minutes or something if we're going to get a fight.
Yeah, Bwipo's just ready to go in and put some pain on Palafox, but now it's Bwipo who's found himself behind enemy lines, and not in the good way. He withdraws 200 gold over to Shopify, but it's just an easy opportunity, again, for FlyQuest to force this. It's exactly what you're talking about. This is the tool in their toolbox that allows them to keep the momentum of this game shoved down Shopify's throat.
Exactly. I mean, it looks like a silly death until you realize he just respawns instantly in the base, and they got 2 towers, including a Nexus tower off it. And Quad, he's going to die too, sure, but again, now look at top, look at mid, right? This is the problem, is that you're just forcing your opponents to spend more than they can afford to spend to try to defend these plays. Now Inspired is just going to go in for B-Boy. He'll kill him or he won't. It doesn't really matter either way, because top lane is dying too. He just goes in, forces it, he even gets the kill as Bwipo comes back. They're going to be able to get this kill on Inspired, maybe, but top lane tower is almost dead. Mid lane tower is gone. Bot lane inhibitor is dying now to Bwipo. And this is the problem with this Otacon. It's so tough to defend because they just force any fight. And when you're already the team that's losing, you have to spend so much to defeat them once. And even when you fully wipe them, say you go 5 for 3 in a fight. That sounds amazing, right? From behind?
Yeah.
But then they all respawn and it's a 5v2 on the map.
Voracious Otacon is not okay. I feel like it just completely can choke you out of the entirety of the game. The fact that you just get to, we'll be right back. Put the egg rolls in. You got a chance for a break.
The egg rolls.
there you go. Mom, more egg rolls.
I can go for the egg rolls. I'm
not really sure what the pause is for. Maybe
for the egg rolls.
Oh yeah, okay. It's for the egg rolls. Shopify's.
We don't want the players to get hangry,
Yeah. We don't want that. There's already enough of a reason to be.
Honorable summoners.
They're already having to deal with their opponents just inting into their base without being punished because of the power of the false life. So they've got enough to worry about already. It's a tough game too for Shopify. Obviously, we talked about it at the start of the day, but man, going up against the defending champs as your first game of the split is always a tough ask.
Yeah, so we have a report here. So Palafox reporting what he believes to be a potential bug with the Victor Ultimate. QC is going to investigate. We'll keep you guys updated as far as any information I get. I will let you know.
Cool.
But yeah, I mean, Kobe and I did the show match. You were there too. Obviously, we saw the draw show that was there right after it. We were talking to the players. Guess who every single player wanted to dodge? FlyQuest.
FlyQuest, yeah.
No one wanted to dodge them. Them, as well as TL, were the teams that people were obviously most scared of.
Yeah.
But even TL, some of the players I was talking to, and some of the coaches I was talking to, was like, well, FlyQuest is at the top, but we could take down TL. Like, TL isn't so invincible anymore. People were feeling like, hey, maybe there's some cracks in the armor there. Maybe we can make something happen. FlyQuest, no one wanted. Like, no one would tell me that FlyQuest was beatable. No one would tell me that they wanted to play FlyQuest. So you know, that was something that was kind of the reality for the bottom 4 teams in that pool that could have drawn them, right? You know, so of course Shopify drew that, and they have to deal with it, and we'll see if they can make any sort of a miracle happen. But it does obviously look like FlyQuest is very close, maybe a couple minutes away from closing this out 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, somebody's got to draw the short straw, right? Yep. FlyQuest has got to play somebody. Somebody's got to play FlyQuest. And it's really interesting because all of last year, if you remember the conversations that we had, the perception that we had, that the community had, that pretty much everybody had, Team Liquid was running the league. FlyQuest, sure, they were chasing them from a second place. But even when FlyQuest won the summer split, because of the crazy way it ended with the minions killing the Nexus when it looked like it was going to Game 5, a lot of people were like, okay, yeah, but we still think Team Liquid's the better team, even though FlyQuest won. It seemed kind of wacky, and they still thought that Team Liquid would win if you played it a bunch more times. I don't think it was really until Worlds, until FlyQuest stepped up and showed us what they had, particularly that series against Gen G. And I bring it up just because it was so impactful, because it was so close to being just a historic moment throughout 15 years of League of Legends. Yep. And it really just kind of shook everybody's perception of this team and made them realize, oh man, this is the real deal.
Okay, so the bug did occur, but it is one of the bugs on the QC bug list that players are, you know, made aware of, that, hey, you know, these are some of the things that are bugs that are currently in the game. So basically, you know, if you're picking a champion that has one of these bugs, then you kind of have to deal with it. So it will be a play-through situation. I don't know exactly what the bug was, but we are going to be playing through. And back to your point, you know, I fully agree. I mean, it was a situation where I think FlyQuest was maybe overlooked. You know, was looked as that kind of second fiddle, but definitely no longer. They come into 2025 looking like the big dogs, and we'll see if they can finish this first series off. That is going to be another GA spent, as when those are about to expire, you kind of just run in and
just
get a little bit of damage down.
Yeah.
Yes, you are giving over more gold, though. So at a certain point, you know, especially if it gets nerfed again, there will have to be more kind of thought about this, because he did just give over 200 gold to get like one auto on a tower. Last patch it was 100 gold. 200 gold, though, that's not bad. So maybe it's not really worth it to just get a little bit of damage down. But, you know, at this point, they're so massively ahead, it's not going to make any difference.
Yeah, the 100 gold one was a total meme, right? It's practically the cost of a cannon minion. It's like, yeah, I will trade an auto attack on the turret for this. I don't care.
But 200?
But 200's okay.
You got to start thinking about it.
Yeah, like you're actually most of the way to the traditional value of a champion.
Exactly, and if it was changed again, if they made it like 300, well, now all of a sudden it's like, yeah, you do res, but they're still getting a lot of gold from wiping you.
Right.
Contracts here, looking to see if he can set up some sort of a pick, but you see multiple members, you know you cannot make it happen on your own. And that Azir is 3 items now, and I think they are aware that he is around.
You should not try to jump this dude when he has friends and you're by yourself.
Don't kill the jungle dog.
Oh, no. Oh, there's one.
Let the wolf go.
There's 2. There's 3. There's 4. Oh, now the cannon's just going to hit him. One more hit. Oh, they're just going to give it to Inspired. There it is. Inspired will pick up that one. Contracts had no way out. Oh, now Palafox is going to be in some serious trouble here, too. Potentially, luckily, has help nearby to guarantee his safety. FlyQuest ready to reinforce their own lines. 9-5, favoring Fly right now on the Rift. Baron is alive. Objective bounties are up and active for Shopify, and they damn well should be, because it's a 9,000 gold deficit. Inspired and Masu starting up the Baron with just the 2 of them. Bwipo and Quad both ready to join. Busio hanging out on the flank here. He knows that as Nico, he doesn't really do anything to the Baron. It's all about having the flank in case Shopify tries to approach. Busio also on top of a control ward. He knows he is unseen. Wrapping around for the full-on engage here. That clone's going to be caught there by the 90 caliber net of B-Boy. Easily done for FlyQuest, just managing these situations, being able to take the Baron, being able to put themselves in a beautiful spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, normally maybe we want to try to challenge, but Contracts was dead, and not only that, you had used Maokai ult, you'd used Victor ult, so I think without those, there's not really any shot of being able to contest, so I think you just kind of have to button up, go back to the base, hope you can find some sort of a way to defend, to delay. Zeyzal, though, getting caught out, he is in trouble. He's going to be flashing away, but he is flashing to the wrong side of the map, and Masu now.
Yeah, Contracts. Oh, no, dude, he's got to be gone. Quad, unstoppable here. Just working together once again with his team, setting him up to knock him down. Now the mid lane inhibitor. That thing is trashed as the top lane tier 3 turret will fall right after. The inhibitor's going to go the same way. 30 seconds still on Contracts. It's 5v4 in the enemy base for FlyQuest, and they're looking to end this one only slightly slower than they ended the first game. Zeyzal shoots off that Maokai ulti, but now he's got to be careful. He's dealing with Bwipo. It's a 3v1. 1 favoring Shopify, but a nice counter attack from Busio locks up all 3. Quad goes in for the shuffle, finds 2. But FlyQuest have overcommitted a little bit here. They've already lost Quad and Whippo, both solo laners down, as Masu is trying to fight and kite Palafox. Fudge and B-Boy defending the Nexus for the time being. Masu! It's him! It's always been him! He outplays him again and he makes it happen. Finally gets shut down by Fudge. Shopify holds on. They will have another chance, but FlyQuest has them bleeding.
The 6th man, the Nexus Tower, really keeping Shopify's hopes alive as they just dove right past it. Whippo went in so early on the Ambessa, gets burst down. Quad is super fed, but there's no zonies. You are not tanky. And he ends up getting taken down. You know, the tower added so much damage in that play. So Shopify still alive, will not lose the game just yet. And it is going to be Dragon trying to get taken here by a contract, but he realized, all right, there's a TP coming in, I can't even do it.
That blast cone also is just so unfortunate. It doesn't ultimately make a difference, but just knocking him into the pit while the leash still hasn't reset, it just feels like you served it on a silver platter.
Thumbs up.
Yeah, so, here you go, dude, sure. Easy take there for Inspired.
Kind jungler, you know?
Yeah, just a kind boy. Shoutouts to Rush, wherever he is right now. I hope he's doing well. All right, FlyQuest with 3 Cloud Drakes, with the Otacon. They had the Baron. It's just about to run out here, I think. Shouldn't be a whole lot of time left on that buff, as they have total control over the Rift. There's still that inhibitor standing in the bottom lane, but the top and mid lane inhibitors have been destroyed. The super minion pressure alone is suffocating for Shopify Rebellion, and now the FlyQuest squad is once again grouped up and pushing together.
And Palafox's death cap at the very least, you know, he did get like over 1,000 gold in this last little exchange. He got a lot of shutdowns, but, you know, as you say, the inhibitors are down except for bot lane. So the supers are going to be coming in, and they're still down 10k with no Nexus towers. It's going to be an incredibly hard defense.
Oh, nice shot coming out from Whippo. They kill Palafox, and with his death goes all hopes for Shopify Rebellion holding this game any longer. Whippo finds a double kill on the other remaining carry, and he's going to be able to vamp his way straight to the enemy Nexus. It's a 2-0 for FlyQuest, and it didn't look even remotely difficult. The champs are back in town.
Not even the fountain is safe from Whippo. The Ambessa gets a kill there on the steps of the base. FlyQuest, as you said, picking up right where they left off. They're the champs for a reason, and they look so dominant today, kicking off the LTA with a 2-0.
FlyQuest coming out swinging. Whippo with the wide walkover for the post-game fist bumps.
I mean, not even 60 minutes of total gameplay for the series, so they have got to be feeling really good about how this one started off. FlyQuest, they took a break. They didn't boot camp. You know, they took some time to reset, but they have clearly adapted to the new season, to the new system very quick.
Nice opening look here for FlyQuest. Time to join Jat on stage for an interview.
Thanks, Lars. I'm here with Whippo. 2-0.
Pretty good.
How's that aligned with your expectations?
Completely within expectations, I'd say.
How was the offseason for you, and how have you been?
Honestly, really good. I feel like I turned 26, so December 24, I turned 26. I feel like the first 25 years of my life, you know, pretty good road. I want to kind of work on what I've built, and that's kind of the goal. So for me, you know, I talked about my mental health last year and all this stuff. I feel like this world's run, especially on an NA team, the people I worked with, the fact that I get the opportunity to work with them again, is really going to be an opportunity for me to solidify what I've built in those first 6 years of my career and kind of make it the standard.
Yeah. And I think a lot of people might not know how unique it is to keep exactly the same roster, even pretty much the same coaches year over year. What kind of opportunity does that allow you into this new 2025?
So for me personally, the biggest opportunity is like keep building on the trust you've already built. For example, like we came back into practice, and the very first thing I'm working with Quad is like, hey, I know that you might feel like you have to hover because I'm going to feed. Trust me, if I'm feeding, it's because I know it's okay to feed. So I need you to trust me, do your own thing, commit to your play. I'm always going to keep you in mind. I trust that you're making the best play at that moment. I want you to trust that I'm going to make what I think is the best play. And if it's not, you can yell at me later. It's fine.
That's amazing. I also saw you took some time in between games to type some things on your phone
Absolutely.
And send them out to the world. Do you want to say what you said and kind of why you did it?
So for me, I mean, we got to draft Urgot, Ivor, and Casio. If anyone watched our Worlds run, that was kind of what we used to beat Asian teams. You know, some of the best teams in the world. Maybe you'd want to not let us play that kind of composition into 3 melee characters. It's a thought. Obviously, I don't know what's going on with them, but really the number one thing I want to bring kind of to the audience is more like, 7 out of 8 teams didn't want to scrim us. We are the team to beat. So we went to Worlds. We got quarters. We played a very intense best of 5 against one of the best teams in the world. We want to show the rest of the league and our fans kind of what makes us winners. And the fact that they are not willing and they're hiding things and then come to stage with this shit. Are you even watching us? Like, are you even like scouting us? What are you guys doing? You were off for 4 months vacation, and then this is what you bring? To me, I want to level up the level of the region as a whole, and I think that revealing what we do will make everyone else better, and therefore we will level up the whole region and have better performances, not just looking at FlyQuest, but looking at TL, looking at C9. Every single team will play better, and I think that's important to keep longevity, especially now that we're merging with the South as well. They will also learn, and I just want to make NA a powerhouse, you know?
Yeah. And just specifically, you're speaking about streaming your scrims, not just scrimming the team. So streaming the scrims, that would be extremely entertaining. There is a very popular team doing that right now.
It's their idea. We stole it. Don't misunderstand. We took the idea from them. I just personally feel like it's a great way to engage the fans, engage everyone, and just in general, do better. Because I think that for me, this is the #1 thing. I mentioned I turned 26. I want to do better in every single way of my life, and I don't want to be afraid of people outperforming me because they know what I'm up to. I have 6 years of my career. You can VOD review every single secret that I've ever had. You can see in my gameplay out of all those years, especially at the World Championship. I've never left anything, you know, behind. I've always put everything on the game on the Rift, so I'm not afraid to show you what my day-to-day looks like and kind of elevate the rest of the teams, because I feel like there's too many teams that are clearly not using every hour of the day as well as they should be.
Love to hear it. Would love to see you guys scrim against other teams on stream. Congratulations, you played great today. Hope to see more of you later in the year. That's it here with Whippo. We're going to head to break. Great stuff. Thank you very much.
AT&T has a new guarantee because most things in life are not guaranteed. Like common courtesy. Really, Brenda?
I know you can see.
When they say,
I'm on my way.
no way. Pretty blue, though. Or a fun night at the movies. Yeah, that's not guaranteed.
Yo, hold on. Let me put you on speakerphone.
You know what AT&T guarantees? Connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. Or we'll make it right. That's the AT&T guarantee.
It's for you. Do you like it? Come on, Charlie, use your new door. Come on, let's go. I said go. Let's go. Silly dog. I'm gonna trade you for a cat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Back to the LTA
FlyQuest
North.
were already doing really well last year, and
We
they
have
won
Cloud9
the league.
arriving
Yeah, a
right
lot of people
here.
talking about
With Lyon as their opponent. And Sven in the front passenger seat. He called shotgun on that, I guess?
Yeah, I guess he did. Meanwhile, Vulcan is in the back saying no to paparazzis. He's like, Dad, don't look at me, don't perceive me. So he gave that. Okay, then he said a
gave a
hi.
little wave.
So
There we go.
he changed his opinion very quickly.
So how do we feel about this matchup here? Sven being back on Cloud9. For me, Sven is a player, we got to know him a little bit better because he did some analyst desk with us last year.
Yeah.
LCS Lounge with us last year. He's had quite the career.
Yes.
If we really just look back at it, because back in 2015, he was OG Niels on Origin making semifinals of the World Championship.
Yes.
But he's really been through so many different teams year over year, and with little gaps in between. Now switching back to AD carry because that Cloud9 stint was on support. It's just hopefully another positive chapter in his timeline.
And I think like if you look at the top side, which you've already mentioned, which is the Origin, G2, TSM, all of those were on big stages where he was either going to internationals. Obviously, he's doing the same when he was on Cloud9, but a lot of it just kind of hits the same point home. He's extremely experienced. He's been on those big stages. So coming back to Cloud9 and having both Thanatos and Loki right next to him, those are, I think, easier conversations to have because he's been there before.
Well, yeah, and not just Loki and Thanatos, but reuniting with Vulcan, his old bot lane partner, right? So obviously that's another huge thing. This is a bot lane that did super, super well together as
Some
a
old
team.
footage
As
here.
They have the masks on and everything. But I think that is also super interesting to me too, right? Based on the way that C9 used to play last year, where they did really heavily focus on having pushing lanes, being able to take control right up front. And as we see Vulcan and Sven's accolades together, I think this is a really, really interesting bot lane to be reuniting on C9, their old org.
Exactly. So as you can see the accolades, I will remember the year that Cloud9 was super dominant, that like no teams could touch them. Then they couldn't go to MSI because of course, COVID. And they wanted to be able to get there again, of course. And they had a little bit of misstep when it went to playoff summer. They couldn't make it a world. They're like, damn, we literally were the best team, and then we sacked it when it came to playoffs. But like, it was about Sven and Vulcan. And so the question is, can they get anywhere remotely to that level again? Because of how both, yes, Vulcan during his time in recent years, especially when he was on FlyQuest, have been kind of on and off, mostly off. Whereas like Sven came back, there's a few did not play because he had some breaks. And then just like, I think the reuniting, knowing exactly their synergy and where they want to be in lane and as a team, I think that will go very far.
And they're going up against Lyon today, who is the Latin American representative in the LTA North. And some of the names on this roster, depending on which leagues you have watched, are extremely known. So the LCS fans will definitely know Licorice, but Odilan making his LTA North debut, he's quite the history.
Yeah.
He's a player that I've covered pretty extensively in like play-in stages because like his career is expansive. He's one of the few goats of LLA. Like a lot of the times you'll think Seiya and you'll think Odie because of basically what accomplishments they've had. He has the most championships in LLA. He's the second most next to Seiya in Latin American North. So he's changed his name to Odilan to represent his Latin American North. So like that's what we're calling him now. And I think it's great to be able to see him on a new team in front of a new audience for us with like that, with the new tag. Because he was on Rainbow 7. Now he's on Lyon, which he's honestly that epic, I would say the best iteration of Lyon game was 2016 when he had like White Lotus, Giral, Seiya, and Arsa in the bot lane. Like that was such an epic team that made it to internationals multiple times.
Yeah, he's really intelligent. The way he sees the game is super, super interesting. Also, you do have to point out, eliminated 100 Thieves.
Okay, well, we need to take that off. Who put
World
that?
Championship. You got to include that. But this is the sheer amount of accolades he's accrued over the years. He's been playing for so long. This is absolutely a legacy player on a legacy LAN org coming to now the LTA North. And the thing I'm super curious about with Audilen is, again, how he's going to be communicating with these lanes, because typically on a lot of these Lyon teams, I know you also studied them, and a lot of the R7 teams, it would be, again, about having pushing lanes and then as your jungler, being able to play around that. I'm super, super curious to see what team communication looks like and how far they've been able to come as a group, being a relatively new group with such a veteran jungler on the team.
Yeah, because just last year, he was like a really involved jungler helping Canids and Summit out.
Yep.
And if you have lanes that are just that aggro constantly, it's like, okay, I just have to be there. I think this is a completely different responsibility that he has to have, because Licorice in the top lane is somebody who is going to be very stable, and you probably don't want to put much pressure topside. You want to go bot lane, especially towards Hannah. And so I am intrigued in which lane is going to be a winning lane, especially versus Cloud9. Because Hannah and Lions, especially with Lions not being here, he's going to be playing remotely.
Yeah, that's why there's the empty chair at the end.
Exactly. You can say hi to him. Maybe you can put a cardboard
yeah, we need to get the
like,
cardboard lions
like
out.
treats.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe get that in there. So like that one's going to be a little harder. And I think at some point in time, they're going to be a bit more focused on playing through bot lane, but mid lane. Saint is the focus from this team, I think.
Yeah, and we have Loki versus Saint, right, too, which is a really interesting matchup because a lot of people were looking at LCK Challenger mids during the offseason, and they were like, Saint is the one that we're looking at if they are going somewhere. Where is he going? He's so good. And now the decision is, okay, which team is going to be able to better bring their mid laner into kind of the communication on the team and kind of help get them to the next level.
True, Emily. But like, we've seen the power rankings that we had, that the people in the dive had. We've seen the community and their expectations of Lyon. It feels like Lyon has a chip on their shoulder because not a lot of people, almost no one believes in them, except for the Latin American fans. I saw when the power rankings came out and the quote retweets from the Latin American fans were like, oh, we're gonna make people pay. Like, we're gonna snapshot them and let them know that we're better than this.
Yeah, and we're moments away from going on stage. The players are currently going off stage so they can be properly introduced for their first game here in the LTA North. I have pretty high expectations for Cloud9 because I always have high expectations for Cloud9 because Blabbers, Ven, and Vulcan are on that squad, and because of the mechanics of their two soul laners with Thanatos coming back from last year, winning so many regular season games but being unable to bring it together in the playoffs. They just need, to me, to show cohesion. Cloud9 needs to show cohesion because we always know that they have a high level of talent. So we already saw FlyQuest pop off in their debut, and I think Cloud9, if they want to be considered in that echelon, need to do the same.
I agree. Look, when it comes to Cloud9 expectation and their fans, it's a lot. And people will be hyperbolic. They'll be like, oh, you hit third place because FlyQuest and Team Liquid were better. Well, you guys revamp the roster, change everything. Like, something needs to change. Like, there's always going to be a high expectation for this roster, and the fact that they didn't make Worlds and they got bumped out by 100 Thieves was actually devastating. That was really sad, and I think them wanting to build up Loki and continue to build up Thanatos is going to be a great thing. For me, Thanatos, amazing laner. We need to see how he does in team fights, and I think going up against Lyon will show us that.
That's my big thing too, is looking at Thanatos in kind of, I guess not necessarily his sophomore year, right? Because it was just the one split. But with C9, it was really shocking when they missed Worlds, right? And I think for Thanatos, we know that he is such a strong laner, and he can be such a strong laner. I think what I want to see more of from him is how he's communicating with the team in a lot of team fights. This is a very team fight heavy way that the game has now been organized, especially with Otacon and what it's done for the global meta. So that is another thing that I'm looking out to see from C9 is we would always talk about how good their early game was, how good they were individually. I want to see a lot stronger team fighting, especially from Thanatos.
And I think that Cloud9 will be better at being able to, like, if they have a bad scrim or whatever, like, having Sven in that room with the coaching staff, like that's going to be an added voice. He's always very critical. He wants to be able to get to the root of the problem. I think this is a good, a positive point for Cloud9. I'm interested in Lyon because I think the biggest question marks will just be in the language barriers. Odilan speaks perfect English. That's not an issue whatsoever, and I think the main point of communication is going to be English. But you have Henna and Saint. I have no idea how like proficient they are in English, but in general, like trying to get people on the same page, especially in crucial moments in a game where you need to get those few words out, that is the concern.
Yeah, apologies to the fans. I'm not sure why we haven't gone to stage yet, but we'll continue discussing these two teams, Cloud9 and Lions, right now. I had a good chance to talk to Sven on pros earlier, and he's definitely matured a lot through the years because he talked about how he had some negative interactions with Vulcan in the past that they were able to reconcile before he rejoined that team. So they definitely haven't always been peachy, even though they've always been good. But that's it from here. We've figured out all the problems. Let's send it to the casters to get into the game.
Hello and welcome back to the LTA North, where new faces look to stamp their name in the history of our region. Please join me in welcoming one of the newest additions to North American League of Legends, Lyon Gaming! In the top lane, Licorice, the jungle goat of LLA, Odilan. Fresh in the mid lane, Saint. Joining us in the bot lane, Henna, and carrying on legacy and support, Lions.
A big warm welcome to Lyon right here, right now, ready to join the stage here for the LTA. And I'm going to talk to you, sir. Odilan, one of the most famous players, one of the most accomplished players from the Latin American region in League of Legends. Now here today, you're going to start off on this stage going up against one of North America's most accomplished junglers in Blabber. How are you feeling about that matchup?
I feel nice, to be honest. I'm really grateful to be here. It's like a dream for me, so I'm going to show up.
Oh, hell yes. I love to hear that. I love to hear that. Now, for a lot of North American fans, this is going to be their introduction to a Latin American org coming to play in the domestic league, right? They might have seen you before at international events, but this is going to be their time seeing you here on this stage. What would you like to say as a welcome to all the new fans that might be watching you for the first time here today?
Well, to be honest, I'm not sure what's going to happen today, but we are going to do the best that we can. Obviously, we are missing one player, so it's going to be rough, but I feel like we have the team that we can beat any Cloud9, to be honest.
All right, I love to hear it. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Lyon!
And welcome their first LTA North opponent, one of the most storied teams in North American League of Legends history, Cloud9! Returning to the top lane, Thanatos, the LCS jungle goat, Blabber. Proving himself in the mid lane, Loki. Back in blue and AD carry, Sven. And alongside him, support, Vulcan.
All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. We just met some new faces here on this stage. I think it's time we talk to a couple of returning characters here today. Specifically, you're not just back, you're back in your original seat, sir. How's it feel to be back in the carry position?
What do you mean back? I feel like Dignitas was a bad dream. It's like I just woke up.
You just woke up? Yeah. You've been snoozing. Are you awake now?
Oh, I'm so awake.
That's what I love to hear. What about you? Are you awake?
I'm wide awake, yeah.
Wide awake, that's what I like to hear. Now, I know a lot of Cloud9 fans, a lot of LCS fans from back in the day loved the Sven-Vulcan duo. So I gotta ask, I know you're awake. Are you back?
We're so back. We never left.
Oh, they never left. All right, now, one last question before you all get to the game. This is gonna be the first domestic bout between a former Latin American org that has now joined the LTA and an org that was playing in the LCS for years. This is a first impression. What kind of first impression are you going to make here today?
One that's going to last.
What he said, yeah, I can't say anything.
Oh, hell yeah. Ain't no better time to get to the games. Casters, take it away for us.
Thank you very much, Captain Flowers. Cloud9 feeling confident today, and I'm happy to be on the cast for for the first time joining the LTA alongside Kobe. Thanks for having me. And shout out to my friends back from Minnesota. Get you some friends that will make custom t-shirts for you on your opening day. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
I like that. Can I rub it for
Sure,
good
yeah,
luck?
yeah. It is good luck.
Shiny ball.
It is good luck for it. There we go.
There we go.
Yep.
Some good luck here, baby.
Azale never lets people do that, I hear.
That's why I knew I had to get it in with you because he wouldn't have any of it. I'm super hyped for this matchup, though. You mentioned in the intro, Blabber, the LCS jungle GOAT.
Yep.
And he's going against the LATAM jungle GOAT here. Like, Adilan has been playing on North American servers, by the way. A lot of us have played games with him that have been playing since like 2013.
Okay.
This guy's got almost a 12-year career in LATAM, and so it's really cool to see this meetup here on the LTA stage. Really excited for this opener, though from the way that scrim rumors have been going, a lot of people are definitely favoring Cloud9.
Well, while you call out that we play in very different elos, I've never matched up against Cloud9 before.
Yeah, but you got to climb a little higher.
I'm working on it. The Pantheon support gameplay. But it's important to highlight expectations for these teams coming in here. C9, a lot of people are ranking them in the top 3. I'm the only one that didn't put them in top 3, but they are expected to deliver. Lyon Gaming, though, like we had said, Lyon has had some difficulties with visas. Lyon's, the support, is not actually here with us today, so they will not be playing with him live, and haven't been able to get as many scrims as Cloud9 have.
Yeah, and honestly, that is a big topic for the intro of this match. Like, it's definitely a rough spot. You saw, Licorice is, brought in the cutout. They've got the cutout set up there.
It's at the computer.
But he is playing from Mexico City, so it is definitely something, they have to work around. But sometimes, Kangas, you're faced with some constraints, and you got to make it work. Meanwhile, on the Cloud9 side, they did over a month boot camp in Korea. So I actually have a lot of favor as far as their prep goes. Whenever you get to get that long of a nice boot camp, they were talking about scrimming both LCK teams as well as challenger teams over there. So really help them get to know their new members and everybody starting to work together. But one thing they picked up there, ban the Skarner.
Yes, Skarner has been the highest presence champion globally. I was surprised to see it actually make it through in Game 1 here. But there they are. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. But Skarner is banned away this time, so it's Nocturne locked in for Odilan. What a champion to pilot in your debut in LTA North.
Nocturne has been getting pretty popular, and I always do love the vision games that you get when you get a Nocturne, so I kind of like starting out with this. Of course, some of the really good pairings there, Aurora is always very popular. Orianna, of course, passing the ball over to Nocturne is a possibility, but Cloud9 respond instantly with 2 giant AoE teamfight pickup champions here for themselves, so they know what they're going into, and it looks like they are fine with that choice. The Orianna that we were talking about to pass the ball to Nocturne is like the classic super long range off screen. Get that Orianna shockwave traveling.
And the Ambessa locked in here too for Licorice, who's returning now to Lyon, and the only North American player on this team from the ex-LCS. Piloting the Ambessa, a very strong champion in the top lane. We've seen what she was able to do even in that last series and rocking a decent win rate right now globally. If it's Renekton locked in, that might be a concern because win rate for this champion globally has actually been lacking a little bit. It's under 50% right now.
Thanatos, though, definitely a big fan of the champion, and I do like it into Ambessa. Ambessa, I'm always worried about scaling, so I wonder if Cloud9 can get like an earlier game plan on board for themselves. Of course, with their first 2 picks that they slammed and are showing, giant AoE with the Aurora ultimate and Wukong. One of the strongest team fighting junglers on the patch. Seems like Cloud9 are definitely going to index really heavily into that strategy rather than prey on side lanes with a Nocturne or get these like long range Orianna deliveries. So I think I do like that with the current setup of the meta on New Season. The New Season with so many neutral objectives does favor a lot of these team fight focus groupings. Just a chill guy watching some
maybe
chill
my favorite
LTA.
sign yet. That's a good sign right there. But you highlighted the fact, the importance of these grouped up team fights around things like the new Otacon, like the Dragons. And it seems like Cloud9 are doubling down. They're not going to go for a more peel back defensive style. They're saying, no, we're going to match you for power. Ash can also set up plays, find people out of position.
Okay, so we got a little bit of wombo of our own. Nocturne Orianna delivery plus a Rel and Misfortune for a little bit of answer in that AoE department themselves. When you're looking at that much engage, they're already starting to think counter-engaged here with a Renata. As soon as you see them coming forward, Renata ultimate is always so nice versus Misfortune also, even though Renata ultimate travels pretty slowly. You kind of cover off one of those big AoEs. Another counter-engaged champion that you may be familiar with.
I still
as a cosplayer.
I don't make anything from the RP sales for this. No, nothing for the skin sales.
That's
Can't
crazy.
believe it. Yeah.
Braum, though, matching your style with the bald and the mustache, is also a great counter-engaged champion when you're looking at all that front-loaded AoE.
Used to get Braum, now I get Dr. Eggman. Either way, it is locked in here for C9. Like you said, it's counter-engaged. It's also great in those team fights around those neutral objectives, but now they have a little more column A, a little bit more column B, where they can go in if they want to, but they can also peel back from this insane dive of Lyon. You talk about Nocturne as a ball delivery system, and Bessa, Rel, both also fantastic at setting up the Orianna for those big combos. So Cloud9 have to play with a lot of respect to the engaged tools of Lyon in their debut game here in LTA North.
Ooh, definitely an exciting one here. Lyon versus C9. Sven and Vulcan back together on the Rift. I know a lot of people have been anticipating the return of that duo.
Dynamic duo coming back. Their win rate together is incredible. We might be able to talk about that later once we get into the game, but as the coaches give their fist bumps, you know what time it is, everybody here at the Riot Games Arena. C9 fans, Lyon fans, make some noise for your teams on stage. They're getting ready for their first ever LTA North game.
Yeah, I like that. We got the little intro. Nick Inero Smith is joining the Cloud9 side. Little coaching edition for them. Another bald edition.
I was waiting. I was waiting to see where you're going with that, because there's only one way you could have gone with that.
We're collecting all of them.
You'll join us soon, Kobe.
It's like we've got the TFT trait going.
Just keep giving out the emblems to everybody. They'll join the team. We're into game number 1. C9 on the red side, Lyon on the blue, and already no early invades from either side. The big thing to keep out for is, do we get lane swaps with these compositions, or are both teams happy with the traditional setups?
Yeah, and I'm always really focused on level 1s. When you have strong champions like Braum, who's passive, it's just so massive in level 1s. And so that's why we saw a little defensive opening from Lyon there. They had the Tri-Brush warded on the bottom with everybody right behind it, waiting to see if there was going to be like a Cloud9 brute force invade. You know, the lane swap wards that you're talking about have become very popular. Teams looking to get those super deep ones, but nobody goes super deep this game. Doesn't want to take any chances there. And you get this. These are much more like solo queue classic ones where you just grab the ward on the Raptors so you can get that timing. Of course, Nocturne is almost always looking for full clears so you can get your ultimate, but it's a similar thing for Wukong. Wukong also very good scaling jungler, trying to play off its level 6.
And we're also seeing that both of the teams have opted for the lane swap. So Henna Lions going towards the top lane with Sven and Vulcan following suit. So we'll see if either of these teams is trying to get the better of each other. Who had the read, who had the counter read, as Thanatos and Licorice. If either of these top laners can get ahead, you have the ability to kind of get a snowball going. Renekton at first item, Mbessa at first item, both of them feel great. I just feel like Mbessa as a champion, her kit is so strong. We saw it take down a Cassante earlier.
Yeah, I feel like, too, it's a little bit different as far as the timings that they want to work off of. With Renekton trying to use a lot more of the earlier timing. So I wonder, and Thanatos is always known for really strong lane phase as well, and something they wanted to highlight on Cloud9. So very, very anticipated matchup here between him and Licorice, with a lot of Licorice fans as well, I saw in the audience.
Also another one of the ex-Cloud9 top laners. A while ago now, but
Cloud9 has been around so long that there are so many ties with a lot of the players. And yes, Licorice is definitely one of them as well.
Pick an active player, 50-50 that they probably played for that org at one point or another. But as we get a look at all these lanes, it looks like top lane currently shoving in right now for Lyon, as Licorice is taking some rougher health trades, and mid lane about the same here. But junglers are passing opposite ways. When I think of which one can make an earlier play, I really think more on the Wukong, but I'm curious if he's actually going to go for something.
Yeah, it's pretty much all about the setup of your lanes when you're playing two like level 6 style jungle champs like this. So both of them, like you're saying, they just do the opposite sides, full clears into Scuttle Crabs, and then The only really time that you want to invest any extra time would be if your lanes are setting you up with a very volatile lane or a lane that has a lot of CC for you to basically make your gank really easy. Otherwise, you basically just go get your ward, then you do your reset and go for another one.
Well,
but here
both
it
are
is.
in the mid lane right now.
There's
Saint's
the
in some
volatile.
trouble. Blabber's going right for him. Doesn't have the red buff available, so Saint can just walk away. Blabber doesn't want to go for the flash.
Yeah, that low chunk on a pushed up mid lane member does at least delay them. So does cause Audia as well to cancel his recall, but basically got his Raptor ward down, goes for his reset now, and both junglers will look for their secondary clears. No big cooldowns expended in the mid lane, even though that was a little bit dicey with the low health because of the frequent trading that we've had between Loki and Saint, who, by the way, are both imports into the LTA that are very familiar with each other. Both these two players played in LTA Challenger, and they actually played quite friendly. Saint got the majority of the wins here. Of course, he was on the DK Challengers, which was a bit better of a team. And their laning phase was pretty decent, but he generally got the upper hand and was generally had a bit more of a fandom. But listening to it was quite interesting listening to Sven talk about their scouting process and how they picked up Loki and their boot camp that they had down there. They're really, really impressed with his work ethic and the way that he sees the game and incorporating him into the Cloud9 side. So I'm very excited to see the way that this mid lane matchup does end up going.
But there were some voices, some of our contemporaries over in the LCK that pay attention to the Challengers League, saying Saint, arguably the more hype pickup, the more prestigious pickup. I know that Lyon fought pretty hard to get him onto the roster, so they're still pretty happy with their mid laner here. No one's gotten a big lead over each other in the mid lane so far, but you never know with players of this caliber. Whoever's able to get that early lead can just run away with it. But I also want to talk about some of the players on Lyon that have been around the LLA for a while. Lyons in particular, multiple Worlds appearances, an MSI appearance, and heavy roam style of support. On something like the Rel, I like to see them getting out onto the map. We saw them hovering mid a little bit ago. So far has been hanging around the top side mostly, but could always look for action with Odilan, who's close to level 6, level 5 right now, and going for the grubs early, where Blabber's on the Dragon, so we're actually just trading the neutral objectives on spawn.
Yeah, should not have too much action. Licorice comes up to get a peek, but it's really just confirmation that it is objectives traded. And again, I generally do favor the grubbies in it. Oh, they're actually going to have Saint roam down too, and they get Blabber off the Dragon.
It. That's the ultimate use. Now, can Loki make anything happen here? Between Worlds is available, but Licorice and Saint just walk away.
Okay, so it is just going to be Blabber's flash. It does delay him on the Dragon, but no flash for the Wukong does actually diminish your threat of your level 6 power. So we'll see if Cloud9 are still going to be able to get off nice Blabber level 6 play. Meanwhile, since they have so much vision on Blabber and they know that he's stuck down there at the Dragon longer, you get a little counter jungling as well.
I wonder if Blabber will read it, that his red buff's probably being taken right now, and go for his own invade. There is a window to do it, but I actually like this from Lions. It looks like he's running towards the bottom half of the jungle to maybe cover that.
Yeah, there's a couple of things here where you have priority in your mid lane and your top lane. So like you're saying, you get the first reset on your support for Lion here. So Lion gets out to cover that possible invade. And you've had constant pressure from this Orianna, from Saint in the mid lane, who was able to, of course, make that roam over to the Dragon. So Saint looking quite good so far, very early on into the series, even though we have had no blood.
They're just biding their time, Kobe. Everybody here is just waiting on the edge of their seat, thinking, when is it going to happen? When is the big fight? Now that level 6 for Nocturne has been hit, could happen at any moment once you're ready to go for that big play, maybe a dive. But with no neutral objectives, arguably less likely to happen. It might just be still a farm fest until that second spawn of grubs. As surprise, surprise, I'm going to guess we're getting a Ravenous Atacon here.
Voracious?
Voracious, yes.
Voracious is the hungry one that wants more kills, the one that does spawn the majority of time in pro play. Of course, they did make some adjustments on this patch too, trying to boost up the spawn rate of it in solo queue and then kind of reduce it a little in pro play, so you get a little bit more mix of the two kinds. But yeah, definitely in the low kill games, we're going to get that GA version. And with 0, that's a pretty low kill game.
Yeah, pretty low kill. Yes, damage factors into it as well, but we haven't even seen that much trading. So what I do want to talk about is really the only advantage that we see on the Rift so far. Thanatos over Licorice just in pure laning phase and the farming. You talked about how aggressive he is as a player. This is now his second year coming in to play at this level here in North America. And he's having a great performance so far, just putting Licorice very far behind in the matchup.
Yeah, and they're flipped Australian lanes that they had started out with. And again, he's such an aggressive laner, but he also got the counter pick and the Renekton into the Ambessa for early stages. You do need to really make it worth it, and he definitely is.
Yeah. Ooh, but now we have the first Paranoia used. No flash available on Blabber, remember, and now the bullet time over the top, but he's just going to Cyclone in, go for the engage. Oh, interruption from Vulcan onto Lions, who's now in trouble, has to flash away, but here comes Loki between worlds. Odilan low, flash forward from Sven for first blood. C9 with the counterplay.
A lot of credit to the Cloud9 bottom lane there, and then to Loki as well for the earlier roam coming down on the Aurora. Big ultimate from him. But Sven and Vulcan really holding it down for Blabber. As you mentioned, he was a little vulnerable without having his flash, and the Braum really doing a lot to stuff that engage. And then the turnaround and flash forward. Sven back on 80 carry, gets first blood. Here's a look at the setup, trying to deliver on the first Nocturne ultimate. And that's the idea. They want to punish Blabber without the flash, and so Blabber knows the only way to get out of that Misfortune ultimate is to go up a little bit. Vulcan comes in to help block for him, and the chunks that they get onto Lion was enough. Loki was able to tag there with the ultimate, and then Sven flashes in to finish it off.
Yeah, I like the look, but much like Reggie's LPL plans, that play kind of fell through right there. Now C9 ahead in goal from Sven, getting that first blood. Can accelerate himself a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's very different how these two mid laners do interact. Like, Aurora is so good at making her own plays. Orianna is so much more passing the ball and delivering the shockwave for someone else to make such a huge play. So I do like the first look that we're getting, but that was definitely an impactful one. Now we're going to get the swap as duos go mid, push mid, turn your mid pressure over to the Grubs, and it looks like they will be able to take the other pack. So we're not going to have any huge advantage in tower taking for either team if they can just continue to split those.
But we're denying the Grubs from Lion as well, so they're not going to be able to push these turrets faster. Maybe Lion can get some vision set up at the Dragon, but the spawner is a little off, so it's not going to be a pure trade. I like this from C9, just getting onto the Rift a little faster. Now they can correct their waves, get back into mid, push that out, and it gives Vulcan time to reset and run straight down towards that Dragon to get their own vision line down.
Let's see about the wraparound. Honestly, too, with your control wards here for Lion, should be fine. Don't have to worry too much. Blabber does have his flash back, though. If he can go pair up with Vulcan and try and pull out the play. Looks like they're going to head on down and try and get both of them as well. I mean, honestly, going to wrap around here.
Yeah, Licorice could be in some trouble here between worlds from Loki. Oh, public execution misses. He was trying to use Vulcan as the escape tool, but has a lot of dashes regardless. That's Ambessa, everybody.
Opposite side of the map does mean it's going to be overloaded for Lion side. They did get seen moving up there, though, because of the deep wards from Cloud9, so isn't really going to be a dive. Thanatos playing safe under tower, knows the threat is looming, so it's just going to be a little counter jungling there again. Adilan going to take away another red as payment. But Licorice with no flash. It was a necessary flash. Had to get away from Braum stun that was going to come through. But in the end, Cloud9, not only do they get the second pack of Grubs, but they also get the second Dragon. So,
and the fact that they don't give anything over topside, like you had highlighted. Thanatos still has all summoners. He's able to just hide under the turret. Seems like Lion have not really been able to find a way to get into this game. And I wonder how much of that is you go for that first play, you get rocked. You got to not let that affect your ability to go for the next play, because that is what the Nocturne wants to do, is utilize that ultimate cooldown effectively around these objectives. And so far, they haven't really been able to find that since the initial play went south.
Yeah, they've got plenty of time to work with, though. No pressure just yet. I mean, Orianna doesn't even have first item yet, so plenty of power still soon to come here for Lyon. Once you can start to get some extra items behind the Orianna Nocturne combination, deliver those shockwaves, start to get your big picks there. It is going to be a little bit worrisome for them, though, because Loki with the Malignance, very low cooldown on Aurora's ultimate, and can constantly look for those pick plays. It makes you have to play very safe as an Orianna.
Might just look for something right here. Weirding's not going to land, so Saint can just walk away.
It's just a little bit scary sometimes to play side lanes. Of course, you are the one that has a Nocturne on your team, so you have that little bit of coverage there. But
he's been on vision for a lot of the game. Odilon, even right there, taking the blast cone over the wall. C9 know that there is a Nocturne in the Dragon Pit right now.
Yeah, just chase him out. Even they can just go for the reset here for Sven. Get an item on Ashe first. Full reset and then actually look for it. So looks like they're controlled, nicely controlled here for Cloud9. Comes right back out. Kraken Slayer done for him as well.
What's the opposite of paranoia? Like where you always see where the Nocturne is?
Yeah, when you have full confidence.
You have full confidence. I'm not sure. Either way, that's exactly what C9 have right now. They got full confidence because they've been able to track Odilon on the Rift so effectively. And we just haven't seen the ability for Lyon to find that play. Now, Herald is coming up here. So far, there really haven't been scraps around the objectives, but that could change. Lyon are on the Rift right now. They're dropping the wards down, and they're trying to control the avenue in, but C9 are there too.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to get first push on side lane up here on top too. So once again, Loki on the Aurora gets a push-in wave, move down. They have plenty of defensive vision, but it is Cloud9 constantly pushing the reset timer when they want it. Like it's Lyon don't really have a lot of opportunities here to pull out any sort of surprise play. Cloud9 are kind of controlling on their item spikes, on their moves.
Ooh, Licorice finding a nice trade onto Thanatos right there. But yeah, just talking about the map play, as I don't think anything's really going to come of this. Yeah, Licorice should just back away. Talking about the map play, it kind of feels exactly how we set up, though. C9 is a team that went to Korea. They scrimmed together, boot camped together for a full month. Lyon are a team that things really just came together in the last couple of days for them to be able to start scrimming together. Shout out to Neyman in one of the interviews they did with Odilon about how difficult it was to practice and how a lot of their practice was grinding solo queue, which I think, talk to Surdy and what you heard from him say on Pro is not the best practice environment for pro play, and Lyon have been a little slow on some of these plays. I think that is telling of the difference in preparation that each of these teams has had coming into the season.
All right, well, next thing to prep for is the arrival of the Herald here. So that's why we see Blabber once again walking with his Braum, getting brush control, get a little bit of a chunk here.
Right now, we're just waiting with bated breath, but whenever Saint's not on the screen with Odilon, I'm wondering what the game plan is from Lyon at that point. Because if Orianna spotted top wave, C9 also, even if you don't know exactly what the Nocturne is, you know that Orianna's not going to be part of that combo, so you don't have to be as worried. And the Braum kind of nullifies a lot of the misfortune anyway. I think C9, they're in such a good position to control the access point to this Herald right now.
Yeah, as well as both of the side lanes, kind of, because since Thanatos had such a good early lane phase, little advantage for him down on the bottom side. Then you've got the Orianna matchup in a side lane also, which also should favor Cloud9. So them being able to control vision around mid is like the only question mark. Since you've got both side lanes taken care of, plus mid taken care of, now they can start it up.
Saint is teleporting into the mid lane. This could be the first time that we see Lyon go for the full combo, where Orianna is there with Odilon. Paranoia is available. Everything's available. Do they want to pull the trigger? It's already gone. Blabber just secures the Herald as now teleports are coming in. We're looking at Vulcan, but Thanatos can try and frontline engage from Lions, but Loki between worlds. They get onto the back line. Blabber and Thanatos just running loose on Lyon. And they will crush the team fight, get the objective. Licorice in full retreat now as well. Looks like he might be able to get away from that one, but that is disaster for Lyon, and Cloud9 feeling great about that play.
Yeah, Cloud9 been controlling the setups for the last 10 minutes here. Grubs into Dragon, into mid lane tower with the activated Rift Herald. Just got the Rift Herald, immediately summit in at mid. get the tower, get the charge, and get Dragon number 3 for themselves. It's just so much easier to set up and prep for these when you do have these really threatening side lane individuals of Aurora and Renekton. And then they did such a good job here with the CC that a Braum Ashe brings. It's actually an engage for Lyon a little bit late. Good attempt at going for turn off the lights and go for a smite fight, but then they go on the Braum here. And that's exactly what Cloud9 would like. A lot of cooldowns used on him. Licorice only gets the ultimate, the public execution on him too, even though by that time the fight's already won and they ran all the way through.
Yeah.
Aurora did such a good job. That ultimate is so good at these like middle of the map fights where you can get a giant pincer on people.
Exactly, and you look at how they positioned around the Herald too, there really wasn't a good avenue for OD to press R and get a shockwave onto multiple members. Everyone was so spread out, and there's a Braum in front of them. So it's like, do I go on the Braum? Do I go behind them? Because then Braum's going to stop my team from following up. Like, there really isn't a great avenue for Lyon to actually get into that moment, and you got to credit Cloud9 for that. They're playing this very defensively very well.
Yeah, it's one thing to like go for, you know, a smite steal or something on an objective. Another thing to then kind of be in a terrible space to fight the team fight, because you lose way, 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 way more from the team fight than just giving up a Herald, you know.
Oh, but they're going for round 2 right now, and this time they almost find it between worlds to dodge out the damage. And Loki just outplays Odilan with the team behind him. Credit to Lyon for the attempt, but C9 yet again answer in kind.
And everybody at home with God vision, you know, seeing the whole map here, sees all Cloud9 just waiting for this play.
Yep.
The defense is there waiting behind him. Loki knows what he's doing, standing out there. They bait him in. They take out the cooldowns, and let's see.
Oh, Change of Crystal Arrow goes a little wide. It was close. That was the first. Was that the first like proactive pick attempt that C9 has made? They made a lot of plays at objectives, and then they've turned a lot of engages onto them. But they are playing this very patient, very slow, very methodical, compared to Lyon, who, to be fair, is the team with more of the engage tools and more of that kind of onus to look for the plays. They're falling behind. They're one dragon away from giving over that soul.
Yeah, I would say the reason it kind of looks like this, that Cloud9 are not taking unnecessary fights. They're so focused on the objectives that every move is setting up for the better, territory to be able to start an objective. And then if Lyon come to you, then you can actually have a better team fight, and they showcase that. Or if they don't go to you, then you just get these objectives anyway. And so they've been able to rack up so many. Now we're facing Dragon Soul Point on the way. Voracious Otacon already here and waiting. And another attempt on bottom side, now with 4 members of Lyon lying in wait. Licorice as well has teleport ready, so they could try and invest everything in an Otacon side of the map fight. If not, like it does feel like Cloud9 will continue to control all these setups and not allow them a way back in. They're going to have to make it snappy.
And the thing about how patient Cloud9's playing this so far, and Otacon being on the bottom side, once Baron spawns, theoretically C9 could make a play for that instead. That's one of the things about Otacon and how much it's done a wrench in pro play priority around this point of the game is, yes, this is up, but give it a couple more minutes. Baron will also be up. Dragons will also be spawning. That's going to be the Dragon Soul and Otacon on the same side of the Rift.
Yeah, I think next goal on the list here for Cloud9 are the outer towers. The side towers still standing. Just focus on that gold first. So like you're saying, it's actually beneficial for them to have both Otacon and Baron up at the same time. So you've got plenty of time to work with there. Invest the next couple minutes, get that little bit of extra gold, take away the safety of those outer towers on the side lanes. And then you really have a dangerous situation for Lyon where map is open and there are very, very expensive buffs on the Rift with Otacon and Baron. And that might be just what Cloud9 have been building towards. The Flicker Blade build for Sven, by the way. This is a fun one. Did see it a little bit in, I believe, LCK. And you just spam hawk shots because you can constantly get such good cooldown refund on the long cooldown.
Saint still has a turret for now, but it's about to go down.
Objectives.
Yeah, just like you were saying, that is the focus for C9. Take out these outer turrets, and guess what? Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. Perfect timer for C9.
And Cloud9 already had all this control before they had like infinite hawk shots with the flicker blade Ash.
Yeah.
And now Sven's like, you know what? We actually do have God vision. I'm just going to spam out hawk shots. We already have a nice gold lead. We already have objectives lead. So now with the extra security of all that vision.
And now they can just confidently walk up like this too, because they see everyone bottom there. They know that Lions was alone for a brief moment. And it's the opposite of paranoia, like we had said before, which I'm going to dib therapy. I think that's the true opposite of paranoia right there. But Dragon started up right now.
The other thing that Sven just gets to shoot out all the time, of course, are the ultimates here. So let's see if he's going to be able to land one of these, because Lyon are coming for it.
This is the big engage. Lyon are set up. We've talked about how much their comp can work, but what if they get engaged on instead? C9 say, we're tired of you pulling the go button. We're going to do it ourselves. Low health bars, but they are chasing away Lyon, who are split apart right now, but Licorice does get one kill. That's a big shutdown. Loki in trouble. Lyon are actually winning half of the fight. C9 push away Lions. Maybe they can take him down, but that is a Dragon Soul denial for Lyon.
And Bessa scaling, baby. Licorice got to 2 items there. He was able to get in, kill off Blabber and Loki. Lion's running for his life, finds a blast cone, finds a hex gate, and he's out.
Whew, I mean, that was wild that Lyon were not the ones pulling the trigger for the first time that game. You could watch it. They were waiting for the right moment. I like the look for C9 to say, we're not going to give them that moment. We're just going to go in. But in that trade, they took so much damage that then it was just chaos after that.
Let's see about the reset then, because Dragon wasn't taken in the aftermath since the long chase went out, and Cloud9 are returning straight back to the objective here.
Yep.
Soul here on the line.
Lions spots this out. The rest of the team line is going to be walking in here. Odilan does have paranoia again, so we could just go for round 2. Look at Licorice on the side here. He's getting engaged on, but the lights go dark, so no one from C9 knows what's happening. The shockwave onto 3! That's what they've been looking for all game. Lions over the top, but C9 have absorbed it yet again. Nobody falls from Cloud9, and they will turn the fight yet again. C9 about to wipe the fight, get the Dragon Soul. And they just can do no wrong. Perfect execution means nothing. Loki picks up the ace.
Loki jumping between worlds for the triple kill on the Aurora. It looks good for Cloud9 in 2025. That is a Dragon Soul. That Dragon Soul is going to parlay into a Baron as well.
Yeah, what a swing here. That looked like the best engage so far from Lyon, but it just was not enough. Call it the gold lead, call it the positioning, whatever you call it. It's C9 that's about to be wearing purple right now. And that's 2 objectives back to back. They didn't even go for the Atacon. They're like, no, there's bigger fish to fry on this rift. And they pick up the Baron.
All right, that's going to be a reset. And there's so much standing gold on the map too. With only 2 towers taken previously, there's a lot of gold for Cloud9 to collect with the Baron. Let's take a look at the fight though, because they did get a large shockwave, but it's so sectioned off from the rest of the team. You saw there was no follow-up there.
Yeah.
Big shockwave, but bigger between worlds from Loki on the chase down. And then even this separated fight just benefited Cloud9 so much. Them being grouped to be able to chase off the fringe players there from Lyon. Again, so much of this game, Kangas, has been about setup and approaching the fights here. This time, again, a little bit split for the side of Lyon, and Cloud9's focus really comes through.
And again, just the comfortability that each of these players is demonstrating alongside each other. Very impressive for a team this early in the season. Now they're looking for a dive under the turret on the Licorice. He can't even move, man. Lions tries to turn it back, but he might just go down too. The concussive blow lands from the Winter's Bite. Loki slowing him down as well. He gets back to the turret, but the tier 2 turret will fall.
When was the last time you saw Mbessa get 0 dashes?
That's a good point.
That's the only time. Mbessa 0 dashes, just gets CC'd from 100 to 0. Licorice down, and the base is wide open.
Yeah, it's going to be a 5 versus 4 for a little bit here. Plus the Baron buff means that C9 can just continue the siege. 2 cannon minions in the top lane. They're going to take the middle turret as well. And Lyon, I don't think they can stop either of these. They just don't have the wave clear or the damage to kill these Baron-empowered minions. So C9 are cracking the base. Open inhibitors. Oh, Paranoia, now they're catching somebody off of sorts. It's Sven right now who does go down. Shutdown picked up by Odilan. That is crucial for Lyon if they want to keep their heads in this game.
Rest in peace, Sven. He accepted his death.
Yep.
No summoner spells you. No barrier. No flash. That's
Should've
okay.
gotten the Otacon, you know?
He definitely the correct move there for him, and Cloud9 will be fine just going for another reset. Let's see, we even got some nice and shiny upgraded boots on Loki. We got the 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. I hope that we get to see him get enough money for a Medjai's upgrade.
And you know what? I think now is the time, because I said at the top of show, I'm sure a lot of people watching didn't hear me say this, but I'll out myself. I said I wasn't sure what to think of Loki. I didn't have the same confidence that a lot of other people did in Cloud9, and I'm eating my words a little bit here. Loki is having a fantastic debut game right now on the Aurora, and it is setting Cloud9 up for just complete map dominance.
Yeah, I really do think there are large benefits to going for, over a month-long boot camp for this team to really work with the new players and everyone really getting to know each other well. And it looks like they've got a very good handle on how they want to play the game. Pretty methodical here opening.
Yep.
We'll see how they handle the Fearless changes for draft. Otacon, of course, picked up. So the shouts go out. The GAs are on. Now it's time to run it down. Of course, you give a little bit more gold when you try and just rush headlong in and give up your Guardian Angels. 200 now instead of the 100, but
that's the thing. You don't have to just rush in and int your lives away for a turret. When you're this far ahead, they can just use this to win the team fight, and they don't even have to go down themselves. Blabber the focus right now, but he's just soloing Odiland over the wall between worlds. He's trapped in the whirlwind. Cyclone goes down. Nobody's falling from C9. The same cannot be said for Lyon. Double kill picked up for Blabber, your NA jungle goat, as Lyon in their debut game will not pick up the dub. C9 showing the strength of their boot camp, the strength of this roster. Working like a well-oiled machine right now as they'll knock down these Nexus turrets.
All right, there's one left. Everybody get him! Licorice!
The ace comes through for Loki. 7-1-9. Welcome to the LTA, to C9's new mid laner. With a roar, they will stamp a victory on game number 1.
Meanwhile, Blabber pumping up those CS numbers. He had nothing else to do because he couldn't get into the picture for the Nexus explosion, so Wukong
Let's go for the stats.
got the Otacon teleport back to base, so go grab a couple more jungle CS.
But that's the thing about Otacon. When you're that far ahead, you don't need to just throw your lives away to dive a turret. You can just win the team fight anyway, and it's just a bonus if you also have the Otacon buff. So what a showing from Cloud9. This is looking like a team. They've said it themselves. They're competing for one of those top spots, if not the top spot in the LTA North. That's looking like a team that could go for that.
Cloud9 coming in hot in game number 1. Honestly, I don't foresee them having any issues here, even with Fearless removing some of these champions, but we'll see.
At the very least, it will be a very different look for the draft phase here. But we're headed for a quick break before game 2 between Cloud9 and Lyon.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to a very special night.
A very special night indeed.
We bring you live coverage from Riot Games Arena Rollout Red Carpet for Cloud9 Kia.
That's right. Cloud9 is now Cloud9 Kia. What's that? I'm told the players are arriving now.
Woohoo! Look at that EV9.
Beautiful.
Out first is Blabber. If you're a true LTA fan, you'll be cheering for him.
Whoa!
Did someone throw a giant tributes at him?
Next up, fresh off the plane from Korea, the god of mischief himself, Loki. Is he wearing Zinni sunglasses?
His future is too bright to handle.
How do you say it in Danish?
The hell of virkelig arbejde.
Nice.
And up next, we have Vulcan. It appears to do some crowd work out there tonight. Someone wants their cat sign, looks like.
What if he just never washes his cat again?
Now let's have a Dando step onto the red carpet tonight, and everybody is screaming his name.
Don't let his stoicness fool you. He lives up to his namesake on the Rift. Wait, shouldn't you be up there?
Way ahead of you.
They saved the best for last. It's going to be Sven's year. I can feel it. He's actually my favorite player of all time. Did you write this? Guys?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Watch party, and Lyon is gonna need their cheers.
They need
Raz,
everything.
because it was a little bit of a rough game one for them. I know we touched on how they haven't had nearly as much time to practice as C9 as a unit, but C9 came out in this game one looking incredibly dominant on the map.
They did. Great control from the team. There were times really early on, 7 minutes into the game, where there was like a small skirmish that I was like, wait a minute, Odie was going in for a Noxian ulti. Maybe that can turn into something different. But then I felt like Loki really had a solid imprint, not in just that one play, but in the rest of the game.
Yeah, he looked really well coordinated with the team. And so first of all, in this week's Pagoda moment, or Pagoda moment, featuring Loki on Aurora, keep your eyes on him, because after this kind of Nocturne Oricep that they want to do goes onto the Braum, Thanatos comes in, and here comes Loki.
Yeah, is immediately able to just burst down Saint and then impact the rest of the team fight alongside Blabber. I will say a lot of utility, a lot of like resources were just burned on the Braum. He's like, I'll take the Nocturne ulti, I'll take what you give me. And if you go directly at that moment, I'm just gonna try my harness here, right there. I'd say that's about right. Like, that was just how strong Aurora was and Loki was in that team fight. You wanna extend it a little bit more? That's good too. There we go, so we can see the full brunt of it. And honestly, another one too, I felt like Thanatos had a really good game.
Yeah.
Yes. like not only in laning phase, people were pointing out how strong he was in lane, getting like a 30 CS, imprint on Licorice there, but also like 24 minutes into the game, I'm gonna say around there. There we go.
Beautiful. There you see him.
Boom. There was like a massive team fight. It started with an Orianna ulti, but then it was pretty much the Aurora and Thanatos specifically that just cleaned up the rest of the fight. And so, few things. I love the comp from Cloud9, and I liked how they played it. If you remember in Spring Split of 2024, a lot of our criticisms were how they set up around fights around Grubs and Dragon. That was not the case whatsoever. In that Pagoda moment that you had showcased, like not only was Braum at the forefront, he was tagging them and getting good information of where they were coming from, but also, like Lyon couldn't see where Ashe was, couldn't see where Aurora was. They had to engage on somebody, so they chose their target, and the rest of them came in and cleaned the fight. So I thought Cloud9 just had great team fights.
Yeah, and I think the big thing for me is, here we can
why not?
go back. We'll highlight this top lane matchup a little bit. We talked about Thanatos, right? And you already mentioned, we talked about him being a strong laner. I kind of set this up at the beginning where I'm like, I want to see him do a lot better in terms of coordination with the team fights. I actually thought he looked much more well coordinated with the team. Loki looked surprisingly coordinated with the team. And I only say surprisingly just because he hasn't necessarily had as much time to gel with the team, right? Thanatos was on the team previously. So just a really, really strong and dominant showing from C9.
So all the things that we were talking about that we heard from the cast as well when they were hitting on C9's building of the team and the faith that they had in Loki really does feel like it's coming through. Any changes that you would like to see in the draft going into the next game?
I mean, they came out with this draft thinking, okay, we can hopefully coordinate it with the Noriana. Maybe that's new. Nocturne Orianna combination with the Rel MF being able to hopefully do damage across a team fight as well.
Yeah.
That didn't work. I do think they should continue to stick to easy to execute team fights, especially again with Lions playing remotely, with maybe not as much time to have spent like fighting together.
Yeah.
I do think that those kind of team compositions can lend itself to potentially taking a fight that you might not expect. And we almost saw it in that fight you pointed out at 24 minutes too.
I agree. I think easier to execute compositions now. Of course, I say change up their draft. They're forced to change up their draft. It's Fearless. You're not playing the same draft.
True.
So I agree on having something that's easier to execute. That being said, I want to see what top lane picks we have now that Renekton and Abyss are out of the way. Thanatos is someone I think last split had a lot of success on both Renekton, Gnar, stuff like that. I think being able to see a little bit more from him in competitive play is what I'm most excited for when it comes to Fearless. You get to see, push them a little bit towards it. Maybe it's just a Cassante again. Who knows? I'm praying that it's not.
Well, he has really good lane swaps too. I think the other thing that I will be really curious to see from Lyon is hopefully seeing them maybe take a little bit more control around some of these team fight setups, because at neutral objectives, after those first 3 grubs were taken, it was pretty much all C9.
It was, and I think the one glimmer of hope we had was that angle where the Orianna ult came through, hit 3 people. Maybe if they have better follow-up or just are in the position, they can make something happen there, or if they just weren't in a deficit to begin with to get there, right? So, I mean, the Latin American fans at home in Mexico City, right now in chat, they're hoping, praying for us to get into a Game 3. We will see if we get there, heading straight back to the casters.
Thank you, Raz, and everybody at the lounge. That's right, Lion fans are hoping for a Game 2 victory here, but C9 looking dominant after that first game victory, Kobe, and it really did show how seriously they took that boot camp and how well they're playing together.
Practice makes perfect. The solid setups there for C9. Like the desk is kind of talking about, of course, Lion are facing a lot of things they're overcoming, like starting their scrims later. Alliance is actually playing remotely from Mexico City, but got to get in there. Fearless draft, maybe this removing some of these tools, they can finagle something more interesting here as far as the draft does go.
Yeah.
Honestly, I would like to see like a playmaking jungle. Adi actually is, he's playing like Nunu in jungle and stuff in solo queue where you can just spam snowball ganks and stuff. Maybe not going.
Oh, that's a license plate. I've never seen one of those before.
Maybe you've never seen a license plate?
Well, not one that says a league champ, but kudos to you, sir.
She's like, get out more.
I can't read.
Yeah, he's played a lot more, level 3 ganking junglers, because then sometimes you can really leverage these snowballs. The game right now, in my opinion, is actually in a very good state to be able to leverage early leads to snowball, because you can kind of chain objective after you get your early lead. So maybe they can find something if they go for a level 3 ganking jungler and try and change basically Cloud9's script, because if you let Cloud9 run the same script again,
it's not going to be great. But hey, the guy with the license plate might have had a J4, Xin Zhao,
level 2 gank.
There we go, even earlier. But I echo your sentiment, and also part of what the Analyst Lounge was talking about was their composition required so much synergy and ability to play together. So much ability to play together. And if they haven't had a lot of time to scrim, maybe go for things that are more self-sufficient ward champions that can have impacts without needing to combo with another champion. Varus is one of those champions, I would say. I mean, he can set up the team, but he can also team fight well. You have the ability to pivot your build depending on what the enemy comp is.
Yeah, you're an AD carry, and you can build pretty tanky on Varus. Actually quite popular now to build fairly tanky on the Varus. Fend for yourself a little bit there, I guess. The utility for the team. This is such a... man, all worlds too. Like this combo is just so deadly.
Yeah.
Already, Blabber and Loki seem to have pretty good synergy in the previous game. But whether this Yone does get flexed up into Thanatos' hands, or what I'm assuming is it's going into Loki's hands, that is always something that's scary to deal with when you have Sejuani passives behind a Yone that just gets to Soul Unbound and run you down.
You're able to stack that passive very fast, lock everybody down indefinitely, but it will be a high mobile mid laner for Saint as the Ahri is locked in, and that is an engaged jungler that you're hoping for Odiland. That is Vi.
This is a guaranteed level 6 combo. The classic, one of the oldest. Yes, listen to the dive.
Listen to the dive.
We did not pay for that.
Mr. Man with a terrifying mask. Yeah.
Appreciate that shot. We actually have a lot of dive listeners here today. But the Vi Ahri is one of the oldest classic mid jungle duos.
Are you gonna say it, or am I gonna say it? Do you want to take it?
You got it. It's all you.
Top Gap.
There you go. There you go.
Citizen.
We'll see if there is a mid-jungle gap in this one, but both of them have some very potent skirmishing tools here, so excited to see if they can combine.
Yeah, Leona also offering a lot more lockdown for C9, so they have plenty of engaged tools.
I'm assuming that Cloud9 would also want to ban out the Braum then, because Braum is pretty hard for Leona in lane.
I got good news for you, buddy. It's Fearless Band. We're in full Fearless, Kobe. Nobody can play Braum.
Perfect. What do you know? We're already seeing some great Fearless impact here.
What about Renata Glass? Would that be another one?
Cloud9
it's taken away.
Don't have to ban it away. That is sick. Okay, Jack's also being taken off here once again. Plenty of blind options still available, honestly. Cloud9 are definitely, they're full showing, heavy dive, heavy melee already. So you're not really going to divert from that game plan. You're just going to go more into it. Even though it could be a little dangerous. They do have to splash some AP and some range there. All right, Ziggs with the follow-up.
I like this, actually. I like because it can follow up without having to put yourself in danger, too. You have this range to throw out your abilities and allow the Sejuani, the Leona, even the Yone to put themselves in harm's way. The only difficulty thing is that if Vi gets on top of you, if Ahri gets on top of you, you are a little squishy, but that's just kind of the name of the game for the AD carry position. Rakan now locked in here for Lyon. They want a little bit more opportunity for engaged tools.
I mean, they are, this time around, they're going playmaking on everybody for Lyon. Everybody has some lockdown for themselves. So this definitely should be the recipe for some more proactive plays from the side of Lyon, since all of them basically can be the ones to start out. And then they grab the Poppy, Licorice's favorite champion in the entire game, which he was such a pivotal part of the previous show match in.
But the Gnar counter, the range advantage. I saw the J span and I was like, okay, I like the Poppy now, but Gnar is still available. So Thanatos pulling it out. Known for just being able to kind of avoid the engage of the Poppy and not being too punished by the steadfast presence. Yeah, you have the hop, but outside of that, it's not much that the Poppy can really do to shut you down.
Yep, one of his most played champions of all time as well, only just behind the Renekton, which, hey, because of Fearless. Can't double up on that one, so he's just going right down the line.
What a great start to the split for Thanatos.
Top 2 most played champs in the first 2 games. There you go, carrying over. Fearless handled no problem, Kangas.
No issues at all.
You don't have to change the champ pool at all.
They're happy as it is. Also, shout out to Loki here. Aurora and now Yone. Very high impact mid laners, and this shows the confidence that C9 have in their brand new mid laner coming into the league. I'm very excited to continue to watch this guy and see what waves he's able to make with this organization, with this team.
Yeah, speaking of, he played a lot of it in Challengers as well. It was his second most played champion as well. So they're really staying within their comfort picks and their wheelhouses here. Some of the most used champions. And if you are on comfortable champions and you just saw how comfortable they were in the previous game as far as the team play goes, it does look like there should be a smooth road here for Cloud9. I will say Lyon, though, they have a lot of tools this time around to try and upset the pathway for the game.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they can get that level 6 mid-jungle combo going.
Exactly. I saw a lot of Loki signs out there. They're cheering for their team. Lyon fans cheering as well. We are into game number 2 of Lyon versus C9. Welcome to the LTA North to Lyon, and welcome back to C9 to the regions. We have a very early invade. Is this all members? No, there's one mid. Saint is not with them. It's a 4-champ invade. And we'll Saint get picked off here. He doesn't have a lot of vision in the line brush, but he sees Blabber, he sees Loki, and he's going to back off.
So these are the deep wards that we were talking about for lane swaps, the classic lane swap wards. They just make the entire line all the way down the top side, and then you drop that one ward off in the top. You can see a little bit over the wall, so you can try and see them when they walk to the lane to finally determine whose it's going to be. And with those wards, Lyon will initiate their side of the lane swap with their duo on the top side, and then the wards should and will catch Gnar just about now. And they get their visual confirmation. They got their swap.
They're also going to spot where Blabber's starting. They know that it's bot side because they don't see top with all those wards placed down. So Lyon with the early game information. We went into this game, though, talking about the mid laner for C9. I want to keep talking about that because this is what a lot of people have been talking about in the offseason for C9. Did they win the offseason, Kobe? Well, we actually have a timeline of how mid lane has looked because this has seemed to be the key that they can't quite get to fit in the C9 lock right now. They've swapped out their mid laner a lot over the last couple of years, and I think that adds an extra weight to the mid lane here for a player like Loki to come in.
Has kind of become that defensive, the dark arts position at Cloud9. Swapping so many. See if we can get a picture of all of them here. So many familiar faces. I'm still partial to the original. High, of course. Shout out to him. But you're talking about a lot of this recent history.
Yeah, shout out to Diplex, who also played for a brief amount of time in 2023 before Eminez came in to the seat. But you can see there were a lot of faces. In the last couple of years, United have been struggling to really lock down that one player that they want to have in the mid lane. But right now we actually see Thanatos just walking around the map here, not exactly sure where he wants to be.
Licorice and Lions should be able to defend their dive no problem. Again, we kind of touched on this in the first series of the day too, but with the...
Ooh, big damage from Saint onto Loki right there.
With the increases to turret damage, as well as delaying that cannon until 4th wave, it gives you that time where we've seen FlyQuest do it as well here at Lyon do it, but you can easily get your support over there at level 2 to defend the dive, and then also your top laner gets level 2. Loki here, though.
Saint yet again. Oh, if that charm landed. Loki was in a world of hurt right there, but showing off. Saint is not interested in having that win rate get much worse for him as Licorice getting engaged on by Vulcan. Great from Lions there to just lock Sven up so that he couldn't follow up.
Yeah, and then then you're left in a world where, yes, Licorice is laning with Lyon down here on the bottom side, which is fine for him. They do have plenty of shields, like these renewable shields to go in. You kind of trade your shield health for the CS. And then top side, the Varus is actually a very good individual laner as long as he does not get ganked. Varus actually even a very popular solo lane pick anyways, but bottom side gank.
Now we're going for another play. Sven has to flash away. Vulcan has it as well, but he might just be the sacrificial lamb. Does he want to go and burn the summoner spell? He will, and that will get him to safety. So C9, 2 summoners down.
Yep, Sven with the cover fire here. He gets a Vulcan out alive. will be vulnerable, though. I do like how Lyon are being more aggressive this time around.
Oh, yeah.
They initiate the lane swap. They go for the gank on bottom side, try and get those summoner spells. Now we'll see, can they convert some of these like cooldown advantages into actual kills for themselves.
But I do like the look much more from Lyon. And if you like the look more from Lyon, why not show it? Reminder that there is subscriptions to the LTA North Twitch channel that are open. So get that, get your custom emotes. There's a lot of cool ones. Do you have one in there, Kobe?
Smooth sellout, by the way.
Yeah?
I must say, that was good.
Yeah.
That was good. I do have one in there.
I don't know if mine's in yet. It's going to be a bucket.
Yeah, okay.
I know that. I know. I've been told that a bucket will be involved.
The famous LCS bucket. If you come to the actual studio in person.
We always give one away?
Yeah.
Well, usually during finals. I've already had people complain that we haven't given one away today, so I don't mean to get anyone excited.
You're digging yourself a deep hole
really
here, buddy.
am.
You're making a lot of promises. I don't know if you can
Where's
keep.
Daniel? Yeah. Yeah, okay, I heard one bucket out there. Does anybody want the bucket?
Okay. You don't even have it. He's
I don't
promising
have
stuff.
it.
He doesn't have.
I'm just saying things.
I'm looking at him.
At this point, yeah. That's okay. That's someone else's problem right now as Licorice trying to get more control over this top lane. But this is the not exactly going the way that I expected with the Gnar versus the Poppy matchup, because when I think of the range versus the Poppy, you're going to get a lead, but because of how the lane swaps worked, Licorice actually has way more CS at this point than I would have expected.
Yeah, and it's actually pretty nice to get your early tier too, so you can go into your Fimble Winter with the Poppy. So got like a decent purchase off. Got to lane a little bit with Lions down there. Felt quite good for him. And then the Poppy pick is going to be strong as you go into the team fights. And that's where he really shines with it. That's why this is his favorite champion of all time, is because of the power in team fights and his ability to shut down all these carries with dashes.
And the power of the team fights and how they happen in the current meta. It's all around these objectives like the Grubs, like the Atacon. If you can just knock away the enemy jungler, well, boom, you get the big objective win. As right now we're fighting for an objective. It's the Grub focus. Licorice in trouble though. Thanatos actually has the level lead. Chase him down under turret. Stunned into the wall. Licorice with the outplay. First blood.
That's your Poppy main right there.
Oh, Blabber wants to trade it. Loki though with the Fate Sealed over the top. Odie in trouble, but he gets knocked away. Blabber's not there. It's just Loki in a 1v2. Has a backup of the support. Vulcan comes in, but here's Sade. Here Lions. C9 way over eager. Blabber now coming back into the mix, though. They can actually turn this still. Lion are not quite sure how they want to approach it, and they're going to sacrifice the Lions, the support. C9 will get one on the way out.
This game already is more fun than the previous
Oh,
game.
yeah.
We, for one, we have got kills. But second, those were some slick Poppy plays, actually. Not only just the kill, getting the flash and the stun there onto Thanatos under the tower, but then he also ults and peels to be able to save his teammate. Unfortunately for them, Lions does get chased down, and the flashes are burned there as well. In the end, Cloud9 still get back and get the extra grub here. I believe Blabber will collect 2. There you go.
There we go.
So he gets the extra little one. Again, you have to get all of a pack for it to count towards feats.
Yep.
But still does count towards trying to get your grub buff bonus of 4 so you can spawn the Might.
And look at Henna here. He went for an attempt while everything was happening topside, because he had solo level, or solo lane rather, to get that XP. But nice play from Licorice.
Yeah, Sven immediately throwing up his favorite emote of all. Oh, getting into it there. Throwing up his favorite emote of all time with the question mark frog there, though, because yeah, you know, flash used offensively. We'll see if that does end up getting punished.
I like the look from Henna, though. I'd rather have attempts like that go south than no attempts at all, which is a little bit of what Game 1 felt like.
Most
but
definitely same.
And right, just from a viewer experience, maybe. You know, if you're a pro player, I suppose the opinion could be slightly different. Dragon's on the map right now, though, so that's what I want to bring our attention to next here, because currently neither team has really secured that neutral objective to stack those feats of strength. Dragon could be big.
Yeah, definitely could. Of course, also tied in the race for 3 kills. Like, this game is infinitely closer than our previous game, so we shall see if Mr. Licorice gets to take the spotlight once again, or if Cloud9 will continue their setup ways here, moving from mid into the Dragon. Easily should be able to take this one, but we do have some members poking around, and You are looking at, namely, the Vi plus Ahri post level 6 combo.
We're looking at a flashless Henna right now, who cleanses very late, and it gives Blabber time to get in range. Henna goes down, Vulcan with the kill credit.
That's why Sven emoted after the earlier play, because he's like, I'm going to get you later.
Just you wait.
Not right now, but you come at the king, you best not miss. Punishment
rudeness
there.
will have cost.
There it is.
There it is again.
There we go. Regardless, he spams it. I think he's like under contract to spam that every minute anyway.
Jack snuck that into the contract. He's like, for content,
you
have to make sure.
He
is co-streaming. He
love the
that
Papega frogs. They're just the best.
All right, well, I mean, that's great to pick up the kill onto Henna, the gold credit onto Vulcan, but the bigger thing that I want to talk about is the fact that the Dragon was just uncontested. We've seen a couple of times Odilan go for resets at times that C9 is starting an objective. That happened last game a couple of times too, and it's a little concerning to see from the jungler on a champion like Vi that wants to go in to just be so off on these timings and just giving Cloud9 these objectives.
Well, they're definitely grouping for a dive bottom, even though topside is trading heavily. Lyon are in here pretty deep.
Vulcan's all alone right now. They actually see him. No flash from the earlier play. Has the Solar Flare available, and the team behind him. Solar Flare lands. He might go down, but he'll at least take 2 with him. C9 getting the kill on the Lions and Odilan.
Yeah, the issue here, Cloud9 seeing the play from Lyon and then coming over to contest it, they want Vulcan to be the one soaking a Vi Ahri combo.
That's
Vi Ahri combo can kill anyone. So if that combo is killing your support, your tank support, then that's the best of all worlds. And Cloud9 letting him lead the charge there so they can kind of soak that combo.
And best part, it barely killed him in time. Like, he still got a Solar Flare off. He still got his Aftershock propped. So Vulcan bought a lot of space for Loki to come in there.
So now you're looking at the cooldowns, and Cloud9 are thinking, not only do we just defend that play really well, and we come out ahead, but
maybe a solo kill. No, Loki doesn't have the Fate Sealed.
Yeah, but things get scary for Saint because he has no ultimate anymore, and definitely going to see what they can do to reverse their fates, though. Licorice heads down to try and help with the vision fight.
They just don't have the damage to really threaten Blabber right now. Now Henna's coming back over, but it's lethality, Varus. So there's the ultimate onto Vulcan, knocking this Leona away. Lyon, it looked like they were going for the play themselves, but then instead they just have to back off.
Oh, they're giving it up now. So Cloud9 are guaranteed this because they just teleported Saint down to bottom side. Saint's like, you know what? There's 0 chance we win this. Licorice just used Poppy ultimate. We don't even have a chance of like ulting out Blabber and stealing one some weird way. So Saint just immediately teleports down to the bottom side, trying to get more money on Ahri. Does have the Malignance for himself. So maybe he wants to make a play before Loki gets Blade of the Rune King or something. But because Loki and Cloud9 have that teleport advantage now, those grubs are for sure forfeit. Those are all Cloud9s.
Yeah.
And gets them to that 5 mark, so at least they'll spawn one of the Void Mites.
And they have the Dragon as well, so one more objective to go towards that feat of strength. I believe the first blood was picked up. Yeah, Licorice got the first blood, though, so it will come down to that first turret as well.
I love the influx of Heartsteel builders as well for junglers, because Skarner started it obviously a very long time ago and kind of led the charge, but it feels so much nicer as a tank to like not have to just be a tank and to get Heartsteel procs. Like it feels
There's a mini game now.
It feels so good. Like the audio feedback, like it just it sounds good, it feels good, and Blabber's going to have that combat Sejuani with the Heartsteel procs here for himself. And Sejuani does have decent health scalings as well, though not as crazy as Skarner.
What's more dopamine rush, getting the Heartsteel stack or being Sivir and static shiv wave clearing a wave?
I mean, for sure Heartsteel.
Yeah,
like,
okay.
Sivir already just annihilates waves anyway.
But man, that rush when you just one-shot it. Ooh, maybe a pick here onto Saint. Has the Spear Rush available. Charm lands. Vulcan now has the team behind him. Chain of Corruption used. We're going for the pick, and we find it. C9, we're not able to turn that one.
Lyon with the pick here. Their comp is all about picks, so you have to make that happen. This is exactly the scenario they're looking for. They get Vulcan here away from the rest of his team, so they have plenty of time to actually finish the kill before the rest of the Cloud9 response arrives in the river.
Oh, and we're going for even more. Under the mid-turret, shut down onto Sven. Lyon roaring to life.
Lyon are doing it here. trying to snowball again, the kind of what we're looking for. Grab that pick and then turn it into the next play, the next objective. They go for the extra dive there towards mid and try to get some momentum. Meanwhile, though, of course, Loki will take his toll.
That's the issue, is that yes, you get the kill, you get a shutdown, you take away Raptors. Loki's getting first turret for this, and when we're racing for that feat of strength, yeah, look at that. C9's able to pick that one up.
Yeah, they got the kills first, so that plus towers, easy peasy collection for them. And they're going to get the dragons to boot as well in the aftermath, so extra overload on those. I'm actually most worried now about all these deep wards. Actually, good zoom out by the observers, because not only did Cloud9 get the bottom tower to take away that defense, take the dragon, but left a bunch of deep wards in the red quadrant of the jungle here for Lyon. So we'll see. Saint trying to answer on top side, but it's going to take a little while for him. And Loki, since he is now past his Blade of the Rune King, like Blade of the Rune King onto Yone is so much threat. We'll see if he's able to pull out any actual combat style here, because so far it's been a lot of PvE.
Yeah, and even that TP that you talked about earlier from Saint, he wasn't able to get that 1v1 onto Loki with the item spike that he had, and now that Loki's back in it, up about a wave of CS, and confidently walking up onto Saint, looking to, you know, pad his stats in that 1v1 matchup. What was it, 9-4, 9-5 win rate at the beginning of the day?
Yeah, 9-4.
9-4.
Their all-time matchup in LCK Challengers. See about this one. I mean, we're still looking at 42 Heartsteel stacks as well on Blabber. Since we last talked about it, hasn't added any stacks, so lack of dopamine there.
Yeah, what are you doing, Blabber? Come on, there's expectations once you build this item. It's going to clear out the wards, though, as the Herald is spawning. We're going for a deep teleport play right now and engaging yet again on the Vulcan. It's the Leona as the focus. Ven's getting massive damage. Here comes Loki as C9 might be able to turn it, but Lyon do pick up one. Shut down on the Blabber. Vulcan's down two, and Loki could not get enough done. It's only Licorice that goes out, but maybe Thanatos can. Sven's untouched, still in the fight. Thanatos is able to gnar into the wall. Lions has a flash to safety, but Saint is still up there. Flash from Henna for the shutdown. Thanatos falls. Lion win the team fight.
Yo, Lyon are scrapping their way back into this game. Henna hits those ones, flashes for it, gets the kill. Lyon are victorious. Can they get an objective out of it, though? The only thing would be the top tower. And since we're going to replay, we won't see quite if Saint sticks around to finish off that top tower. It'd actually be very big. Like, the solo tower gold up there would be huge. But anyway, back to this replay that started all out was, again, that teleport, and they're looking for it. And the chase through here and the shutdown that also goes the way of Saint.
And what a play from Lions there. He's able to just completely lock Loki away from the fight when he went for the initial engage, and it sets Henna up and Saint up to basically be unthreatened and just DPS in that fight. And Henna stepping up as king of the pride right now. 5-1-2 with 2 items completed.
Lyon did not have a lot of deep wards, but they had that ward. So that was a good one. Teleport in on.
Gotta work with what you got.
Constantly looking for these picks here with all of the tools from Champs like we were talking about. Really making use of them in game number 2. Looking so much more proactive here. Now trying to start up an objective in the Rift Herald. It's not a huge one, but Thanatos, you can see him walking down there from the bottom lane. He's walking all the way up. Probably won't be here in time, so should be over to Lyon.
And now Blabber's looking for his own play here onto Henna, and Vulcan gets onto him as well. Henna has the support to back him up. Now can the rest of Lyon get out? The AD carry has been saved. Operation Get Down, Mr. President, is a success. But can C9 cake the support? Oh, Lions lives too! Nobody picked off.
Yeah, it's kind of a heist there. They actually got the Herald, got the eyeball picked up too. Sometimes you have to leave the eyeball behind and run and scramble for your lives, but they get out with their lives and the eyeball as well. It's going to be probably a sacrifice of this tower with both Loki and Thanatos here. This thing goes down pretty quickly, but look, they do want to try and maybe make a long play after. Vi ult is there, but there's no ult on Saint, so the follow-up would just be way too far, and going to have to call it quits on that possible rebuttal.
And I'm going to say, Kobe, I know this is crazy to hear. I think I saw a flower on the map that could have been picked up there. We might actually have the fun Atacon coming up here. We'll see what actually happens.
Yeah,
As it's spawning now in about a minute's time, so these teams need to start thinking about that. And it's going to coincide very close with the Dragon. 40 seconds for that objective.
All right, bottom side will be the prio, and again, Cloud9 are the ones that have had their deeper wards on the bottom side to control it, but looks like there is a little bit of defense on the way. Gonna be kind of hard, though, without either side turret there for Lyon. Cloud9 have kind of superiority in their side lane push with the Gnar and the Yone. Both of them getting the early pushes and then looking to converge with the rest of the team.
Dragon now spawning, and Lyon currently in the river here, trying to control the access points for C9 that have a little more vision down, and Saint missing that charm. Vulcan should have known that there was an Ahri in there because of that forward ward in mid lane. Now C9 can just walk up and take control of this teleport from Sven. Everyone from C9 are circling around the Dragon objective. If they win this fight, it's not only Dragon, but that's also that Otacon.
Thanatos just went mini Gnar, so it's going to need a little time to charge up the Gnar rage bar. And Loki
We actually just throw the Poppy ult out, and we're going to lock Loki down. Fate sealed to get to safety.
That charm under tower, locking Loki up and allowing Licorice to get in there for the chunk. They don't actually get the kill, but from downtown!
The snipe onto Saint! As he will fall, the Herald takes a turret, gets another charge, but Lyon are down a member.
Oh my goodness, Lyon had like the pick under tower and the big chunk, but their mid laner is the one that ends up going down. Sven from downtown. He hits those, the three-pointer, and it's going to be the objective afterwards as well.
Yeah, there we go. C9 picking up their third Dragon of the game, but what a game it's been, Kobe. After the stomp that was game one, this is a different look for Lyon, different draft. Obviously, it is Fearless, they have to, but a much better look regardless of being behind right now. We have a game of League of Legends in front of us because of plays like this. Lyon almost are able to make it work.
Yeah, it was beautiful. I mean, you get the charm and you get the Poppy ult out so that they can then try and burst him under tower, but Loki survives. And then the recall spot here.
Oh,
donks
dead center.
Horizon Focus plus Seraph's Embrace here for Sven. Dead on sweet spot.
Rough stuff right there. C9 again with that Dragon. Now they're one away from that soul. And the Otacon is still available to them. Baron spawning in 3 minutes time, so the Otacon is where you need to keep your vision down. C9 are doing a great job of that. As Thanatos is also pushing the top lane right now onto Licorice here. Has amassed himself also a very solid individual lead. Yet again here, just from CS.
I'm still just reeling from that last play. You love to see it when, like, Horizon Focus doesn't get built a lot. But when you get to see it in action, and then the actual follow-up, because he's got the vision there, like that's what it was made for. That was what it was built for.
Saint gonna be marching home here in a second. Has to pop the ultimate and the stasis. He's able to dodge out a lot of damage right now. Charm, and Henna turns the play. Saint just baited Loki into his death in the pit. As Otacon could be the focus now.
That was so close. Saint, insane reactions right there. Barely gets his stasis off. Barely able to avoid it. Licorice getting chunked down, though.
Taking a lot of damage right now as Thanatos is stacking up that Gnar rage bar. He flashes in. One more on him with the Licorice. He's burning down. He's still alive. Charm goes wide from Saint. Trying to turn the place. He's teleported back into the bottom lane, but C9 don't have to force anything. They can back off right now. Yeah, they lose their mid laner for an attempted pick, but end of the day, nobody will get the objective.
Let's see here. Yeah, they're going to let it calm down. No teleport left on Loki, so even though he respawns now, going to have to walk the entire way. And we're going to get round number 2, honestly. I assume resets and then just return right to the area here. Looks like all Cloud9 heading down mid lane, though, so they have options.
Also, I know I teased it. Nah, it is still Voracious Otacon, so yeah.
Well, you sound so depressed. You don't like it?
You know, one day we'll get Ruinous. I believe. One day my solo queue experience will be what the pros experience as well. But not this day. Thanatos might be in trouble here. He's stacking up that Gnar Rage bar, but he does not have Flash available. So if they get a pick here, no Flash, no teleport, that would be big, but he's just going to clear the wave and walk away. Oh, maybe it's the Lions now. Everyone's just looking for these little opportunities, these little pick potentials. Charm goes wide onto Blabber. Now Thanatos over the wall. Does he want to go for it? No. That would be a one-way journey, and the damage was a little too far away. C9 instead are just going for the mid-wave push.
I mean, they've got full prio on it, too. Going to be really hard for Lyon to try and rotate over to deal with this minion wave. And with Ziggs, that thing is gone.
Very fast turret taking from this champion. Yes, the passive damage from the autos to turrets went down a little bit a couple patches ago, but he still does have that ability to satchel charge them down. As now they also control the access point to the Atacon in the bottom river right now.
Blabber's got his unending despair here to follow up his Heartsteel too, so he definitely has the dual resistances, the sustain here, try and get multiple Heartsteel procs off within that team fight. See if he can live that Heartsteel dream.
That unending despair change to have magic resist and armor. Oh, love it for tanks. Such an efficient item to purchase right now.
They wanted to push it for just this kind of case where like you're starting out with a first health item, so then you can go into kind of that universal utility there for it. Baron does arrive on the map, and so then you saw right there the transformation, the buff turns into the Baron empowered buff, so everybody grabs that red buff for the side of Cloud9 in preparation for a bot side fight. It's only 30 seconds away from the Dragon Soul, and Lyon really do thrive when they get picks with this comp. We'll see if the controlled setup here actually goes the way of Cloud9, because currently with teleport, you've got Loki pushing topside.
Ooh.
Doesn't look
Nobody
like
has teleport available right now. Licorice, yeah, I believe. Oh no, that is off cooldown right now. So he could answer. But that's a big point that I want to talk about is, yes, they have the pick potential, but we talked early in the game, the things Poppy can do at team fights with the Keeper's Verdict. You can knock away Blabber and then suddenly win the Smite because there is no Smite fight. And then that can throw a wrench in C9's plans, who also wouldn't mind finding their own pick right now if they can manage it. Controlling vision on the access points is the name of the game, as Lyon will start to approach. Teleport from Licorice mid here as C9 are now holding the line with their control wards. Lyon are approaching from the river as Loki's over the wall, but he's spotted. The charm lands, but actually makes him walk away from Saint right there because of the pathing on the wall. So just a little chunk as Lyon's also taking damage. The poke from Sven, now the engage from C9. Licorice almost pop, and now the turn play here, locking it down Thanatos, but Odiland, that was a one-way journey. Loki slays him down. As Lyon losing their jungler will have to back away.
I got to give props to Thanatos on this one. He absorbed everything there.
Yeah.
He completely spaced Licorice's ultimate, the Poppy ultimate going out there. He just dodges it, walks backwards, and then he's the one who walks up to allow the Vi to ult him just as he wants, baiting the Gnar, and then jumping back and peeling too. Like, Thanatos did so much like absorbing and drawing out and baiting out the frontline tools. Look at him on the mini Gnar on top side. Like, he's able to perfectly space the Poppy ultimate there, and then when they get the Sejuani turn and force Licorice out, then he's like, oh, it's safe to go actually soak Vi ulti here, and then him plus the extra peel from Leona allows the perfect turn. That was quite nicely and like patiently done from C9.
Also great for Loki to patiently not use Fate Sealed immediately onto Licorice. That was the person that they kind of chunked out to begin with, but that steadfast presence is going to make that hard to get on top of him, so Loki just holds it for later in the fight where he's able to guarantee the kill onto Odiland. That is now Dragon Soul with the Atacon picked up by C9. 2,500 gold lead. It's looking rough here for the chances of Lyon in this game too.
Let's see, maybe, I mean, if you can try and play really, really defensively and like wait out the timer of the GAs, then maybe you have a chance. It's just, it's so hard. The counterplay, like they'll just come dive you out of tower anyway and just try and get the tower and then go to Baron, because Baron being on the map while you have Atacon GA is actually kind of cheat code. Just go in full send on any fight. Like Cloud9 are pushing their waves now, and then try and force something.
Right now the play's onto Licorice here. Steadfast Presence runs away as Thanatos and Saint are soloing each other in the bot lane. Loki's going to push his top wave in. That's the nice thing about the buff as well, is that it just kind of forces the opponent to wonder what you're going to do. Lyon locked down right now. The support is taken off the rift. Sven on a killing spree right now as they're also looking at Henna. Flashes away from the Fate Sealed. Loses the spell shield. Thanatos, meanwhile, in the bottom lane in a 1v2 situation. That is something for Lyon, but that is the GA And Thanatos is going to spawn right back onto the Rift. He has the teleport available, and they're going to teleport in looking at the Baron.
Yep, and that was Ahri ult used to try and kill him as well. So now not only is Rakan still dead, but no Ahri ultimates. Thanatos, as you say, immediately teleports back out. They start up the Baron.
I mean, again, Licorice has the ultimate available. Oh, he's just getting chunked out by Sven, though. Great look for Sven to realize, I don't need the DPS Baron. Just keep away the Keeper's Verdict. Because Licorice knocking away your jungler, and then the Vi getting the pit is really the only way that Lyon get out of this one. Now, Licorice, unfortunately, the rest of the team was not around him. He was looking for an avenue in there. But a rough look it was, as C9 will take another kill. They get the Baron buff, and now they might just look to put the ending screws on this game. One Baron wave pushing mid as Loki goes top.
All right, C9 here. Baron buff on, and the siege will be a lot more simplistic than usual. They've got the Ziggs. Sven can just blow up the tower, so they play 4-1 split push. Bide your time, wait for Loki to get his wave up to the tower and collect.
Ooh, but it looks like Lyon are going for a desperation play right now. They're finding Sven and they lock him down. Burst it down and shut down. Saint with the gold as he picks up a double kill, another onto Vulcan.
Hey, good force play here from Lyon. Try and put a stop to that. If they could just limit a single tower being taken on the top side of the map, that is actually huge for them. Nice full send here, trying to get the pick, actually killing Sven.
Yeah, what a look for Lyon. This is what they need to do with this composition. We've talked about it so far throughout the entire game. Find the picks. Sven and Vulcan were a little separated from the rest of the team. And if you can find them in that type of situation, you can get the champion advantage on the Rift. Unfortunately, there's not much more they can get for it other than just correcting their wave states. It's not like they had a pushing wave that they can go take a turret or pick up a Elder Dragon of their own. Going to be spawning here in a minute 50 time, but at least they can push these waves, maybe look for an outer turret top side, and then reset to spend the gold.
Yeah, another objective. Okay. Every little bit of gold really, really helping here. Objective bounty down, tower gold here collected for the carries. See if they can put that to use. Reset for Cloud9 though. Again, control all three waves. Loki still has teleport, so just keep having that Yone split push his wave on up. Mountain Soul Shields, also very, very annoying for the bursty comp here for Lyon.
And talking about the pick potential, Saint needs to be aware that Quicksilver Sash has been purchased by Loki, so that's going to be a harder champion to lock down. Henna as well. Chains of Corruption is not going to be enough to guarantee a kill onto the Yone.
Yeah, they've got
the
that.
Shield Bow as well.
That plus the Mikhails as well that Vulcan had for somebody else, so they're going to have a couple of outs.
And they're also just sieging right now. I mean, Lyon, yeah, they got that one big pick. They get the turret topside, but they're losing the turret mid. And now they're just going for another play onto Sven deep under the turret. Chain of Corruption goes out, but Sven is A-OK. Lions start to fall apart at the seams. C9 give a double kill to Loki. And now 5 members pushing mid with the Baron-empowered waves. Lyon are reeling as they're going to want that play back. Maybe they can hold at the Nexus turrets.
Yep, teleport comes in here. Loki's going to come to help finish the job too.
Henna's in trouble. He's getting pushed back. He cannot get a recall off. Blabber doesn't need to go for a kill. He just needs to delay. Heartsteel progs as C9 push in mid-wave. It's only going to be Licorice there. Blabber is taking a lot of damage here, so Henna will eventually kill him, but it's Lethality Varus. That is Cleanse used. If we kill Blabber and get the reset off, maybe it's worth it. One last Q, we don't even get it! Blabber's out of there, but the game is just over. C9 say welcome to the LTA North, and they will take a 2-0.
Cloud9, the cohesive team here. This time around, game number 2, Lyon with a lot more proactive plays, trying to pull off some picks, and they did make it exciting there for a while, but Cloud9's objective focus does reign supreme.
Props to them for the effort. It was a great look in that game number 2 from Lyon. They have not had a lot of opportunities to practice together, so props to them for showing up and pushing Cloud9 in that second game. But C9 were the better team today. They earned that 2-0, and they are looking like a pretty well-oiled machine, all things considered. It's day 1 of a brand new year, brand new season, but same old Cloud9 victory.
All right, so Cloud9 will move on, stay in the upper brackets, And Lyon and Shopify move on down.
And now we're joining Emily and Blabber on stage for an interview.
Hello, I'm here with the victorious Blabber. First of all, just congratulations. Welcome back.
Thank you very much. It's nice to be back.
Last year you told me that you were fine just playing Sejuani every game. Obviously, in Fearless, you can't do that, even though we did see an awesome Sej performance from you just now. So how has Fearless Draft been treating you as a player and then also as a C9 unit?
I would say Fearless hasn't really affected us too much. I mean, we haven't really played as a team without Fearless, so I wouldn't really know, since I do think we are kind of a new team with new carries. But for me, I'm just kind of playing the same champs, like Wukong, Sej, like just change it up a little bit, but it's like similar stuff.
Is there any champ, I mean, you probably can't say this, is there any champ you think you'd love to pull out at some point that's like completely off the wall? That would just be super fun to play.
No, I can't reveal any pocket picks, but I always like playing Talia jungle, so it's fun when that's a meta.
Nice. And then obviously the roster change again going into this year. I do want to talk about Loki a little bit and how he has been integrating onto the roster. What has it been like practicing with him? I know you guys had a really, really strong boot camp session in Korea.
Honestly, I think Loki's like, he's really good. Like, I know he had a 7K damage Yon game last game, but I'm really happy to play with him. He's super receptive to feedback and one of the best team fighters I've played with. So I'm just glad to have him on the team.
And then looking at, obviously last year did not go the way you wanted to. What is different about this C9 team? How are you guys gonna course correct for this year?
I think it's too early to say like will be the biggest difference for us, but for me, I'm just trying to work hard on myself, trying to help improve my team, and hopefully we can win a split this year.
All right, well, thank you so much, Faber, for taking the time. It's always great to catch up with you. Congratulations. And we will send it back to the analyst lounge.
She was close. Close. She was real close.
Yeah, it was close.
Yeah, she was about to slip up, I promise she was.
Yeah, it's the LTA lounge, but it's full of analysts.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Just chock full.
Sometimes we had Kangas, you know.
True, that is true. He can flex.
He can.
Either way, that actually concludes the first day of the LTA North.
Yep.
FlyQuest and Cloud9, both 2-0.
That was a close game, though.
It was a close game.
Yeah. So, like, it gave me hope, but we're just getting voracious Otacon every game.
Every game. I thought we were going to get the more boring Otacon, and for some reason that made me excited. But
just the fact that it was
the
some
voracious
variety
Otacon is exciting. Either way, we have player of the series. So for those of you who missed the first series, it was FlyQuest that took the 2-0. The players of the series are Quad and Thanatos. Couple of solo laners there. Quad really popped off on that second Azir game.
Both of them look like they were looking at a mirror, you know? just making sure they look good in the morning. But yes, Quad really did. He had an incredible series for himself. The Azir game comes to mind immediately. And I think the comps made it so much easier. The Cassiopeia game was crazy, actually, because he had that one flank on topside in the topside fight that I think saved Whippo a little bit and saved the team. And he is such a good Cassiopeia that when I saw that Cassio was apparently pretty broken in solo queue, but you said the hotfix made it a little bit iffy.
A little bit less fast, but still strong.
But still strong. I was like, okay, well, guess who's Mr. Cassiopeia? But yeah, you get to see the teams themselves coming out there and meeting the fans. I love this aspect of the split right now.
I believe this is going to be new for this year. So pretty much right after the game, fans are going to be able to interact with each team. Cloud9, this has got to be pretty nice for Loki winning his first game, 2-0. Was a little shaky in game 2, but still came away with the win, so he gets to say hi to some of the longtime C9 fans. And it's interesting the way this bracket's going to play out now, Raz, because technically Cloud9 was from the Pool 2.
That is
because
true.
Of their lower finish.
That is true.
But
That's
they
a
move
fact.
on. Yeah, they move on now to the next round where they'll play FlyQuest. If they lose that, they jump over to the left side and what you see as B3, which will be on Feb 9th. But the big...
What an upset, by the way.
The big thing here is
Shopify
Pool 2
and team
Live
beating a Pool 1 team.
Oh,
That's a crazy upset.
Come on, Raz.
That's a crazy. Go ahead, continue.
Shopify versus Lyon, you lose that game, and you're going to have about 5 weeks off.
A very long
after
break.
only playing 2 matches on stage. So it'll be a very strange start to the season. For what it's worth, though, both of those teams were playing with either a sub support or a remote support, so they were both coming in with some disadvantages.
True. I think fans in general pretty much understood it, right?
Yeah.
The fact that we had literally a cardboard cutout of Lions today And also, Seos is, hello if you're still co-streaming, is co-streaming it while he's getting his visa sorted.
Yeah.
So, like, both teams and communities understand how it's going to be difficult coming in, and hopefully things get sorted out pretty quickly for them.
Yeah, I really hope we're able to see him next week, but we'll have to see. Here's tomorrow's schedule, where we'll see the other 4 LTA teams make their debut. Team Liquid has been lost in a lot of this noise. Everyone's talking about FlyQuest. Team Liquid beat them pretty evenly last year. I think the overall record was like 22-21 against them or something, but the first matchup is going to be Disguised making their LTA debut against 100 Thieves, and then Dignitas versus TL as the second matchup.
Hey, week 1, everyone wants to see the shiny new toys when it comes to the new players, the new organization. So DSG coming in, being able to play against 100 Thieves, of course 100 Thieves with FBI joining the roster, and Team Liquid are just going to come in there, old, reliable. Maybe they're looking to slap some, sense into teams, but Dignitas, excited to see how Surdy comes in, new split in the LTA, pretty exciting.
I know, you know how when a rookie starts and they play against a veteran?
Yeah.
You're always like, welcome to the, and then you say the name of the league.
Yeah.
But technically, Impact is also welcoming himself to the LTA. So
Everyone's
it's not
welcome.
as punchy of an insult right away.
That's true.
Like, they'll give him the welcome to the LTA moment, which is what everybody.
Everyone is getting the same
Surdy versus
moment.
Impact is going to be interesting. For those of you who want some LTA merch at the Riot Games Arena, go get the LTA North merch right now. You can grab a new hat, shirt, or a bundle both together, and you get a free mini Poro plushie. So merch is currently available exclusively here at the Riot Games Arena, which is tough.
That is tough.
It does look nice. I think we definitely need to get Blabber one of those hats so he can wear it all over the place.
I had someone in my DM being like, look, can you please get me one of those merch? I am not lying. He was like, I'm sorry, I'm working. I wish I could.
I mean, you can do it.
Yeah?
You can do it. It's that you don't want to make the time.
What do you mean? No, that's not true.
Yeah.
I am a man of the people.
You're not doing anything during the games. You're really literally only doing this for like 5 minutes.
Earlier.
You could go do it right now because we're done. That's it for us. We're back tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 Pacific for 100T versus DSG. Raz, they're going to close. You should go get that.
Oh, look, you know what?
The person in your DMs.
I will.
Goodbye.
Okay.
Yeah, have fun.
You should come and get some merch too.
I can wait.
It's my pleasure to welcome you to the LTA and to welcome back the defending LCS champions, FlyQuest. Facing off against them, it is a moist new look for Shopify Rebellion. Masu still slowing him down, still gunning him down. Nicely done with Busio here with a massive engage on the 2. It's a double kill back over to Masu. Everybody on Shopify Rebellion is dead in the dirt, and Otacon's the reward for FlyQuest. Busio in for the Magnet Storm on to 3. They follow it up with a Petrify engage. Shopify tries to fall back, but they only fall down. Quad goes on a rampage, and Masu's legendary. 3 dead bodies on Shopify, and it's about to be 4. Beautifully done by FlyQuest.
Can we look for something? I have an ult here. Watch me.
Yeah, I'm gonna look to ult soon. But
they're going on me. I'm dead.
look front.
Look front, look front.
Yeah, looks good, looks good.
I'll bait her ult, okay? Look.
Yeah, kill him. Okay, flash W.
Looks good. Zero kill everyone. Just play with the zero, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, nice.
No mana, Victor. Just go Caitlyn first, okay? Caitlyn first.
Caitlyn.
Nice, they're all dead. Got a 3-man ult. Play slow, guys. Play slow.
Okay, my bad.
It doesn't look good. Sorry.
Okay.
Maybe you can buff the wave and end.
Maybe.
No, it's my bad. Movement!
Oh!
Masu!
Take a shot. We don't win.
Okay, it's fine. I'm tipping, guys.
Yeah. TP up here.
Slowly, Nocturne.
Slowly.
Hey, guys. Okay, come here. Hey, look, they went on me. Nocturne ult. Hey, look.
Look. Let's go.
Go back. Don't.
Nice, guys.
Nice.
Nice. Oh, no flash. No flash. Nice. Not flash out.
Let's go.
Look at Dragon. Go. We kill them and we go Baron, maybe. Baron in 10 seconds. Go Baron, guys. Go Baron after.
Nice.
No flash.
Bottom.
You guys can end. Auto. Thanatos, kill him.
Nice, guys. Good game.
Yeah. Sven's untouched, still in the fight. Thanatos is able to gnar into the wall. Lions has a flash to safety, but safe. Nice.
Not another.
Nice, Hannah. Yeah.
Look by.
We're not going hard. Looking by. Back stun, kill by. I'm gonna stun Ori, she can stun. I need the flash. Nice.
We can end, okay?
Yeah, we can
like,
end.
no cap, no cap.
Flash.
Okay, keep pressing. Yeah. We come back, we come back.
Nice.